Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 751 Signing of the Ceasefire. From forcing nation leaders to sign surrender agreements to now signing a ceasefire agreement with aliens on behalf of the Empire, who would have thought all this would happen in less than a decade, an alluring woman remarked as she disembarked from her ship. The ship's tractor beam engaged, gently guiding her toward the designated location for the signing. She was a member of Nyx, one of the few who had been active even before the Unification War, and despite the ceasefire not yet being in effect, she showed no signs of nervousness. In fact, she seemed excited, not at the risk of an accidental firing ending her life, but because of what this ceasefire hinted at. The signing of this agreement suggested the possibility of a larger peace and an end to the conflict. And what followed would be a battlefield of intelligence gathering, one of a scale previously never imagined. This prospect thrilled her far more than any conventional war ever could. Although she had always enjoyed her work, it often felt lacking in true challenge. Even before the unification, they held technological supremacy, meaning very few secrets remained hidden from them. The cult, which once posed a threat by not relying on technology, had been a brief anomaly one quickly dealt with. But now, for the first time in years, it seemed like there was an actual game to be played. The newly opened frontier presented a real opportunity, an arena where Nyx operatives would truly be needed. The vast expanse of potential allies and enemies, each with their own secrets to uncover, promised the challenge she had longed for. Spying, once routine, would now become an art again. While her mind worked in the background, focused on the approaching representative, they finally reached the point where the formal exchange was expected. However, just as they neared, she felt an odd sensation, an attempt to breach her mind. "Let's not do that and focus on what we're here to do," she said calmly, realizing the Zelvora representative had tried to infiltrate her thoughts. The psychic shield in her headgear had blocked the attempt, causing the Zelvora to experience a slight backlash. Fortunately, it was minor, as his intent hadn't been malicious, at least, not overtly. He had been trying to create a mental network for easier communication. "Please forgive me for the misunderstanding," the Zelvora said, his tone carrying remorse, as translated by the device. "I wanted to establish a mental link to make the process smoother, but I forgot to ask for permission. This situation is new for us." "That's fine," she responded with a warm smile, projecting understanding. Yet behind that friendly facade, she didn't spend even a fraction of a second believing his explanation. She was certain the attempt had been a test, probing her defenses, with the safety net of plausible deniability. "Can we move to the topic at hand? We're not bound by a ceasefire just yet, so if we're blown apart right now, no one's going to be punished for it. Let's finish this quickly to prevent that," she said, breaking the moment of silence with a pointed reminder of the precarious situation. "Ah, yes, of course," the Zelvora representative responded, slightly flustered. "I'll once again explain the process of initiating a mana oath before we proceed to sign your means of contract, which requires no further instructions." Despite the explanation already being covered during the negotiation process, she allowed him to re-explain the steps for the mana oath without interrupting. Once he finished, they initiated the oath swiftly. The process was followed by the Zelvora representative carefully signing the runic contract, which the Empire told them was a mana contract, after verifying that the terms had not been tampered with from the final agreed version. Everything was done with methodical precision, ensuring both sides adhered to the agreement down to the smallest detail. The moment the Zelvora representative signed the runic contract, a surge of mana flooded into both him and everyone on the battlefield. Instantly, they gained knowledge of the contract's terms, as these were imbued directly into the mana that now coursed through them. Those more attuned to the mental plane, especially the Zelvora who were also slightly sensitive to the soul aspect, felt something more profound and imperceptible not forming around a part of their soul. This subtle but unmistakable sensation sent a clear message: this contract was as binding as their revered mana oaths, if not more so. The realization hit them all at once: the runic contract not only bound their mana but also tethered a portion of their very soul, making it an unbreakable agreement with consequences far beyond physical or magical means. The battlefield had officially entered a ceasefire, set to last for 1 week. As the tension eased, many soldiers allowed themselves a momentary sigh of relief, finally able to rest after days of relentless combat. "Our emperor instructed me to tell your side to present your offer as swiftly as possible," she said firmly, before the ship's tractor beam began pulling her back toward the vessel that had brought her. There were no handshakes, no formal exchanges, only a lingering sense of the violence that had been halted moments ago. Now, there was only the fragile peace brokered by the ceasefire, hanging in the balance of what would come next. "Sir, they have sent their proposal," Nova said, materializing a document that seemed endless, 100 pages long with thousands of terms embedded within it. Aaron wasted no time, quickly scanning the first few lines. It didn't take long for him to grasp that this so-called peace proposal was not quite a peace deal. Instead, it was a wager, a challenge that had to be met before any true peace agreement could be finalized. The proposal was clear-cut: both sides would meet, and they could place anything on the line as a wager: resources, territory, information, so long as the other party accepted it. Likewise, demands could be made as long as something equally valuable was offered in return. Once both sides agreed on what was to be wagered, they would then negotiate the rules of the engagement, how the stakes would be won or lost. After finishing the lengthy document, Aaron paused for a moment, reflecting on the potential benefits and pitfalls. The concept of negotiating via wagers intrigued him, but it was also fraught with uncertainty and risk. Finally, he broke his silence. "I will be negotiating with them personally," Aaron declared with conviction. "But first, have the others gather once they've finished reviewing the proposal. I need to determine if there are specific requests we should make, and the same goes for the AIs." He displayed no signs of hesitation, as the notion of retreating had never even entered his mind. Chapter 752: Negotiating I. We should ensure that, regardless of the outcome, we do not fully join the astral conclave and remain mutually beneficial allies. That way, we retain the freedom to communicate and trade with all civilizations without restrictions, which will allow us to expand as quickly as possible, Yusef reiterated, echoing his earlier stance from when the issue was confined to Zalthar's ship. "Our sovereignty must be maintained, with a strict prohibition on enslaving our citizens as another non-negotiable," Jeremy added. As the Minister of the Interior, his primary concern was the protection of the Empire's people, while Yusef's focus, as an external strategist, was ensuring the Empire's position was safeguarded from the perspective of outside entities. Free trade agreement. On the surface, it might seem like they are the only ones benefiting from this, but it will mark the beginning of their loss of trade dominance in the conclave to the Empire, Nova interjected, fully aware of Aaron's long-term plans. A free trade agreement was the essential crack in the wall that would enable their strategy to unfold. One after another, both the humans and AIs in the room began pitching in ideas, each voicing key points Aaron should consider. He listened carefully, mentally filtering and prioritizing their suggestions, determining which were non-negotiable and which could be compromised based on the situation. Meanwhile, news of the negotiations had been broadcasted to the public, with citizens being encouraged to submit their own suggestions. Any proposal deemed substantive by the AI would be forwarded to the Emperor, adding another layer of input to the situation. The meeting spanned several hours in VR time, during which Aaron fully immersed himself in strategic discussions now that the ceasefire allowed him to log in. Though only half an hour had passed in the real world, he emerged from the session with a well-thought-out list of terms and conditions to be included in the contract. His priorities were clear, and each suggestion had been meticulously weighed for its importance and potential impact on the Empire's future dealings with the Astral Conclave and other civilizations. "When are they ready for the start of the negotiations?" Aaron asked the moment he logged out of VR. "They're ready whenever we are. They're just waiting for us to finish reviewing the information," Nova replied, showing him a display of a ship situated at the center of the two opposing fleets. This vessel would serve as the location for the negotiations and be open for observation by all, as only one representative from each side was allowed to be physically present. The other side didn't choose this setup out of a love for transparency, but because the various powers within their coalition wanted to ensure their interests weren't trampled by their representative. We can't keep them waiting too long then, let's go, Aaron said, eyeing the waiting ship with interest. On it, Nova responded as the massive mana tanker Aaron was aboard creaked silently. A small, sleek vessel detached from the main structure, smoothly navigating toward the center of the former battlefield where the negotiations would take place. That won't do, Liases, the selected representative for all the conclave civilizations present, said the moment Aaron brought up his first condition, remaining independent from the astral conclave. That's why it's called a negotiation, Aaron replied calmly, unfazed by her immediate rejection. Without pausing, he continued reading through the rest of the conditions he wanted included in the agreement, moving at his own pace, showing no sign of backing down on the crucial points. For the next half hour, Aaron methodically listed the conditions he wanted included in the agreement, some of which seemed odd or excessive. Many humans watching the proceedings speculated that he might be intentionally overloading the terms, expecting several to be discarded during the negotiation process. When he finally finished, having recited everything flawlessly from memory, he said calmly, "Now we can move to the actual negotiations," signaling the beginning of the serious bargaining phase. "I'm pretty sure you know we can't just give you anything beneficial without earning something of equal value in return," Liasa said calmly, her tone measured. Yet, many wondered if her calm demeanor was a facade, hiding intentions beneath the surface, much like humans often did. Aaron didn't miss a beat. "I could say the same for your side," he replied with the same steady calmness. "But it seems you've forgotten this isn't a typical agreement, it's a wager. The winner takes the majority of the benefits, and the loser faces the more exploitative terms. As long as I win on our side, all my conditions will be accepted by yours, just as you'll get yours if you win." His response made it clear, he wasn't willing to back down, nor was he going to let his conditions be dismissed so easily. He had laid out his terms with the intention of securing them through victory, not through compromise. "Although that's true, the demands should at least be achievable and reasonable," Liasas responded. "Otherwise, we could have just demanded to turn your race into slaves if we win or forced you to hand over all your mana stones without compensation." Aaron remained unfazed. "That's true, but nothing in my list of demands is unachievable. And saying your side's demands aren't overreaching is an understatement of the millennium. You've got a clause that forces us to sell you mana stones at mining cost if you win, which is essentially the same as enslaving us, except we'd be managing ourselves." He paused briefly before continuing, "If we want to avoid overreaching demands, then both sides need to step back, or we could structure the deal in a way where the benefits scale with the level of victory. A perfect win would give one side maximum advantages. Alternatively, we can make it so each civilization negotiates with us individually, with only the winning civilization getting their demands fulfilled. If they lose, they meet our demands. We're open to either, or a mix of both, since some of our demands require the conclave's full agreement. And those present here have enough votes to make that happen." With this, Aaron laid out his strategic reasoning, justifying his seemingly outlandish demands while offering a more balanced approach to negotiations. Chapter 753 Negotiating 2. "Something's not right," Liasa said in her mind as Aaron spoke about possibly altering the terms of the deal to make it either individualistic or a mixture of both. "Why do you think so?" Zyler, the Zelvora fleet commander, asked, connected to her through the mental network, after sensing her concern. "I'm sure some of their soldiers managed to breach a few of the top 10 civilization ships and encountered some of our strong individuals that wiped out their forces. Yet the man in front of me doesn't seem the least bit concerned about what signing this agreement could mean. And from the speed at which he's negotiating, it's clear he's not just stalling, he genuinely wants to reach an agreement quickly." "It's strange," Liasas responded, sharing her suspicion with the fleet commander. She still didn't know the name or rank of the individual standing before her. He had introduced himself simply as the negotiator, offering no further details before launching into the Empire's list of demands. Zorvas, connected to the conversation through their mental link, pondered her observations. "You think they believe they've found an opportunity here, rather than us trying to exploit them?" he asked. "That's what it seems like," Liasas replied thoughtfully. It's possible they have individuals they believe can handle opponents of our caliber, or at least those they've encountered so far. Keep in mind, they managed to capture Zalthar, who was at Sage level. They might think our level of strength is only at or slightly above that threshold. Her suspicion deepened as she considered the implications. Were they truly underestimating the full power of the Astral Conclave, or did they believe that they had enough power to win? If that's what they're thinking, they're in for a rude awakening, Zorvas said, trying to suppress a chuckle. To him, it felt as if the Empire was like a group of children who had managed to win a fight against someone slightly older than them, and now believed they could challenge fully grown adults. Probe them further. I need enough evidence to convince the others to raise the stakes if this turns out to be true, Zyler ordered, showing no interest in Zorvas's amusement. He was focused on the bigger picture, on ensuring that if the Empire truly was underestimating the Astral Conclave and overestimating themselves, they could push for even greater concessions and rewards. The current deal was already heavily skewed in their favor, but Zyler had no intention of leaving potential gains on the table. Yes, sir, Lyasas replied, ready to dig deeper into the Empire's motivations. As she did, Aaron finally finished his counter-argument, which came with an unexpected counter-proposal. His suggestion was to shift the negotiations from a group-based format to either individual or semi-individual talks. This would create multiple, smaller agreements, each with different levels of privileges and rewards at stake, depending on what the two sides could agree upon for the outcomes of each face-off. Lyasas glanced at Aaron. He's trying to create a framework that allows them to hedge their bets, she thought. But why? Are they trying to minimize risk, or do they believe they can win more by negotiating individually against all of us? What do you mean by individual or semi-individual negotiations? Lyasas asked, both following her commander's orders and keeping the conversation moving forward. Aaron responded calmly, his tone steady, despite the complexity of what he was proposing. Individual negotiations would focus on specific deals that only certain civilizations can provide. For instance, if one civilization specializes in producing a particular resource or technology, we would negotiate directly with them for favorable terms on that specific commodity. A broad, group-wide wager would be counterproductive in such cases, where only one of you can provide a service or item we need. However, he continued, there are other demands, larger ones, that can only be fulfilled by a collective vote in the Conclave's General Assembly. For these, we would need the cooperation of all the members here. This is where semi-individual negotiations come in. The stakes in these cases would be shared because it's the entire Conclave that would need to agree on certain concessions. Instead of dealing with the risk of losing multiple individual votes and ending up without enough support, we package it into a collective deal. So long as we win more than half of the total fights, we secure the necessary votes for those demands, regardless of whether individual civilizations won against us or not. His tone remained measured, almost unnervingly calm, which made it difficult for the observers to gauge his intentions. To the Imperial citizens watching, his composed demeanor seemed out of sync with the high-stakes nature of the discussion, creating an unsettling feeling. Yes, they're completely serious about this and truly believe they can win, Lyasas reported back after Aaron finished explaining his proposal. His confidence, combined with the structured approach he presented, gave her all the evidence Zyler needed to take action. It was clear that the Empire wasn't bluffing, they believed they could win and were playing for significant stakes. Understood, Zyler responded, preparing to gather the other civilizations. Tell him we need to consult with the rest before making any decisions. With that, he expanded the mental network, pulling in representatives from all the other civilizations to discuss whether to accept the shift in negotiation terms and how best to respond. Yes, sir, Lyasas acknowledged, then addressed Aaron. We'll need to pause the negotiations briefly to consult with everyone on our side before we give you a final response to your proposal. Aaron, completely unfazed, responded, take your time. The sooner we establish the basic rules of the agreement, the smoother the rest of this process will be. Without further words, Aaron simply closed his eyes, signaling that he was content to wait while they deliberated. His calm demeanor and patience suggested he had prepared for such delays. Mirroring his behavior, Lyasa closed her eyes as well, focusing her attention on the mental network where the meeting was already in motion. As the representative for all the civilizations present, she needed to be there to understand their intentions, to be able to not only facilitate the conversation but also to shield the more hot-headed races from causing any incidents when the negotiations resumed. Some of the civilizations, with their volatile tempers, might inadvertently breach the ceasefire if left to negotiate directly, bringing devastating consequences upon themselves. She acted as their buffer, ensuring the negotiations stayed within the bounds of diplomacy. Chapter 754 Negotiating 3. I like them for their boldness and straightforwardness, and I'll respect them if they can back it up, a ex-Orvac representative remarked during the meeting, openly expressing his thoughts without restraint. Whether it was a feeling of admiration or disgust, the ex-Orvac never hid their true feelings. This attitude stemmed from the immense power they possessed, allowing them to speak the truth without fear of consequences. As one of the strongest races in the conclave, they saw no need for deception, earning them a reputation for being brutally honest. When the rest of the room heard his words, surprised would have been an understatement. Earning the respect of a ex-Orvac was as difficult as turning mana into mist form. They only respected those they deemed their equals, making it nearly impossible for most members of the conclave to even dream of such recognition. Though he stated that respect would only come if they proved themselves, the very declaration was significant. It meant he was willing to give them the chance. This, in turn, implied that the ex-Orvac would cooperate with the process, setting aside their usual unpredictable disruptions. It would make the negotiations on the ex-Orvac side smoother than anyone could have anticipated. Their suggestion is quite tempting, and it appears to have no negative consequences for us. It allows races unsure about sending a representative the option to abstain, while those capable of sending a contestant have the opportunity to earn more, albeit with the risk of losing more if their contestant fails, a high-ranking member of the Shadari civilization remarked, reigniting the conversation that had stalled after the ex-Orvac's bold declaration. That's true. They've even considered our position, ensuring that other civilizations can't simply ride on our coattails when their subpar fighters inevitably lose, a Valtharan added, disdain evident in his tone for the lower-level civilizations that seemed intent on doing just that. They had been planning to advocate for a singular joint agreement, which would allow them to benefit regardless of their performance, but it seems like they have been caught and stopped before they could even start their campaign against it. Ignoring the glares directed at him, he continued, "It's quite a shame that it was them who proposed this, as it will be a regret their race carries for generations." His excitement was palpable, as he anticipated the upcoming face-off. This was a golden opportunity presented to them by the enemy, an occasion to redeem the honor they had tarnished when they momentarily faltered at the sight of black holes that actually scared them. They had no intention of playing it safe. They planned to send their strongest fighters, not only to secure victory but also to humiliate their adversaries, ensuring they would never again dare to lift their heads in their presence. As the discussions progressed, representatives from various civilizations began chiming in, expressing their intentions, some gleefully gloating while others remained quiet, wary of attracting the ire of the top 10, who were not in the best of moods. Although they masked it well, the top 10 were still simmering with anger, viewing the upcoming fight as an opportunity to vent their frustrations. They sought to justify their forced participation in negotiations with a civilization that held only a single star system, while they themselves controlled vastly more territory. They were not Valtharans, but they still took pride in their positions, and that pride had been bruised by a backwater civilization they believed they could easily crush. Previously, their thoughts had been consumed with how to deal with other members of the conclave who had come to this location, but now their focus had to be shifted to the unexpected challenge posed by this lesser civilization. With that, the basic agreement for those who are not sending representatives has been finalized and will be presented to the other side for their approval or renegotiation, Zyler declared, signaling the conclusion of that discussion. The basic agreement was more of a foundation than a comprehensive deal. While it offered some benefits, it was hardly different from a negotiation between equals. It included provisions allowing them to purchase mana stones at sellers' prices and ensured they couldn't be barred from buying them, along with other fundamental rights. This setup was designed to ensure that those who sent fighters could gain additional privileges beyond the basic terms. However, it wasn't just about benefits. The agreement also contained clauses mandating that they vote in favor of the empire if it emerged victorious, particularly when the empire's demands in the agreement required the conclave's overall approval. Many viewed this as a mere formality, as for the empire to secure a win, it would first have to overcome the top 10 civilizations' fighters, each formidable in their own right. So, how many of you will be sending fighters? Zyler inquired a few moments later. When the time came to make the decision, only 23 representatives raised their hands, indicating their willingness to risk sending a fighter in exchange for a more favorable deal if they won, and accepting the potential losses if they didn't. The number of civilizations willing to send fighters was small, a result of either their strongest individuals being lost in the initial attack or the significant damage inflicted upon them by the relentless imperial breaching forces. The risk of further losses was deemed too great, leading many to not risk it at all. Those who are not sending fighters, please leave, Zyler instructed. After a brief pause, the representatives of the remaining civilizations exited, leaving only the representatives of the 23 civilizations behind. Please state your demands, Lyasas requested. I will relay them to their representative, who will either accept them and propose their own in return, marking the finalization of the deal, or deny some of them. In that case, I will serve as a direct link, delivering your intentions and responses during the negotiations between both sides until we reach a compromised agreement. Keep in mind that the format of the fight has not been finalized yet. This means you might be limited to a single fighter, or there could be no restrictions at all, depending on the agreement that will be made jointly with the other side after they complete their individual agreements with each of you. With that, she took over the proceedings, ready to listen to everything they had to say in order to later facilitate the negotiations with the negotiator from the opposing side. Chapter 755 Negotiating 4. Aaron could be seen reviewing the new basic agreement proposed by the conclave with little to no change of expression. We accept it, he said, once he finished going through it, not bothering to suggest any modifications. It's good that we can agree on something, Lyasas said, her tone calm but unsurprised by Aaron's acceptance. The basic agreement, after all, favored the empire more than the conclave forces, who had little choice but to comply. Despite the conclave's united front, its members remained highly individualistic, and the stronger civilizations needed a justification for risking the lives of their best fighters. Their rationale was simple: the greater the risk, the greater the reward. As a result, the weaker civilizations, barely holding on after suffering significant losses, were left with a smaller share of benefits. With no leverage to challenge this, they were forced to accept whatever was handed to them, their situation evident as they clung to the last threads of benefits. What truly surprised Lyasas, however, was Aaron's apparent authority to make decisions for the entire empire on his own, without consulting anyone. In contrast, she had to constantly relay information back to the mental network and wait for collective input before she could make even minor decisions on the agreements. It felt strange to her that a civilization as advanced as his would place so much power in the hands of the negotiator. Even more puzzling was the fact that their empire seemed to lack any apparent mental abilities that would have made sense of the behavior shown by the negotiator. As far as she could tell, there were no signs of telepathy, shared consciousness, or any form of mental linkage, only minds that were well protected, at least to the limit of the basics they tested, which was done to only one individual and it failed. What we want in exchange for agreeing to this basic agreement if we win, Aaron began, is to remain outside the conclave as independent allies, while also establishing a free trade agreement with no tariffs or blockades imposed against us. He presented the demand as part of the empire's terms for the basic agreement, which required all the civilizations present to vote in favor during the conclave's General Assembly for it to pass. Aaron understood that he couldn't ask for anything too excessive at this stage, especially since the other side had used their portion of the basic agreement to reduce the benefits for the weaker members. So, he opted to keep things balanced, returning the favor in kind. His real focus was on the more significant individual agreements, where the true negotiations would happen. There, he could secure the substantial benefits he was after, without wasting time on trivial matters in the broader group discussions. For now, the simple demand of maintaining independence while securing a free trade deal was more than enough. Aaron's proposal was swiftly relayed to each civilization's leadership for approval, as the demands would require long-term commitment from their governments, meaning the real leaders needed to agree to them and not the current representatives. The discussion moved quickly, and as expected, the members agreed that, should the Terran Empire win the contest with the specified majority, the basic demands would be granted. The leadership saw little risk in the proposal even if the impossible happened and they lost. Thanks to the free trade agreement, they could flood the empire with cheaper products than the empire itself could produce, crushing the empire's economy before it could even grow and cause problems. Your demands have been agreed to by unanimous vote and will be fulfilled, should the conditions be met, Lyasa stated, delivering the news with a hint of confusion. She couldn't understand why their demands were so modest when they could have pushed for far more, considering how much the other side desired access to mana stones. In her mind, the conclave would have accepted their demands even if they were more egregious, as they were confident their fighters wouldn't lose even by a single match. The deal seemed safe for them, and the more lenient terms only solidified their belief that they wouldn't have to honor any of the more extreme concessions. Aaron briefly smiled upon hearing her response before his face returned to its usual calm expression. He was fully aware that many on both sides, within the conclave and the Terran Empire, were likely questioning his approach, thinking he had made a blunder by not demanding more from the negotiations. Nova, observing the reactions of the Terran citizens, noticed that many of them believed they were losing out on the agreement. With a soft chuckle, she remarked, "It seems you've all forgotten that we don't even have mana stones. If we lose, we have nothing to lose at all. We simply won't produce any mana stones, as the agreement only specifies the selling of mined mana stones. Anything beyond that isn't enforceable by the terms. We really should thank Zalthar for doing the hard work of lying for us, and them for believing that false information," she said, shaking her head slightly. After her brief comment, Nova fell silent again, resuming her observation of the negotiations while her various instances continued other tasks. She kept Aaron company and remained the essential communication link between him and the council, efficiently managing her roles without missing a beat. "Now, let's proceed to the individual agreements," she stated as she transmitted the information to the negotiator. "Everything they require from your side is included in that document. Take a look and decide what you want in return. If there's anything you wish to negotiate further, we can handle that as well." Aaron immediately delved into the details, reviewing the demands from the 23 civilizations that were preparing to send their fighters for the upcoming face-off. Some of the civilizations' demands were quite reasonable, such as requests for permanent percentage discounts on mana stones. However, others were audacious. The top 10 civilizations and a few others sought full access to the knowledge of how to produce black hole bombs, alongside the ability to purchase mana stones at production price. Additionally, they wanted a share of the profits generated from selling mana stones to other civilizations, insisting they would also determine who the Empire could sell to and impose maximum quantities over specific periods. They halted their demands at this point, fully aware that pushing for anything more would likely lead the Empire to reject the agreement outright, potentially opting to continue the war or even destroy their star system if they sensed a significant threat. They believed their exaggerated requests would serve as a starting point for negotiations, allowing room for adjustments while still aiming to secure more favorable terms than they would typically receive. "We will accept the Exorvax demands if they agree to provide us with the body or bodies of their defeated fighters, their knowledge of their racial abilities, and a single ticket to challenge their leader at any time," he stated, pausing momentarily after listing his counterdemands, making no effort to negotiate from their side. As he laid out his terms, Lyasas froze, nearly experiencing a brain aneurysm from the shock. The overwhelming surprise coursed through the network, dissipating much of the potential impact she could have felt. Chapter 756 Negotiating v. Aaron paid no mind to Lyasas's astonished expression. After a moment of silence, he seized the opportunity to further outline his expectations from the other civilizations. "We will accept the Trinarians' demands if they agree to provide us with their knowledge of spatial manipulation, their latest wormhole technology, and the body or bodies and equipment of their defeated Trinarian fighters. We will agree to the Valtharians' demands if they agree to share their expertise in crafting and forging honor blades, the process of initiating a soul imprint, access to something akin to the Pride Nexus, and the body or bodies and equipment of their defeated Valtharan fighters. We will accept the Shadari's demands if they agree to grant us their knowledge of stealth, allow us to purchase their star system-specific minerals at a 20% markup from the mining price, and provide the body and equipment of their defeated Shadari fighter or fighters. We will agree to the Galvanith's demands if they provide us with knowledge about the symbiosis process, bonding techniques, and the body and equipment of their defeated Galvanith fighter or fighters. We will accept the Zelvora's demands if they grant us their understanding of mental abilities and the body or bodies and equipment of their defeated Zelvora fighters. We will agree to the Erythians' demands if they provide us with their knowledge in bioengineering and the body or bodies and equipment of their defeated fighters. We will accept the Symmetra's demands if they agree to share their knowledge of void energy, the crafting of weapons and living weapons, and the body or bodies and equipment of their defeated fighters. We will agree to the Alara's demands if they provide us with their knowledge of magic and body enhancement, along with the body or bodies and equipment of their defeated fighters. We will accept the Farron demands if they share their expertise in magic engineering and the body or bodies and equipment of their defeated fighters. We will agree to the Ural Coalition's demands if they provide us with their knowledge of production technology, their war records, and the body or bodies and equipment of their defeated fighters. In the same systematic manner, Aaron continued to enumerate his terms, each acceptance contingent upon the other side providing their specialized knowledge and the bodies of their fallen fighters. When Aaron finished listing his counter-demands from all 23 civilizations, an eerie silence fell over the assembly. Both those involved in the negotiations and the observers watching the proceedings were taken aback, left speechless by the audacity of the Terran Empire's negotiator. He had directly targeted the most coveted technologies that had elevated these civilizations to their esteemed status within the Conclave, demanding access to knowledge that had been closely guarded and cultivated over countless generations. However, as the initial shock wore off, many began to reassess the situation. While Aaron's demands might seem brazen, they paled in comparison to the aggressive terms put forth by the other side. Moreover, his requests were narrowly focused on the specific abilities and technologies that the top civilizations wielded, often tied to their unique racial traits. For most of these civilizations, the knowledge would be nearly useless to the Empire, as they lacked the innate abilities to fully utilize it. During the silence, Aaron remained patient, allowing the weight of his demands to settle in. A few minutes ago. A moment after Liasas conveyed their individual demands, the representative who had initially proposed those terms observed Aaron with keen curiosity. They were eager to see how the Terran Empire's negotiator would respond. Would he dismiss their requests and attempt to renegotiate, or was he so blinded by confidence that he would accept their demands outright? Their minds raced with possibilities. In addition to the content of his response, they were also keenly interested in his emotional reactions. These would reveal the level of assurance he held regarding the Empire's position. However, to their surprise, they were met with the same calm expression Aaron had maintained throughout the negotiations. We will agree with the Exorvac's demands. The beginning of Aaron's sentence caught everyone off guard. Not only was he quickly outlining his own demands, but he also implied that if their side's terms were accepted, the Empire would accept the individual demands from the Conclave forces without any negotiation. The shock in the room intensified when he articulated the specifics of those demands, leaving the representatives staring at the Exorvac's envoy with pale expressions. To say their demands were overreaching would have been a colossal understatement. The Exorvac representative erupted into laughter upon hearing the Empire's demands, a sound filled with amusement. Did he not understand the demands, or has he lost his mind out of anger? Nearly everyone in the mental network wondered, their minds racing. They were certain that one particular clause in the Empire's terms, the ticket to challenge the Exorvac leader, would ignite fury in any Exorvac. If the impossible were to happen and the Empire were to win and had their demands enforced, they could use the ticket to challenge the leader for a fight. A victory in that battle would mean gaining control over the entire civilization, holding power until another challenger arose. Given the audacity of that demand alone, many believed that the Empire was pushing for the impossible, a mere protest against the overly harsh terms proposed by the Conclave. This was a strategic move, they thought, designed to allow for negotiations where the empire could later retract some of their demands, showcasing their willingness to compromise in exchange for a reduction in the severity of the conclave's demands. Recognizing the cleverness of the empire's move, they all felt a sense of respect for the strategy employed. However, before they could fully explore this line of thought, the laughter from the ex-Orvac representative finally subsided. With a serious tone, he declared, "Sure, we agree to their demands. If they can defeat our challenger, then they would have earned that right anyway. However, if they prove disappointing, they will pay for speaking the leader's name." His demeanor had shifted dramatically. The casual attitude he had previously displayed was replaced with a grave seriousness. The implications were clear. He had only accepted this after receiving permission from their leader, signaling that the ex-Orvacs were now fully aware of the stakes and prepared to back their words with conviction. "They are fucked," everyone thought in unison, their surprise at the ex-Orvac's response palpable. Before they could fully process the implications of that declaration, Aaron resumed listing his demands, moving on to the Valtherans and addressing one civilization after another. This time, a wave of unbelievability swept through the room as gasps escaped the lips of the representatives. The imperial negotiator seemed determined to catch everyone off guard again, provoking an endless cycle of shock. It felt as if he were deliberately pushing the boundaries to incite anger and turn potential allies into enemies. If that was indeed Aaron's intention, it appeared to be working. Everyone who heard the demands from their civilization began to simmer with anger. They felt as though they were being looked down upon, their pride wounded by the audacity of the Terran Empire's negotiator. Chapter 757 Negotiating 6. While surprise and anger roiled through the room, Aaron remained oblivious, as none of it had been conveyed to him by Lyasas. She found herself at a loss, uncertain how to proceed. The moment he presented his demands, the mental network had descended into chaos, leaving her grappling with the turmoil unfolding within it. The scene within the mental network was a stark contrast to Aaron's calm demeanor. Anger boiled over, with most participants venting their frustrations freely, no longer holding back. However, three groups remained conspicuously silent amid the uproar. The ex-Orvacs were quiet, having already accepted the Empire's audacious demands. The Valtherans, bound by their unyielding pride, refused to stoop to complaints, maintaining a dignified silence. Lastly, the Zelvora stayed composed, both due to their mental discipline and because, in the broader context of demands, what had been asked of them was relatively insignificant. Much of their racial abilities were public knowledge, limiting the risk of exploitation. If the Empire's intention was to sell the gathered information, as many feared, the Zelvora knew they could easily safeguard against that by including restrictions in their agreement. After what felt like an eternity to the silent civilizations, the rest gradually calmed down, their anger dissipating after venting their frustrations. "Just like the ex-Orvac, we will be accepting their deal with one modification: the shared knowledge will remain exclusive to the Terran Empire, restricted solely to their use," Xyler, the commander of the Zelvora fleet, announced. His composed tone carried the weight of a decision already made. He had contacted his leadership back home and received clearance to proceed as he deemed appropriate. The Valtherans, unwilling to be outdone or risk appearing fearful by proposing changes to the deal, swiftly declared their acceptance. "We agree to the terms as well, with the addition of the same condition: all shared knowledge must remain strictly confidential and for the Terran Empire's use only," their representative stated with unwavering pride, ensuring their stance aligned with the others without appearing weak. With the acceptance from the Valtherans and Zelvora, the number of civilizations agreeing to the audacious terms rose to 3. The room once again plunged into silence, heavy with tension, as the remaining representatives continued their discussions with their leadership back in the conclave. After about an hour of silence in the mental network, the representative of the Ral coalition finally broke the tension. "We will accept their deal if they include their ship technology in the list of our demands, considering they are asking for something of similar magnitude from us." It was the first instance where a representative did not fully agree to the Terran Empire's demands, instead proposing a counter-condition to balance the scales. The Symmetra followed soon after, agreeing to the terms without even requesting secrecy. They had no reason to guard their knowledge, as accessing void energy and mastering the forging techniques required a unique combination of racial abilities. These abilities, shaped by the distinct conditions of their star system, were nearly impossible to replicate elsewhere. To them, sharing their knowledge was equivalent to handing over a nuclear schematic written in an unknown language useless to anyone without the necessary background or context. One by one, the remaining civilizations began voicing their acceptance of the Terran Empire's proposals, though many attached conditions or suggested limitations on the knowledge they were to provide. This approach was especially common among the smaller civilizations, which were more cautious. Unlike the top 10, who exuded near certainty in their victory, these smaller powers couldn't afford the same level of confidence. Protecting their interests, no matter how unlikely it seemed that they might lose, was a priority for them. By the end of the negotiations, only two civilizations remained silent, the Shadari and the Trinarians. As masters of stealth and spatial manipulation, respectively, their technologies remained some of the greatest mysteries in the conclave. Their hesitation drew attention, as the knowledge they guarded was highly coveted, yet their silence hinted at deeper calculations regarding the risks involved. All eyes turned to them, waiting for the final verdict from the two enigmatic powers. Although the Trinarians were confident in their fighters, nearly as fearsome in close combat as a Exorvac Royal, they were still reluctant to risk their technology. Unlike other civilizations' unique abilities, which were often limited by racial traits, the Trinarians' spatial technology was different. It was one of the rare systems that could, theoretically, be utilized by anyone with the right resources. The only reason the Trinarians had maintained a monopoly was their natural affinity for spatial manipulation and highly specialized mental architecture, skewed toward performing feats no other species could easily replicate. However, the danger lay in the possibility of the knowledge falling into the hands of someone capable of replicating their abilities or, worse, developing artificial workarounds, something the Trinarians themselves excelled at, as seen in their wormhole technology. Although they had created simplified versions of the technology for other civilizations, distributed under strict mana-bound oaths. This would effectively strip them of the leverage they held over others, potentially birthing a rival force capable of threatening their position. For the Trinarians, even entertaining the remote possibility of creating a competitor was unacceptable. Regardless of how unlikely defeat seemed, they had no intention of letting such knowledge leave their grasp. As for the Shadari, they were among the most anxious members of the top 10 civilizations, though they masked it well. Their concern might seem excessive, but while the other top members estimated the Terran Empire's chances of victory at 0.2%, the Shadari placed theirs at a precarious 1%, an alarmingly high risk given their renowned abilities. The root of their anxiety stemmed from the Empire's remarkable advancements in stealth technology, which had successfully eluded even the Shadari sensors, renowned for their unparalleled effectiveness. While the Empire's demonstrated stealth capabilities were primarily associated with large machines and not attributed to any individual within the breaching forces, a lingering concern persisted: the possibility that the Empire might harbor an individual with exceptional stealth abilities. If such an individual were to be utilized strategically, it could jeopardize the Shadari's chances of victory. Moreover, the risk of the Empire gaining access to their own knowledge of stealth posed an even greater threat. Such knowledge, when combined with the Empire's existing technology, could very well topple the Shadari from their long-standing position as masters of stealth. This potential loss of their competitive edge weighed heavily on their minds, creating an atmosphere of unease that they struggled to conceal. If members of the conclave had overheard their concerns, they would have laughed them to death, viewing it as a giant fretting over the threat posed by an ant. The idea of such a powerful civilization being anxious about an insignificant competitor would seem absurd, as it appeared the giants were scrambling to find ways to avoid an unlikely downfall at the hands of a much smaller foe. What held back these two civilizations, along with all others who had already accepted or proposed changes to the deal, from outright flipping the table was the prospect on the other side of the scale: mana stone and black hole bomb technologies. These advancements promised unimaginable riches and weapons of mass destruction, ensuring that if they won, a result almost certainly guaranteed, they would gain an overwhelming advantage that could make any civilization think twice before engaging them in battle. Chapter 758, Negotiating 7. After about 7 hours, Lyasas finally opened her eyes and began speaking. The XOR-VAC have agreed to all of your demands. However, they added that if you fail to back up your arrogance, you will pay the price for daring to invoke their leader's name without the strength to justify it, she said as soon as she noticed Aaron was already listening to her. We don't have a problem with that. What about the others? Aaron responded without hesitation, his voice steady and decisive. A smile crept across his face, one he didn't bother hiding, making his satisfaction unmistakably clear. As for the others, your demands can be agreed upon, but many require additional clauses and modifications, Liasas repeated, pausing to gauge Aaron's reaction. Let's hear what their modification demands are and see if we can accommodate them, Aaron responded calmly, his tone steady. He wasn't rushing the discussion, knowing that every detail had to be considered before deciding. The Valthorans, Liasas began, request that their knowledge must not be sold or revealed to any other civilization without their permission. She continued systematically, listing each group's demands. Some wanted to offer outdated knowledge, reasoning that it would still hold value while safeguarding their most recent advances. Others demanded stricter conditions regarding how the knowledge could be used, limiting its scope to specific fields or forbidding certain applications entirely. Aaron remained silent, mentally noting every condition, assessing whether each demand was feasible or whether he would need to push back. His expression stayed calm, betraying none of the calculations going on behind his eyes. Liasas worked her way through the list, starting with the simplest modifications and moving toward the more complicated requests, ensuring nothing was overlooked. The top 10 civilizations didn't demand many modifications. The Shadari and Trinarians only requested permission to provide limited knowledge, while the rest merely insisted on a clause prohibiting the Empire from selling or sharing their knowledge with others. The XOR-VAC were the only exception, agreeing to the terms without any modifications. In contrast, the civilizations just below the top 10 pushed for significant changes. Since many of their advancements weren't safeguarded by unique racial abilities, some requested the Empire to demand something else entirely, while others outright rejected the original demands. However, none of the civilizations raised objections to the Empire's demand to claim the bodies of fallen enemies if they won the fight. Those who wish to include a clause preventing us from selling or sharing their knowledge without permission will have that request honored, Aaron began, his tone steady but unyielding. However, that clause will be mutual, neither will they be allowed to sell or share our knowledge without our express consent. He continued, his voice growing firmer. As for those offering outdated knowledge, we will accept it, but only under the condition that the black hole technology they receive will match the same generation as the knowledge they provide. Additionally, they will forfeit all special privileges tied to the mana stones, no mining price deals, no profit sharing, and no authority to control who or how much we sell to. Fair is fair. If we are expected to offer the best of our technology upon defeat, they cannot expect us to settle for anything less than the best from them. Aaron's gaze sharpened as he addressed the final group. For those who outright refuse our demands, we hereby revoke our acceptance of theirs. They must return to the negotiation table with new terms before we even consider another counteroffer. The scales must be balanced, or at least close, for any agreement to be reached. Otherwise, we will simply decline their terms until the ceasefire ends and the fighting resumes. His voice carried a dangerous edge now, a deliberate weight meant to drive the message home. If they're unwilling to risk what we ask, then they should consider the baseline agreement the others accepted. It seems their reluctance suggests they are unsure of their chances against us, which is understandable. Accepting the basic deal will reduce the number of competitors to those confident enough to stake something of true value and those prepared to fight, not cling to half measures. Aaron leaned back slightly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he added with subtle contempt, this way, those unwilling to risk their core knowledge can still benefit from the deal if their side wins. And I'm certain the hundreds of billions across the conclave and the Empire watching this right now will appreciate knowing exactly who stands ready to compete and who does not. Liasas, catching on to Aaron's strategy, looked at him in disbelief. She hadn't expected him to resort to such a bold and calculated provocation, yet she couldn't help but admire how effective it was. Without missing a beat, she turned her gaze toward his after receiving a response from the mental network, her expression calm but laced with subtle intrigue as she said, "The civilizations that requested the clause preventing their knowledge from being sold or shared without their permission have agreed to your counterproposal." Her voice measured. "What about the rest?" Aaron asked, his tone steady but expectant. Lyasas didn't respond immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes, signaling that she was listening intently to the incoming replies from the other factions. Only after gathering their responses would she be able to provide him with an answer. After about 30 minutes of silence, Lyasas finally opened her eyes. 8 of the members have chosen to withdraw their demands and will be opting for the basic agreement, she said calmly. The rest have agreed to your terms, including the mutual clause requiring permission to sell or share information with other civilizations. Her tone remained as steady as ever, but there was a subtle hint of disappointment in her expression. It looked like she had hoped for a different outcome. It looked like the Empire had gained the upper hand by leveraging the prestige and respect the civilizations needed to uphold in the eyes of their peers, a clever move that ensured they wouldn't compromise their soft power in the long run. But Aaron recognized that her expression was merely a facade. With those 8 withdrawals, it had become impossible for the Empire to secure a majority by defeating only the 12th to 23rd ranked competitors, even if they lost all their battles against the top 10. The count had now dwindled from 23 to 15, and the top 10 civilizations effectively included 11 members, with the Alara and Farron tied for the 10th position. It was a smart move from the conclave. Not only that, but they had also promised the 8 who withdrew from the normal agreement that they would buy the mana stones at mining price from the Empire and sell them to the 8 at the same price after they won. This was a significant incentive for their withdrawal, as it allowed them to reap the rewards of victory without having to fight at all. As for the other 4 who chose not to withdraw, even in light of these conditions, they were equally confident in their chances of winning the fight. This meant they would also benefit from purchasing mana stones at mining price while simultaneously gaining access to the black hole technology. Aaron just smiled and said, "We accept. Let's proceed to sign the agreements before discussing the format of the face-off and the conditions under which it will take place." Chapter 759 Negotiating 8. The agreement was signed swiftly, as all protections and potential exploitations had already been settled before the main demands were presented. The swearing of the mana oath and the signing of the mana contract were completed within an hour of reaching the agreement. This quick resolution led them directly to the next phase, determining the format of the fight and defining what constituted a majority win. "How are these fights conducted in the conclave?" Aaron inquired of Lyasas. "It typically involves 2 individuals battling to the death or until one side concedes defeat. While there are usually some restrictions on the weapons each side can use, there are no limitations on an individual's abilities. These fights are generally held on land, and I doubt you'll allow us to enter the star system for these confrontations," she explained, noting that this format was primarily practiced by the Vlatherans and the Exorvac, though others occasionally engaged in similar fights, as permitted by conclave rules, provided certain conditions were met. No one will be entering the star system until this situation is resolved," he replied matter-of-factly before asking, "But is it truly necessary for these fights to occur on a planet?" "What do you mean?" "The fights need to be face-to-face and are usually conducted on a planet. They could be held on a moon or a large space station with an atmosphere, but our sensors haven't detected any such locations in the area," Lyasas responded, still trying to discern if he was hinting at something she wasn't grasping. "Are there hidden locations here?" "We could repurpose a 100-kilometer-wide asteroid, cover it with a shield, install a gravity generator, and fill it with mana to create an atmosphere. That should suffice as a battleground where no one has an unfair advantage, right?" he proposed earnestly. Lyasas almost felt her eyes pop out upon hearing Aaron's proposal. While the technical aspects of repurposing an asteroid were manageable, many members of the conclave could achieve it at varying speeds. The idea of filling such a large space with mana was staggering. Doing so without any specific purpose was the equivalent of setting an enormous fortune on fire. It would require about a quarter of the mana needed to activate wormhole technology, meaning the endeavor could cripple an economy of a lower conclave member. You do realize how prohibitively expensive it is to fill an area that size with enough mana for combat, right? Are you suggesting that you will be the ones providing the mana? She asked, her tone edged with disbelief. She knew mana was abundant in this star system, but seeing them act as if it was something normal was something she was yet to get used to. Yes, we will provide the mana, the negotiator responded smoothly, but in return, the gravity on the battlefield must be set to 1G. All other preparations will be done collaboratively to prevent tampering. We can agree to that, Lyasa said immediately, eager to avoid delays that might shift the burden of providing mana onto their side. Now that we've settled the fighting ground, let's move on to the fighters. Will each civilization send only one representative, or are multiple fighters allowed? Aaron asked, his tone steady. The more fighters each civilization sends, the more complicated the situation becomes, Lyasa explained. It would also force your side to field additional participants, which would be unfair given the numerical advantage we have. Therefore, we suggest that each civilization sends only their strongest individual. However, your side will be allowed to bring more than one fighter up to the total number of ours to even the odds. What exactly does up to the total number of your contenders mean? Aaron asked, seeking clarification. Lyasa replied smoothly, it means if you have a strong enough individual, they can fight in multiple matches, provided they are capable of continuing. Since our side will send only the strongest from each civilization, it's only fair that your strongest fighter can compete more than once if needed. However, there will be no extended breaks between fights, so you'll have to factor that in. Her tone remained polite, but the subtle implication was clear. They doubted the Empire had enough strong fighters, and this clause was more a dismissal than a favor. Aaron's smile widened, reading between the lines. He knew this wasn't a concession but a reflection of the Conclave's arrogance. They believed the Empire lacked sufficient strength to pose a threat. We accept and thank you for your consideration, he replied smoothly, his tone gracious but inwardly pleased. Their assumptions only made his task easier. Then the majority will be determined by whichever side wins 8 fights, Lyasa declared confidently. We agree to that, Aaron responded calmly, noting her satisfied smile as if victory was already secured. Now, let's move on to what will be allowed and what will be banned, Lyasa continued, producing a detailed list of prohibited items. The negotiator took the document to review, knowing that anything permitted for one side would also be available to the other. They began negotiating, clarifying specific items, and discussing whether certain weapons or tactics should remain on the list. However, it quickly became apparent that this process could take far too long. To expedite matters, both sides agreed to let their respective AIs handle the finer details, ensuring the rules were balanced and the fights would emphasize individual strength, regardless of how that strength was attained. It took a few days to finalize the document outlining the banned and allowed items. Both sides also reached an agreement on who would act as the referee, which was a critical role in the fight, and they were going to entrust that responsibility to an AI. The AI would monitor the arena, ensuring strict adherence to the rules and detecting any attempts to breach them. Its joint development would take place over the 1 month allocated for constructing the arena. Once the terms were settled, both sides signed the agreement, marking the beginning of the final phase of the conflict. The countdown to the decisive showdown had officially begun. Chapter 760 – The Construction. With the agreement signed, construction of the arena began, creating a surreal and contradictory scene. Civilizations that were still officially at war found themselves working side by side on a shared project, while other sections of their fleet stood idle, maintaining a tense standby posture in case one side gave in to the temptation to strike. The Mana Oath and Runic Contract ensured compliance, but they were not preemptive barriers, they only enforced punishment after a violation occurred, not for the intent. Although the penalties for breaking the agreement were severe, the potential destruction that could be unleashed in the moments before those consequences took effect was something neither side could afford to ignore. As a result, both sides remained cautious, prepared for any sudden betrayal. The selection of the asteroid was completed swiftly, and it was soon pulled from the remnants of its disrupted orbit, a casualty of the black hole bomb that had marked the war's violent beginning. The asteroid was maneuvered carefully and stationed at the midpoint between the two warring factions, becoming the neutral ground where everything would soon be decided. Construction machines from both sides descended upon the asteroid, each faction contributing their most advanced capabilities to the effort. As the machines worked, the massive rock began to transform, and those watching the live broadcast could hardly believe what they were seeing. Bit by bit, the asteroid was reshaped into an enormous coliseum. Anyone familiar with history, whether through ancient texts or modern cinema, would recognize the familiar architecture emerging from the rubble, a circular battleground designed for combat, but on a scale never before witnessed. The arena's combat zone spanned over 80 kilometers in diameter, giving fighters an unprecedented amount of space. Reinforcements were being meticulously installed, layers of physical barriers, mana-infused shields, and gravitational stabilizers to ensure the structure could withstand the devastating attacks that were sure to unfold. The colossal dimensions of the arena served not just to impress but to silence any potential complaints. No fighter could argue they were constrained or unable to unleash their full strength. This wasn't just war, it was a spectacle. The fight needed to be an ultimate showcase of power, a stage where neither side could claim disadvantage. In war, being placed at a disadvantage was simply part of the game, but here, the rules demanded that all participants have the freedom to give everything they had without holding back. The message was clear: there would be no excuses, only victory or defeat. Aaron had finally allowed himself a moment of rest, retreating into sleep, a luxury he hadn't indulged in for much of the war. Yet, even as his body rested, his mind remained active. Logged into VR, he was deep in conversation with Nova, who was currently presenting a product briefing in her usual efficient style. "We've developed multiple methods to produce mana stones, with each process yielding stones of varying quality and mana density," Nova explained during the presentation. She used the word "we" deliberately, after all, as the lead moderator of Lab City, which remained Aaron's personal research hub, she held a stake in every breakthrough. This allowed her to claim partial credit for the development of the product alongside him. "What's the difference between them?" Aaron asked as he examined the images of the mana stones produced by different methods. The stones varied in color and tone, some shared the same hue but differed in saturation, with some looking pale while others appeared deeper in color. Although the subtle variations hinted at differences in quality and value, Aaron was still determining which were superior. Although directly compressing mana into a solid form gave us the purest version of mana stones, they would instantly dissipate without insulation, just like liquid mana when exposed to the open air, Nova explained. To maintain stability, we had to introduce bonding agents to hold the mana together in a solid state. Depending on the bonding method used, the amount of mana each stone retains varies, with paler colored stones holding less mana. Aaron paused, considering how to use this information effectively. Since we're maintaining Zalthar's facade that these stones are mined, offering varying qualities makes sense. It allows us to position the purest stones as premium, driving up demand and creating competition among buyers even though the production cost is roughly the same for all grades. He smirked, already envisioning auctions where nations would fight over the highest quality stones. "Exactly," Nova replied smoothly, having anticipated his strategy. "With different bonding techniques, we can produce any range of qualities you need." "So, which type are we sending to fill the Colosseum?" Nova asked, shifting the focus back to the purpose of the presentation. "The lowest quality ones," Aaron answered decisively. "They'll serve as the most common product in the market, setting the baseline price for the other grades. It makes sense to introduce them early, and flooding the Colosseum with these will also subtly reinforce their value as standard." Getting to work, Nova acknowledged without hesitation. Almost immediately, several mana-capable atomic printers whirred to life, initiating the rapid production of the low-grade mana stones. With precision and efficiency, the machines began assembling the stones, ready to fulfill their purpose in both the arena and the market. In just under 2 weeks, the Colosseum neared completion when a massive cargo ship appeared in the area, arriving from the solar system. The ship was loaded with an enormous number of containers, and without delay, it maneuvered toward the arena, easily going through the already up and active shield surrounding the area, before it began to release a torrential downpour of mana stones into the fighting ground. Members of the conclave, watching the spectacle unfold, could hardly contain their envy as they witnessed the Empire casually dumping nearly an entire low-level civilization's economy worth of mana stones as if they were mere trash. As the mana stones met the ground in the open atmosphere, they immediately began to evaporate, slowly but significantly increasing the ambient mana in the arena. What remained behind were heaps of ash, the remnants of the bonds that had held the mana within the stones. Chapter 761 Announcement of the Participants. By the third week, the construction of the Colosseum was finally completed, and the remainder of the week was devoted entirely to testing to ensure everything met the necessary standards. Both sides pushed every available system to its limits, stress testing the arena's components, shielding, and environmental controls. This wasn't just about verifying functionality, it was also a matter of trust or the lack thereof. Both sides were highly suspicious of one another, meticulously scanning for any hidden backdoors or subtle sabotage. No one wanted to risk the possibility of a sudden disadvantage due to an exploit or unseen manipulation. Both sides scrutinized every circuit, magic circle, and protocol, working tirelessly to confirm that nothing had been tampered with and that the arena was truly neutral ground. While the systems were being tested, Lyasas met once again with the negotiator to finalize and deliver the list of contenders, a requirement that had to be fulfilled before the construction period ended. The list of participants from the conclave side has been completed and is as follows, Lyasas began. For the Exor-Vax, it will be Princess Seraphina. For the Valthorans, Vaxirian. The representative of Zelvora will be Xyler. The Trinarians have chosen Zinral, and for the Symmetra, it will be Lyora. The Erythians will not send an individual but will deploy their sentient weapon, NO-70. From the Galvanith, Izara will enter the arena, and the Shadari have selected Zyron. The Alara will be represented by Vaelthar, and the Farron have sent Lunaris. The Ural Coalition has opted to field Mecha 765, with its weapons limited to those meeting the established rules. Lyasas continued listing the names of the remaining contenders from the other four civilizations. With each name spoken, the members of the conclave and leadership positions, those with access to intelligence about these individuals, could feel the blood draining from their faces. A sinking realization settled in as the enormity of the situation became clear. Each of these contenders was among the top 100 strongest in their respective civilizations and, at the moment, the most powerful individuals available in the sector. The implication was unavoidable, no one on the conclave side was holding back. This was an all-in strategy. The upcoming fight would not be a contest but a brutal demonstration, a one-sided massacre in the making. Many leaders who didn't decide to fight and had selected the basic agreements suddenly found themselves losing any desire to even witness the battle. The citizens of the Empire, unfamiliar with the strength or reputation of the names just mentioned, were nonetheless aware that their opponents would field their strongest contenders. The names listed were likely to be the most formidable warriors available. Attention quickly shifted back to the negotiator, as both sides eagerly anticipated the announcement of their representatives. Reactions varied, some displayed keen interest, others scoffed in mockery, while a few appeared bored or indifferent. Lyasas, too, was among those waiting with bated breath for the opposing side to begin naming their fighters, her curiosity piqued about who they would choose to compete. From the Terran Empire, there will be only one participant, the negotiator announced. Lyasas's expression shifted to one of surprise, but the negotiator pressed on, unfazed. I, Emperor Aaron Michael, will be the sole contender, he declared, gesturing to himself with a confident nod. To say that both sides were surprised by his declaration would be an understatement of monumental proportions. Lyasas was particularly taken aback, realizing that not only was the Terran Empire sending a single participant to face the strongest individuals from each civilization, but that the participant was none other than the Emperor himself, Aaron Michael, the very leader with whom she had been negotiating throughout this entire ordeal. This revelation suddenly pieced together the puzzle she had been trying to solve. From the outset, Aaron had made every decision independently, without consulting anyone else, no matter the demands from the other side. It all clicked. Only a leader with absolute power could afford to act so decisively, especially one with dominion over the entire government. Meanwhile, the citizens of the empire reacted with a mix of emotions. They were shocked to learn that their emperor would face off against individuals whose true powers were still unknown to them. Despite the assurances of his strength, many felt a gnawing worry. If Aaron were to fall in battle, the empire he held together might plunge into chaos, a prospect that frightened everyone, supporters and dissenters alike, who had finally begun to enjoy life free from the constant fear of survival. The reactions of the chosen fighters on the conclave side were as diverse as their backgrounds, each reflecting their unique personalities. Some were eager to face off against the emperor, their minds already racing with visions of victory and glory. Others felt a simmering anger, perceiving the single combatant as an affront that belittled their capabilities. They longed to make the Terran Empire regret its decision by exacting revenge on their leader and dismantling the empire in the process. Among them, the Vlatherans and Exorvax exhibited a different mindset. They were not just excited but elated at the prospect of battling the emperor of the opposing side. For the Vlatherans, defeating Aaron Michael would mean regaining their lost honor, a chance to prove their worth in the eyes of their peers. Meanwhile, the Exorvax saw this confrontation as an opportunity to punish those who had dared to speak their leaders' names in vain, an act they would not forget easily. "Are you sure about that?" Lyasas asked, her tone now more respectful than before. "As far as I remember, the agreement allowed for such situations," he replied calmly, his demeanor unchanged despite his theoretically higher position. "What happens if you lose in the first fight and are unable to continue?" Lyasas asked, regaining her composure. It was a question on many minds, as the fight agreement lacked a clause for breaks, apart from the 20-minute intermissions to check for structural issues in the Colosseum. "Should I lose a fight by accepting defeat or die before the next match, you will be considered to have won all subsequent fights," he answered, demonstrating that he had already contemplated this scenario. "Understood. We accept your participation, and you have until the end of the construction period to add more fighters," she stated respectfully. "Thank you," he replied, standing up and making his way back to his ship, which immediately set course for the Colosseum, where he intended to inspect the completed structure. Lyasas remained silent, simply watching his ship as it moved away. With the construction of the Colosseum now complete and the participants officially announced, everyone was permitted to explore the arena and familiarize themselves with the surroundings during the testing period. The tests conducted posed no interference with the Colosseum's operations, allowing participants to assess the layout and prepare for the upcoming matches. Chapter 762: The First Fight. As time marched forward, the long-awaited day finally arrived. For many viewers across the conclave, the anticipation was mixed with confusion and curiosity. The Empire had not altered its decision. Emperor Aaron Michael remained their sole representative. Despite the risks, they had not added additional contenders as a contingency, even in the event of his defeat or incapacitation during the many matches he will have to participate. This bold choice stirred countless reactions. Some saw it as arrogance, others as unwavering confidence, while a few viewed it as sheer madness. The stakes couldn't be higher, and the Emperor's lone participation left no room for error. All eyes were now focused on the Colosseum, waiting to see if this risky strategy would result in triumph or disaster. Outside the shimmering shields of the Colosseum, massive ships from each contending civilization hovered in position, their hulls gleaming under the light of distant stars. Each vessel carried within it a champion, a chosen warrior representing their civilization, waiting for their moment to descend into the arena. Only these challengers and essential personnel were granted proximity to the Colosseum to prevent any chance of a problem from occurring. The rules were clear: only those actively participating in a match were allowed to enter the arena at any given time. This restriction was not just a formality but a precaution to avoid unnecessary casualties in what promised to be a brutal contest. "The first contenders, please enter the Colosseum," the referee AI announced, her voice echoing through the arena and the ships. Entrusted with full authority over every aspect of the Colosseum, she ensured impartiality, as neither side was willing to cede control to the other. Two ships passed smoothly through the Colosseum's shields, gliding to their designated landing zones, spaced several kilometers apart. The moment both sides disembarked, the ships were immediately ordered to exit the arena, a strict protocol agreed upon to ensure there were no outside influences during the fight. Without hesitation, the vessels departed, leaving behind only the combatants and the anticipation of the battle to come. The first match was a showdown between the Emperor of Terra and the 15th ranked fighter from the Conclave, a representative of the Venora. The Venora were a race renowned and despised for their uncanny ability to adapt through rapid analysis. Their strength lies in their capacity to quickly assess a situation and evolve their strategies in real time, making them one of the most challenging and frustrating opponents to confront. With every second that passed, their effectiveness only grew, turning even small encounters into complex battles. This adaptability earned them a reputation as a civilization that no one wanted to engage lightly. The Venora contender stood as he watched his ship leave, his entire frame encased in sleek military gear. A massive gun rested heavily in his hands, while knives were embedded at various points across his armor, each placed strategically to ensure quick access. His plan was clear: buy as much time as possible to analyze his opponent, relying on the hallmark Venoran adaptability. However, he was walking into the unknown. Aaron, the Emperor of Terra, was a complete enigma to the Conclave, making him the worst kind of adversary for a Venoran, whose strength relied on data and familiarity. The Venora's unfortunate position as the first challenger wasn't by choice. Their rank as the lowest of the remaining civilizations meant they were left with no option but to go first, an unenviable position against an opponent they knew nothing about. On the other side of the Colosseum, Aaron seemed unbothered by the looming fight. Dressed in armor, a sword strapped to his hip, and a gun slung across his back, the Emperor looked more like someone preparing for a casual workout than a life-or-death duel. He performed a few stretches and light jumps, as if he were a substitute player warming up on the sidelines, showing no signs of tension or nervousness. While the two fighters engaged in their own forms of preparation, a massive hologram materialized between them, her sheer size making her visible to both sides. I'm sure you've already reviewed the rules, so there's no need for me to repeat them. The moment any of you break them, the fight will stop, and the other side will be declared the winner without deliberation. Her voice echoed throughout the arena, firm and unwavering. Do not test me. The sensors blanketing the Colosseum allow me to see everything, and when I say everything, I mean it. She paused briefly to let the warning sink in before continuing. You have 5 minutes to complete your preparations. Use this time wisely. And with that, the hologram vanished, leaving both combatants in their final moments of readiness. The broadcast shifted to showcase the final moments of each contender's preparation. The Venora fighter was hard at work, knowing full well that every second mattered. He powered up his energy weapon, a massive magic-engineered firearm, as regulations only permitted him to activate it during the preparation phase. At the same time, he deployed several reconnaissance drones, positioning them as an early warning system and first line of defense. These drones would give him critical moments to react when Aaron inevitably advanced or did something unexpected. The Venora's weapon was no ordinary firearm. Created by the Farron, masters of magical engineering, it was a coveted tool used by races that lacked inherent magic but desired its power. Its destructive capability was equivalent to that of a small nuclear grenade, a type of weapon banned from the event. However, the weapon's primary drawback was the long charging time required between shots as it gathered mana, time the Venora fighter knew he had to buy at any cost. On the other side of the Colosseum, Aaron's preparation was almost non-existent. He calmly removed the gun from his back and held it in his hands, making no further moves, no deployment of drones, no warming up of equipment. He simply stood there, relaxed, as if waiting for a signal. As the 5-minute preparation period ended, the referee AI's voice echoed through the arena. You may begin. The Venora fighter wasted no time. With survival instincts kicking in, he dashed in the opposite direction of Aaron, attempting to put as much distance between them as possible. Distance was his only hope, time to analyze his enemy and charge his weapon for a decisive attack. Within seconds, he had covered over a kilometer, relying on his speed and drones to maintain a safe gap. Meanwhile, the broadcast feed switched to Aaron. The viewers saw him raise his gun, casually aiming it toward the retreating Venora fighter. Without any sign of urgency or double-checking his aim, Aaron calmly pulled the trigger. A single shot rang out, sending a small, unassuming bullet hurtling through the air. The moment the bullet was fired, the feed from Aaron's camera was abruptly disrupted. A flash of brilliant light overloaded the sensors, cutting off the visual feed, followed immediately by a deafening shockwave that rippled through the arena. The broadcast frantically shifted to another angle, trying to capture what had just happened. When the cameras refocused, they revealed a towering mushroom cloud billowing in the distance, the unmistakable aftermath of immense destruction. Everyone watching it was stunned to silence, and the only sound that followed was the calm voice of the referee AI. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. Chapter 763 Warm-Up. I hope at least the body survived, Aaron muttered, eyes locked on the slowly dissipating mushroom cloud. As he said that, the gun he still held began to crack, fractures spreading like a web over its surface. A second later, the entire weapon crumbled in his grip, the pieces disintegrating into fine dust that blew away in the wind. Aaron glanced at his now empty hands, his expression briefly turning into a frown before vanishing as quickly as it appeared. It seems I overloaded it with more mana than it could handle, he mused quietly to himself. The weapon had been a specially crafted magic gun, an attempt to allow him to use magic in conventional forms, much like his wife did. His own magic abilities were limited to rune-based applications, and he had wanted to avoid relying on them for this fight. The gun's intricate design had combined several magic cycles into a single, complex magic circle, a fire cycle to create destructive energy, a compression cycle to concentrate it, a flight cycle for propulsion, and a friction reduction cycle to minimize resistance. The result was a bullet whose power scaled directly with the amount of mana infused. Unfortunately, it seemed the amount he poured in was too much for the weapon to endure. Brushing the lingering dust off his hands with a casual clap, Aaron looked unbothered, as if the weapon's destruction had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. He activated the flight system embedded in his armor, hovering off the ground with ease, and flew toward the center of the dissipating cloud. It didn't take long for him to reach the site where the Venora fighter had been moments before. The aftermath was grim. Although the Venora's armor had held up remarkably well under the blast, shielding parts of the body from complete vaporization, it had ultimately failed to save its occupant. All that remained inside the scorched armor was what could only be described as burned paste, barely recognizable as anything once living. Aaron hovered silently for a moment, inspecting the remnants. Though the Venora's fighters had the ability for both their bodies and minds to adapt to the situation, it was clear that no amount of adaptation would have saved the fighter from a strike that potent. Not wasting much time thinking about it, he started collecting remnants of the Venora fighter's corpse and gear, the Colosseum's automated systems whirred to life, sweeping away debris and resetting the battlefield for the next encounter. Suddenly, the referee AI's voice echoed through the arena. The Venora civilization has lodged a formal contest, alleging suspicious use of a banned weapon by the Terran Empire's fighter. The situation is now under review. Aaron halted, lifting his gaze toward the AI's holographic projection with a deep frown. The protest was no surprise, he knew that defeat in this contest meant significant losses for the Venora civilization. Still, starting with such accusations right after the first battle was an ominous sign. Not a great start for this agreement, he thought grimly, crossing his arms. The AI, indifferent to his reaction, generated a colossal holographic screen in the center of the arena, replaying the match from start to finish. The footage, captured from multiple sensor arrays, was now displayed in slow motion and through a transparent spectrum that made every object semi-see-through. It gave the audience a comprehensive 3D reconstruction, revealing the internal workings of every piece of equipment. The camera zoomed in on the magic gun Aaron had used. Its intricate magic cycles, scrambled by design to protect proprietary technology, were displayed in detail. The feed showed mana being channeled into the gun, compressed, and propelled forward in a lightning-fast shot. The bullet reached the Venora fighter in under 2 seconds, resulting in the massive explosion. After a brief pause, the AI delivered its verdict. No evidence of the use of a banned weapon has been found. The initial decision holds. The holographic display dissolved, and the AI reappeared before Aaron, its expressionless figure addressing him directly. Would you like to use your break period, or shall we proceed to the next fight? Without missing a beat, Aaron gave a slight shrug and responded with calm determination. The faster I deal with this, the better, so, please. The AI gave a brief nod of acknowledgement before making the arena's shields ripple open. As you wish. May the next contender enter. As the ship carrying the next fighter entered, a separate container followed along a different path, gliding smoothly through the arena's shield. The container continued its course toward Aaron, landing with a metallic thud in front of him. With a soft hiss, it unlocked and opened, revealing an array of weapons identical to the one he had used in his previous fight. Aaron placed the collected materials and organic remains into the container, then reached inside to select the same model of gun. As soon as he was done, the container shut itself with a mechanical snap and ascended, leaving the arena just as the ship carrying the next challenger did. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. The same announcement echoed after each contender from a different civilization entered the arena to face Aaron. Despite having the opportunity to study his strategy, Aaron remained consistent with the same fighting style he had used against the first opponent. Each successive fighter tried to devise a countermeasure to avoid being eliminated within seconds, but all failed spectacularly. Aaron adapted effortlessly, increasing the mana input for each subsequent shot. The second, third, and fourth challengers met the same fate, with the fourth fighter suffering the most devastating blow yet, a bullet explosion 4 times more powerful than the one that annihilated the Venora contender. To say the conclave viewers were surprised would be an understatement, as many sat with their jaws slack in disbelief. The fights had been so brief that their total duration, even when combined, didn't surpass a minute, shorter than the preparation periods themselves. The Empire's contender was undeniably powerful, showcasing overwhelming force in every bout. However, despite the impressive victories, not a single spectator entertained the idea that the Terran Empire would triumph overall. The power Aaron displayed was unexpected, but the real challenge still lay ahead. The remaining 11 civilizations represented the top 10 in the conclave, and they were in a different league entirely. While these advanced civilizations occasionally sold their technologies to others, their most sophisticated weapons remained exclusively in their hands, tailored perfectly to the unique physiology and skills of their respective races. These race-specific weapons gave their wielders an edge no outsider could hope to match. The warm-up was over now, the real battle was about to begin. Chapter 764 – The Start of the Hunt. Aaron stared at the massive explosion he had created, the remnants of his latest attack churning in a mushroom cloud. But rather than savoring the apparent victory, he muttered, "It worked 4 times. I should be happy with that," his gaze locked on the shifting scene ahead. Before him, the mushroom cloud split in 2, rapidly dissipating under immense air pressure, revealing the figure at its core. A winged fighter emerged from the chaos, unscathed and brimming with power. Though the massive wings hovered behind the warrior, they weren't physically connected, adding an eerie quality to the figure's presence. The armor encasing him shimmered in perfect synchronization with the ethereal wings, both sharing the same dark, metallic hue. Without hesitation, the Farron fighter shot forward, moving with such speed that it would only take him a few seconds to close the distance to Aaron, clearly intending to finish the fight swiftly. Aaron clapped his hands, brushing away the last remnants of the disintegrated gun, and watched the oncoming fighter with sharp focus. "Time to get serious," he murmured, his tone calm but purposeful. As the Farron warrior closed in, Aaron began hovering effortlessly, and within moments, he launched himself forward, flying headlong to meet his opponent in midair. The Farron fighter didn't flinch as Aaron surged toward him. In a fluid motion, the hovering wings behind the warrior adjusted, releasing two massive, laser-like blasts. The energy bolts streaked through the air at impossible speeds, far too fast for Aaron to dodge. The force of the impact not only halted Aaron mid-flight but also sent him hurtling backward at an uncontrollable velocity. He tumbled through the air like a ragdoll before slamming into the ground, skimming and bouncing along the surface like a skipping stone on water, each impact tearing up the terrain beneath him. The spectators watched in stunned silence as the Terran fighter was thrown back for kilometers, ricocheting off the ground multiple times before finally coming to a halt. Dust clouds trailed behind his path, marking each violent bounce. The sight of Aaron being flung across the arena was a dramatic shift from his previous one-shot victories, leaving the audience divided in their reactions. For those who had been rooting for his opponents, there was a palpable sense of anticipation, hoping that this sudden setback would mean the end of his dominance and either he dies or be injured heavily enough that he wouldn't be able to recover in time to deliver another decisive blow. On the other hand, citizens of the Terran Empire watched with growing anxiety. Aaron's previous victories had been swift and absolute, but now, seeing him brought down so harshly raised a different kind of fear. They knew the stakes. If Aaron couldn't get back up and turn the tide, it wasn't just this fight that would be lost. With the number of remaining battles, a defeat here would mean the Empire risked losing the overall contest by default. Despite the viewers' silence, the Farron fighter didn't relent. He shot forward in the direction Aaron had been hurled, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks to ensure the Emperor was either killed or forced to surrender. The sheer volume of energy blasts was so overwhelming that Aaron's figure became completely obscured from the audience's view, hidden within the relentless storm of explosions and laser fire. In the eyes of the viewers, the fight appeared to be over, with many assuming that Aaron was already dead. The Farron fighter seemed to share the same belief, halting his relentless assault after more than a minute to cool his wings. He stood still, waiting for the dust to clear and for the AI referee to announce his victory. However, as 30 seconds passed, the dust showed no signs of dissipating, and the anticipated announcement never came. While a few sharp-minded spectators noticed the absence of the verdict, most were still captivated by the sheer brutality of the assault they had just witnessed, stunned by the merciless onslaught that had unfolded before them. "Sir, wake up." Nova's urgent voice echoed in Aaron's mind, jolting him awake from his momentary unconsciousness. His eyes shot open, only for him to shut them again as searing light flooded his vision, the remnants of the relentless barrage from the Farron fighter still raining down upon him. The attack, which would have killed most combatants, had been thwarted only by his shield, one that stayed active as long as he didn't deactivate it manually or deplete his mana reserves, even in a state of unconsciousness. "Did I just faint?" Aaron asked, bewildered. It was a rare occurrence, something he hadn't experienced in real life since acquiring his system. He seemed almost detached, ignoring the ongoing bombardment, holding a casual conversation with Nova while operating with near-peak mental clarity, thanks to his heightened perception. "Yes, sir, but I had to induce it for a moment," Nova explained calmly. "Your brain was at risk of suffering from a perception lock due to the dissonance between what your senses were processing and how your body was reacting in such chaotic conditions." Aaron exhaled sharply, quickly grasping the situation. A perception lock, being trapped in a state where your body couldn't keep up with your mind, could have left him helpless, if not permanently impaired for other people had they been in the same situation. It made sense why Nova had taken such a drastic measure. Perception without movement was manageable, as only the brain had to keep up. But the moment physical actions were introduced, the brain's ability to coordinate became strained. Too much acceleration created a ping-lag effect. Aaron's brain might initiate a movement, but his body would only respond several seconds later according to his enhanced perception. Worse still, the actions would be erratic, with no real way to control or sync them smoothly. This was why every Imperial soldier trained to find the sweet spot of perception acceleration, balancing heightened awareness with enough control to coordinate physical actions seamlessly. Each individual's threshold varied, and Aaron's was the highest. Even so, there were limits. But even with this sweet spot of perception acceleration, Aaron found it wasn't fast enough to react to the incoming laser bullet. Listening to Nova's explanation, he asked, "Can we adjust the perception to operate dynamically? Keep it fast when I'm just floating or activating runes, and lower it when I want to move my body?" "It's possible, but I'll need direct access to your continuously updating brain data. This way, I can make adjustments without waiting for your commands, which would waste precious time. However, your brain will require prolonged rest after this to avoid any long-term side effects," Nova replied after a moment of calculations. "We'll have plenty of time for that later, so let's do it," Aaron said, his gaze focused on the shield he had augmented with light-filtering properties, watching the lasers continue to rain down, even as he maintained his highest perception acceleration. "Yes, sir," Nova responded before attempting to access Aaron's brain data. As expected, this triggered the system permission screen, prompting Aaron to approve or deny her request. He immediately granted permission. "No holding back," he declared, fully aware that the longer he used the dynamic perception acceleration, the longer he would need to rest afterward. He had decided to go all in from now on, aiming to finish the remaining fights as quickly as possible within a believable range. He didn't want to reveal his full capabilities just yet. Doing so would allow others to prepare against him and potentially devise ways to eliminate him. Which, despite looking almost impossible, was a possibility nonetheless. After saying that, he stood up from the ground where he had been lying. With Nova's direct coordination, his perception acceleration was adjusted in real time, either sped up or slowed down without any microsecond lag. He planned to use the dust still covering him to finish this fight as quickly as possible. He stood still for a moment as a flight rune manifested and integrated into the shield that had conformed to his body shape. The instant it was activated, he vanished at such incredible speed that a mirror image of him remained in his previous location, as if he hadn't moved at all. With that, he had begun his hunt. Chapter 765: The Hunted. The moment Aaron disappeared from the cloud of dust and smoke, he appeared on the Farron fighter's right side. Without hesitation, he seized the fighter's wrist, twisting his body to slip behind him. In a fluid motion, Aaron forced the captured arm upward until it locked at the shoulder, then pulled back sharply, tearing ligaments and dislocating the joint. Before the Farron fighter could react to the pain, Aaron's left arm snaked around his neck, securing a chokehold, while a swift kick to the back of the fighter's right knee brought him crashing to the ground. He then tightened the chokehold with unrelenting force while simultaneously pulling on the dislocated arm, further constricting the fighter's windpipe and compressing his carotid artery. The restricted blood flow to the brain caused the Farron fighter to slump unconscious within moments. The fight brought to unexpected reversal. Crash! The only sound heard was the Farron fighter slamming into the ground, unconscious and unable to control his suit or the enormous wings that collapsed beside him. The entire sequence had unfolded in just a second, an almost imperceptible blur of movement. Nova had adjusted Aaron's perception thousands of times during the fight, synchronizing each shift perfectly. She exploited micro-moments when his actions were already in motion, accelerating them further to grant Aaron extra time to think, anticipate, and gauge the fighter's reactions. Each adjustment allowed Aaron to seamlessly counter any potential threat, ensuring that every move landed with precision and finality. "Do I have to kill him to be declared the winner?" Aaron asked, his voice slicing through the suffocating silence that filled the arena and the homes of countless spectators. Moments ago, some had been celebrating victory, while others mourned what they thought was defeat. Now, with the fight flipped on its head in under a second, no one dared to breathe. "Unless he surrenders verbally, the only remaining path to victory is through his death," the AI referee answered without materializing. "Got it," Aaron muttered, without hesitation or flair. He dropped altitude in a sharp descent, wasting no time on theatrics or grand gestures that could cost him later. Problems always arose from unnecessary drama. Following his landing, he swiftly drew his sword, channeling mana through it until the blade shimmered with deadly energy. With one smooth, practiced motion, he slashed the Farron fighter's throat. The crushed armor around his neck, still partially constricting from the earlier chokehold, offered no resistance. Blood spilled, ending the fight in a cold, efficient instant. There was no fanfare, no hesitation, just the cold reality of the battlefield. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. The AI referee declared the end of the fight without hesitation. The moment the Farron fighter was decapitated, the outcome was sealed. Advanced as they were, none of these civilizations had yet achieved survival without a head. Aaron wasted no time after the announcement, immediately striding over to retrieve the fighter's severed head. The precision and urgency in his actions suggested a purpose beyond mere theatrics, though what exactly drove him remained unknown to the audience as the referee quickly switched to the replay, leaving the crowd to ponder the mystery. The slow-motion replay laid bare the brutal efficiency of the battle. It highlighted just how helpless the Farron fighter had been, fainting before he could even mount a defense. What stood out most was the sheer force Aaron exhibited. He had executed a chokehold through the magically reinforced armor, deforming it with nothing but his hands. The realization sent ripples through both the spectators and fighters alike. The armor was designed to withstand immense force, yet Aaron had crushed it with unsettling ease. When the cameras returned to the arena, Aaron was already done collecting his war spoils. Standing amidst the blood and dust, he raised his voice with a cold tone. Next fighter. Now. There was no celebration, no pause, just an unyielding demand for the next opponent, leaving everyone with the unsettling impression that Aaron was only just getting started. The moment the announcement echoed through the arena, Ilara's fighter sprang into action. Despite his outward calm, he was anything but relaxed. The unexpected loss of his Farron counterpart weighed heavily on him. Like all his predecessors, he knew he had to make the most of this preparation period. Chapter 766 Ilara's Fighter I. Anyone watching the fight from the Terran Empire who was familiar with anime couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu, certain they had seen their emperor replicate a moment straight out of those iconic animes. Though Aaron's downward swing radiated immense power behind its graceful motion, there was seemingly nothing in front of him to strike. Yet, that was irrelevant. By the time the motion was complete, a golden, crescent-shaped wave of energy materialized, surging toward the unsuspecting Ilara fighter. Mid-flight and focused on transporting his spells toward Aaron for an attack, the Ilara fighter remained unaware of the incoming assault. He placed full trust in his layered shields to withstand any counter from the Emperor, unaware that something far beyond ordinary resistance was now heading his way. Just as he was mere meters above the ground, what began as a faint tingling sensation rapidly intensified into a wave of goosebumps. A chilling realization washed over him. He had been caught entirely off guard by the sheer speed of the golden crescent hurtling toward him. In that fleeting moment, every instinct screamed at him to react, but the attack was already upon him, faster than he could channel any defensive spells or maneuver his flight path. His shields, though formidable, were about to meet a force unlike anything he had anticipated. The shields will hold, right? The Ilara fighter tried to reassure himself, but the words felt hollow. Fuck no, look at the size of that thing, he answered his own thought in a flash of panic. That thing looks like it carries more mana than the reserves of a sage-level fighter. The realization struck hard, and with it, clarity. This wasn't just an attack, it was a death sentence. I can't dodge it fully, he admitted, his body twisting and jerking mid-flight in desperate evasive maneuvers. His mind raced, now operating at a pace he didn't even think was possible, fueled by pure survival instinct and hormones. Every thought was colored by fear and duty. I can't die like this. Not like some helpless fool caught off guard. If he failed here like that, the repercussions would be devastating. His civilization's pride in their magic capabilities and their belief in being the Mana's chosen ones would be ridiculed by the rest of the conclave. The promised rewards would fall into enemy hands, and worse, his family, his children, wife, and future descendants would carry the shame of his failure. He couldn't let that happen. His mind screamed for a solution, every hormone in his body surging to push his thoughts into overdrive. And just as the golden crescent neared, only meters away, he saw it, his only way out. A risky, borderline insane move, but the odds of survival were higher than doing nothing. Now. Do it now, or you're dead. Without hesitation, he committed. There was no time to reconsider. The glowing arc was nearly upon him, and every fraction of a second counted. If this worked, he'd live. If not, well, at least he would have tried. He activated one of his precast spells without hesitation, a powerful explosion spell that had been absorbing ambient mana since the beginning of his preparation. It was filled to the brim, ready to unleash a devastating blast. Boom! The explosion detonated instantly, sending shockwaves rippling outward, slamming into his shields, and forcefully propelling him out of the path of the incoming golden slash. The timing was razor thin, the slash arriving just microseconds behind the explosion. Slash! The crescent-shaped attack sliced through the aftermath of the explosion, barely slowed by the blast. Its size had diminished slightly, but its deadly momentum remained unchecked, continuing its journey until the mana sustaining it finally depleted. At normal speed, it seemed as if the explosion and the slash reached the Alara fighter simultaneously, creating a chaotic blur of action. But viewed in slow motion, the sequence revealed much more. The instant the fighter triggered his explosive spell, sending shockwaves that pushed him aside, the golden crescent slash was already slicing through his first shield, gliding through it like a hot knife through butter. By the time the shockwave pushed him out of the path, the slash had already started to penetrate his defenses. The explosion had merely saved him by the narrowest of margins, just moments before he would have been caught in its devastating arc. A few hundred meters away, a man could be seen rising from the ground, appearing as if he were in the process of rebooting his system. He screamed, his voice echoing in agony as he realized that half of his arm was missing, not in a horizontal manner, but sliced vertically, leaving behind a mangled remnant that only served as a painful reminder of his injury. Though he considered himself quite tolerant of pain, the addition of mana into the equation transformed his perception entirely. If anyone had a microscope and looked closely at the severed area of his arm, they would see remnants of mana from the slash infiltrating his body, engaging in a fierce battle against his own cells. The mana was advancing rapidly, indicating that, despite his efforts to mitigate damage, he was still receiving some of it. In a desperate bid to reduce the pain, he realized the source of his suffering. Slash! Without wasting another moment, he swiftly severed the remaining part of his arm cleanly at the shoulder, hoping to halt the advancing mana before it could do any further damage. The conviction that had once filled his face began to waver, teetering on the edge of sheer horror as he watched the hand he had severed being consumed and decaying at an alarming rate. Goosebumps crawled across his body, a visceral reminder of the fate that awaited him had he not acted with urgency and determination. His resolve shattered further when he realized that all of his carefully prepared spells had dissipated as a consequence of activating one of them. The explosion had destabilized the others within its effective range, leaving him not only devoid of his 5 minutes of preparation but also reduced to a one-handed mage. To make matters worse, one of his shields had been sliced through by the crescent slash, while the second was at half integrity due to the blast he had triggered to save himself. Now, he was left with only 1.5 shields to fend off the impending attacks from the terrifying Emperor before him. The detour was merely temporary. I'm still in the fight, he thought to himself, trying to cast aside the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. He focused on gathering his thoughts, attempting to rally his spirits against the formidable opponent before him. But just as he felt he was regaining his composure, a voice sliced through his concentration, shattering the fragile progress he had made in those fleeting seconds. Are you willing to surrender? Chapter 767 Ilara's Fighter 2. A momentary silence of surprise flickered across the Alara fighter's face as he paused, caught in a fleeting internal debate over whether he had truly heard the voice or if it was merely a figment of his fear-stricken mind. But his doubts were swiftly dispelled when the imposing figure of his opponent materialized just about 50 meters in front of him. The realization hit him hard: this was no hallucination. Aaron had actually dared to pose the question, choosing not to exploit the distraction caused by the fighter's pain and his own efforts to motivate himself. What do you mean by that? The Alara fighter asked, trying to buy himself time to recuperate and heal some of his injuries while formulating a new strategy. It was like hitting 7 birds with one stone, but it all hinged on whether his opponent would indulge him and answer his questions. Aaron, seemingly unfazed by the fighter's plight, replied, "Do you know the losses I incurred from the defeat of the 4 fighters and the death of the Farron?" The Alara fighter stared at him in disbelief, momentarily stunned, as if questioning whether he had truly heard Aaron correctly. Rather than celebrating this unexpected opportunity, he remained dumbfounded, failing to recognize that the Terran Emperor was granting him time to recover. Ignoring the fighter's shocked expression, Aaron continued, "They were valuable research materials that could have advanced our understanding of alien life forms. If you wanted the bodies for research, why did you blow up the first 4 fighters consecutively, despite knowing the risk that would pose after the second one?" Calther, the Alara fighter, inquired. Had it not been for the armor covering his skin, a skin with racial ability that served as a live telegrapher of emotions for the Alara race, Aaron would have witnessed a swirling display of colors reflecting the tumultuous feelings surging within Calther. In that moment, the fighter was grappling with a multitude of emotions that he could scarcely articulate if asked. "What is your name?" "Since we're having a conversation, I need to know how to address you," Aaron replied, deflecting Calther's earlier question. The Alara fighter paused, surprised by the unexpected query. "Weird question to ask in the current situation, but my name is Calther," he said, deciding that the strength of his opponent warranted the revelation of his name. "Are you related to Zalthar?" Aaron asked, his eyebrows raised in mock surprise at the similarity between their names, with only a single letter differentiating them. "No, we are not related in the least," Calther replied, his tone tinged with irritation. Despite his efforts to mask his displeasure at the comparison to that foolish man, it was evident to anyone with keen ears. "Anyway," Aaron continued, unfazed by Calther's tone, "to answer your question, they died because they couldn't withstand a certain threshold that would have made them interesting enough for research, which was only met with the opponent before you. However, I had to end it quickly to prevent further complications. And as you know, due to the rules, the referee later forced me to eliminate him to conclude the fight. For research purposes, you are more valuable alive than dead. That's why I'm offering you the chance to surrender, something the fighter before you didn't have because he was incapacitated." He paused for a moment before he asked for the second time, "Were you willing to surrender?" bringing their brief discussion to a sudden halt. Another moment of silence hung in the air as Calther appeared deep in thought, weighing the offer before him. But before long, his answer came in the form of a sudden boom, an explosion of a spell he had conjured, launched at Aaron with lightning speed, taking advantage of their close proximity to unleash the attack in less than a second. Without pausing, Calther unleashed one spell after another, determined to deny Aaron even a moment to think or raise his sword for a counterattack. He aimed to prevent Aaron from launching another devastating strike like the first one, which he assumed would require significant recharge and preparation time. Instead, Calther sought to force Aaron into a defensive position, relying on his sword to parry the relentless barrage of attacks. As he cast his spells, several hovered around him, actively absorbing ambient mana from the atmosphere to amplify their power for optimal use at the right moment. For more than 30 seconds, this pattern continued. With each passing second, Calther's confidence surged, stabilizing his mentality and accelerating his casting speed even further. He could see a glimmer of hope in winning the fight as he kept the pressure on, noticing that Aaron was being pushed back under the relentless assault. As Calther ramped up his attacks, he began to time them strategically to exploit the openings created when Aaron had to parry. Each spell was aimed at the opposite side of where Aaron's sword would end up after blocking the previous attack, forcing him into rapid movements that wore him down. Calther noticed the slight decrease in Aaron's speed. While minor, it was just enough to give him the opportunity he needed. Seizing the moment, Calther launched a spell toward Aaron's right, where his sword was held. This forced Aaron to parry upward, giving Calther the chance to follow up with one of the 3 spells that had been gathering mana from the atmosphere. This time, he aimed not for the farthest target but directly at Aaron's wrist, intending to knock the sword from his grasp. Aaron reacted swiftly, lowering his wrist just in time for the spell to explode against the sword. He expertly redirected the force of the blast away from his body, but before he could fully recover from this initial explosion, Calther unleashed the second spell that had been absorbing ambient mana. With Aaron still focused on the remnants of the first attack, his reaction to this second explosion was delayed. The blast sent both the sword and Aaron himself flying in opposite directions. Die! Calthor screamed, seizing the moment as he activated the third spell, the one that had absorbed the most ambient mana from the atmosphere. He poured every ounce of his remaining mana into it, knowing this was his best chance to turn the tide of the battle. The air crackled with energy, and a series of sharp, rapid sounds pierced the atmosphere, ztststststs, each one signaling the impending storm of destruction. For those who could compute the signals, it was clear that this would be a lightning attack of unprecedented intensity. The heat generated upon impact would reach temperatures between 30,000 and 50,000 degrees Celsius, making it 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. With Aaron still reeling from the previous explosions and separated from his weapon, Calthor's attack unleashed a blinding flash of light that illuminated the battlefield, marking the culmination of his desperate bid for victory. The force of the lightning bolt surged forward, carrying with it the promise of devastation. Just as the attack began its furious journey toward him, Aaron finally landed on the ground after executing a flawless flip in midair, ensuring he would touch down on his feet. As he regained his balance, his eyes locked onto the impending lightning bolt, now mere moments away from impact. The sheer intensity of the energy crackling in the air made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He immediately extended his left hand forward, fingers pointed at the lightning, mimicking a gunslinger aiming his weapon. At the same time, his right hand mirrored the gesture, racing toward his left hand, which was now drawing in the electrifying energy. Just as his right hand reached his left, lighting finally reached his left-hand fingers. Aaron, using his 2 right-hand fingers, began to trace the lightning through his left hand and across his chest, channeling its raw power. He then immediately pointed his right hand back at Calthor. With a final gesture, he redirected the lightning back at Calthor, which at the moment looked to be at least 10 times more potent than it was originally. The bolt streaked through the air with blinding speed, its crackling energy illuminating the battlefield. It pierced through Calthor's armor as if it were made of paper, creating a gruesome hole in his lower abdomen. Before Calthor could even show a reaction to the turn of events, he slowly started falling face-first to the ground. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. Chapter 768, The Show. Humans have a peculiar way of finding enjoyment, often thriving most when there's an underlying risk or consequence looming. Students savor movies the night before an exam, and workers indulge in social media during office hours. It's as if the risk of something going wrong heightens the pleasure of the moment. In the same vein, the citizens of the Empire, despite the immense pressure and high stakes of the situation, were experiencing an unparalleled mix of stress and excitement, making this fight the most exhilarating spectacle they'd ever witnessed. But within the vast sea of viewers, there was a small subsection that could be said to be experiencing double the enjoyment of everyone else, the anime enthusiasts. To them, what they were witnessing was nothing short of a live-action anime, complete with dramatic showdowns, intense power-ups, and awe-inspiring moves. Except, this time, the stakes were real. It was as if they had been transported into their favorite show, watching an overpowered protagonist dominate the arena, only with the outcomes directly impacting their world. Aaron's final move against the Alara fighter was the last straw for that select group of anime fans. They realized that the Emperor himself was relishing the fight, even under such intense circumstances. His recreation of moves from animes and cartoons showed not just his power but also his playful engagement with the battle. With 6 victories already under their belt, they were just 2 wins away from securing a majority, ensuring they wouldn't have to join the conclave. However, the remaining matches still carried weight, as they would determine the specifics of the individual contracts and what the Empire stood to gain from the ordeal. Aaron, as usual, walked over to Calthor's corpse, collecting whatever equipment remained and packing it into the container sent for retrieval. "You just gave conspiracy theorists very convincing evidence of their suspicions," Nova teased, as Aaron made his way to pick up his sword, lying quite a distance away. Aaron wanted to laugh at her comment but kept his composure, settling for an internal chuckle. He had a part to play after all. Instead, he responded calmly, "To the Terran Empire citizens, it might seem that way, but the same can't be said for the Conclave members and their civilizations. Everything I do here will be noted, shaping their perception of what my people are capable of. It's important to show diverse abilities to make them even more cautious about us. But why the overkill? You could have finished him with less damage by just redirecting the attack as it was. Why make it 10 times stronger, she asked, genuinely curious. Though Nova had access to his neural data, it was currently being handled by a separate instance of hers that was isolated to prevent any delays. I need them to believe that I panicked and lost control, which is why the return attack was so much more powerful, Aaron explained as he bent down to retrieve his sword. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the blade vertically across his knees and closed his eyes. He felt a quiet sense of pride over the execution of his plan. The idea to reflect the lightning attack back at Calther wasn't something he had meticulously plotted out ahead of time. It formed in that critical moment as the lightning approached. Aaron had created a dual-layered shield that absorbed the attack, using his own mana to overwrite Calther's, and amplified the power by tenfold before sending it back all in less than a second. As his conversation with Nova continued, the referee AI materialized in front of him. "Would you like to use your break period, or shall we proceed to the next fight?" the AI asked. Following the referee AI's question, both the Imperial and Conclave citizens, along with the other fighters, listened intently. Aaron's response would reveal his condition after the intense fight, and everyone was eager to see if he would push forward or take the time to recover. "I would like to use my break period," Aaron answered, his face serious. Without another word, he closed his eyes once again, visibly absorbing mana, a sight only those experienced in mana manipulation could fully understand. "We will be taking a 20-minute break before the next fight," the referee AI announced, her voice echoing through the Colosseum. She then disappeared, though the protective shields around the arena and access points remained sealed. A massive timer appeared in the sky, counting down the minutes until the next bout. The Conclave viewers, upon seeing Aaron request a break, collectively released a sigh of relief. Finally, he was showing signs of fatigue, a change from his earlier demeanor of confidently dispatching fighters and moving directly to the next without any rest. For many, this was a significant moment. Aaron, who had previously appeared unstoppable, was now beginning to show a crack in his seemingly invincible facade. Some of the viewers from the remaining civilizations couldn't help but wonder if the pressure they were experiencing was also weighing on their fighters. Concerns about whether this intense atmosphere would affect their fighters' mental state loomed large in their minds. The psychological strain of facing an opponent like Aaron, who had shown such overwhelming power, was undeniable. However, for many, those concerns now seemed somewhat less significant. Aaron, the Terran Emperor, was finally showing signs of physical fatigue. His earlier aura of invincibility had begun to waver, and the visible signs of stress from the situation had given the other civilizations a glimmer of hope. However, the actual fighters from these civilizations were far from worried. They were confident in their impending victories. The Valtheran fighter believed his prowess was unmatched, while the ex-Orvax fighter didn't even entertain the thought of defeat. The Zelvora remained assured, thinking that those who were physically strong often lacked the mental fortitude to match it. The Trinarian fighter was convinced that no one was safe from his spatial abilities, especially after witnessing the Empire's black hole bomb in action. The Symmetra were equally confident, trusting that their advanced weaponry would be more than sufficient to handle a supposedly weary Aaron. The Erythians, having engineered a fighter capable of standing up to even the ex-Orvax Royal, felt no apprehension. The Galvanists shared this confidence, as their unique symbiosis had earned them a place among the top 10 civilizations. Meanwhile, the Shadari, being the only ones whose weapons were proven to be unstoppable by the Empire, were equally unconcerned. The only slight hesitance came from the Ural coalition, which was more accustomed to large-scale warfare than individual combat. However, that worry was minimal. Their mecha was a testament to their ingenuity, created specifically to address their vulnerabilities. In essence, none of the remaining top 10 civilizations felt threatened by the prospect of losing to Aaron. Their confidence was palpable, and they were ready to face him head-on in the arena. Chapter 769 Mecha 765 After 20 minutes of Aaron sitting quietly, giving the impression of recollecting himself, his rest was finally interrupted by the referee AI's announcement, "May the next contender enter." The shield was lifted once again, signaling the start of the next battle. This time, however, it wasn't a ship that entered but a massive humanoid mecha, plummeting from the sky without any sign of propulsion to soften its descent. Boom! The mecha slammed into the ground with full force, relying solely on its 2 legs to absorb the impact. The harshness of the landing sent up a massive cloud of dust, completely shrouding it from the view of the watching audience. Shortly after, mechanical sounds echoed from within the dust cloud, which was now dispersing thanks to the air currents created by the machine. The figure of the massive mecha was slowly revealed, rising from the crouched position it had taken to absorb the force of its fall. It was the Ural Coalition's contender, Mecha 765, controlled by their best pilot. As the mecha fully stood up, it revealed its immense stature, a towering 50 meters tall. Strapped to its back was a colossal greatsword. Its overall frame appeared proportional to its size, except for its biceps and thighs, which were almost triple the expected size, giving it a strange, imbalanced appearance. The arms and legs beneath these exaggerated parts were normally sized, making the thick limbs seem even more unusual against the backdrop of the otherwise proportional body. Many who saw the mecha couldn't help but wonder why the Ural Coalition had chosen to field such a massive machine. It was well known that the larger a mecha, the more energy it required to move, often making it slower and less efficient, a questionable investment, to say the least. Yet, the fact that this colossal machine was sent into an individual fight implied the coalition's confidence in its abilities. The spectators were filled with curiosity, eager to witness what capabilities it would display in combat. As usual, the referee AI remained indifferent to the crowd's thoughts, staying focused on her duties. She proceeded with the necessary protocol, announcing, "You have 5 minutes to complete your preparations." As soon as the referee's announcement was made, the massive mecha sprang into action. The oversized biceps and thighs detached from its body, revealing that they were merely external attachments. These parts flew off in 4 directions, ascending several kilometers into the air, each maintaining an equal distance from the mecha as they hovered in place. Meanwhile, the rest of the mecha began emitting a low hum, signaling that its systems were coming online. Different sections of the machine began to glow in various colors, pulsing at irregular intervals. With each passing second, the intervals shortened as the colors synchronized. By the time 4 minutes and 30 seconds had passed, the mecha was glowing uniformly, its entire frame illuminated in a brilliant, synchronized light. Many watching understood this to mean that the mecha had fully integrated its systems and was now primed for combat. These preparatory steps had to be completed within the Colosseum due to the engagement rules that both sides had agreed upon beforehand. This ensured fairness by preventing any fighter from entering fully prepared, as some weapons, though extremely powerful, required more time to warm up and load. Everything had to be activated within the Colosseum itself. As soon as the mecha's systems reached full synchronization, its right hand moved with purpose, gripping the handle of the massive greatsword on its back. Now, fully armed and ready, it stood poised, awaiting the signal to begin the match, which was just seconds away. "You may begin." As soon as the announcement was made, the mecha's hand, which had been gripping the greatsword, swiftly pulled it from its back and pointed it in Aaron's direction. At first glance, it appeared like a traditional challenge, as if the mecha was simply posturing with its weapon. But those assumptions were quickly shattered. The cutting edges of the greatsword parted, revealing a hidden cannon embedded in the center of the blade. Almost instantly, a deep, resonating thrum filled the air, building for only a second before an explosive pulse of energy erupted from the cannon. A massive, searing energy blast shot forth, racing toward Aaron. The attack moved with such velocity that it crossed the entire distance between them in mere seconds, scorching the ground as it went. The heat emanating from the blast's residual energy left no doubt it was packed with devastating power, with the speed leaving Aaron no time to dodge. "They're not holding back at all," Aaron muttered as he swung his sword down in a swift arc, precisely cutting through the massive energy blast hurtling toward him. His timing was impeccable, using the sheer speed and force of the attack to his advantage, slicing it cleanly in half. However, Aaron didn't stop there. Splitting the blast wouldn't change its direction, and he would have been hit by two separate attacks instead. With precise control, he followed his sword strike by conjuring a triangular mana shield behind the blade. The shield caught the divided energy blobs and redirected them, sending the two halves spiraling off in two different directions. His remark stemmed from the realization of just how much mana he had to pour into the shield to successfully deflect the powerful blasts, a testament to the sheer force behind the mecha's attack. A split second later, twin explosions erupted behind Aaron. He didn't even bother to turn around, standing calmly as the shockwave from the blast rippled through the air, causing his clothes and hair to flutter dramatically in the wind. The camera angle shifted, moving from the Emperor, who seemed to be playing it cool by not looking at the explosions, to the aftermath of the devastation. Nearly every viewer watching felt a chill run down their spine. The two craters left behind were nothing short of terrifying. The sand and rocks within them had been superheated to the point of turning into glass, shimmering like giant telescope lenses. The lenses acted as a stark reminder of the power behind the mecha's attack and the devastating consequences Aaron had narrowly avoided. Without his swift reaction and countermeasure, the result could have been catastrophic. "I need that weapon and the mecha to study it," Aaron said, his gaze fixed on the aftermath as Nova displayed the carnage in his brain. The potential of the weapon's destructive power made him realize how beneficial it could be for enhancing the Empire's own technology. "Won't we gain the knowledge of it anyway if you win?" Nova asked. "If we have a physical weapon to study, it will make our research much easier since we can understand their design philosophy and how their knowledge shaped its creation," he explained. "Wouldn't that force us to follow a certain direction they took, potentially causing us to overlook something they missed?" Nova countered. Aaron nodded, acknowledging her concern. "We can circumvent that by having different teams. One will work with the prototype to draw insights directly, while the other focuses solely on the theoretical knowledge. This way, we can compare their findings and explore different avenues without being too constrained." His strategy was clear, but it also limited his options in combat. He needed to minimize damage to the mecha and its systems to preserve the valuable data within. "Let's try to end this as quickly as possible with as little damage as we can," Aaron concluded, gripping his sword in reverse, vanishing from his place the moment the camera returned to him. Chapter 770 How? As Aaron closed in on the mecha, his rapid advance didn't go unnoticed. The mecha raised its left hand, palm open, and aimed directly at him. In an instant, it unleashed a rapid barrage of energy bullets, each one packed with concentrated power. The Ural Coalition had specifically chosen energy-based weaponry for this battle due to its compact design and limitless output potential compared to conventional weapons. Energy rounds allowed for sustained, high-intensity firing without the need for cumbersome ammunition, a perfect fit for a short, high-stakes duel like this. The mecha's palm unleashed such a rapid stream of energy bullets that it nearly formed a continuous, blazing line, weaving in a zigzag as the mecha adjusted its aim to follow Aaron's swift, evasive movements. Aaron skillfully parried and dodged each round, making it look almost effortless despite the barrage. Once he closed half the distance without taking a single hit, the mecha abruptly ceased its assault, calculating that firing on someone as agile as Aaron would only waste energy. The mecha's thunderous steps echoed through the Colosseum, each one accelerating with a force that belied its massive frame. Bam, each stride quicker than the last until, astonishingly, it closed the remaining distance in just 3 seconds. With both hands gripping the great sword, it swung in a deadly arc, its blade hurtling toward the precise point where it calculated Aaron's neck would be, aiming to cleave him in two and bring the fight to an abrupt, decisive end. As the sword descended, the mecha pilot tracked every millisecond through her data overlay, calculating Aaron's speed and trajectory in real time. Noticing that Aaron had accelerated and would dodge the initial strike, she swiftly adjusted the weapon's parameters. Jets of flame burst from the sword's opposite edge, doubling its speed to intercept Aaron's increased momentum. Aaron, seeing the sudden acceleration, reacted with split-second precision. Just meters from his neck, he leaned back, sliding smoothly across the ground. He raised his sword in reverse above his face, eyes fixed skyward, as a cascade of sparks erupted from the intense friction between the two metals. The massive great sword, nearly 4 times his length, blazed past with mere inches to spare. Just as Aaron started to feel a momentary relief, believing the danger had passed, he found himself inches away from another swing aimed directly at him from the very direction the great sword had flown after he dodged it. Reacting instantly, he adjusted his sword, still holding it in a reverse grip and pointing it downward to create a slim line of defense. Clang! The sound reverberated as the massive sword struck his, sending him hurtling backward through the air, trailing along the trajectory of the blow. As he soared, Aaron turned his head to assess what had struck him, baffled by how the weapon could have reversed with such force and speed without him noticing. That's when he noticed, only one of the great sword's cutting edges was embedded in the ground. It had been cleverly ejected, a maneuver intended to exploit his lapse in attention, catching him off guard with a surprise follow-up attack. As Aaron landed, a fresh volley of energy bullets was already closing in on him. Swiftly, he parried a few before sidestepping out of the bullet stream. Then, activating his flight ability, he dashed toward the mecha with incredible speed, making it appear as though he was simply sprinting. Along the way, he passed the half of the great sword still embedded in the ground, vibrating as it attempted to free itself and rejoin its counterpart to reform the complete weapon. Just then, he encountered a massive energy bullet nearly half the size of the original energy blob he had split at the start of the fight. Without hesitation, he sliced through it, splitting the bullet cleanly in two. Aaron deftly redirected one of the halves toward the embedded sword, where it seared through the metal, melting it entirely and rendering it unusable for the remainder of the battle. As Aaron closed in on the mecha, it swung at him with the now halved great sword. With a swift dodge, he easily evaded the blade, which lacked the speed boost provided by its missing half. Reaching one of the mecha's massive legs, he punched it with his sword held in reverse, the blade slicing into the side where his fist couldn't reach. A loud CRSHHHGOUSB echoed as Aaron skidded to a halt, using his legs to absorb the momentum, leaving parts of the mecha's left leg trailing behind him. The machine wobbled, its frame struggling to balance on one leg. Unable to stay upright, it crashed down to one knee, fighting to avoid a complete collapse. The pilot was stunned, realizing that her mecha's shield, meant to withstand such assaults, had been overloaded by Aaron's punch, taking an entire leg along with it. How could one blow, even from a powerful opponent, have bypassed the protective field and caused such catastrophic damage? Her shock was short-lived, however, as she saw Aaron approaching again, his intent unmistakable. He was aiming to finish the fight by eliminating her directly. In a desperate move, she drove the half-sword into the ground, using it as leverage to haul the massive machine upright. The maneuver was sudden and precise, leaving viewers gasping in amazement as the mecha rose, defying its earlier vulnerability. Initially, the spectators believed the mecha was merely trying to protect itself. That assumption shattered when they witnessed Aaron suddenly dodging to avoid a shard of the half-great sword that shot toward him like a skewer, narrowly missing its target. The piece then reattached itself to the now complete great sword, replacing the melted portion that had been embedded in the ground. In the midst of the chaos, the mecha removed the destroyed components, ejecting the remnants of its broken leg. A new leg swiftly assembled from the trailing pieces that had followed the shard of the great sword aimed at Aaron. Now fully operational again, the colossal machine loomed ominously, its towering silhouette casting a long shadow over Aaron, who had halted at a safe distance. The atmosphere in the Colosseum crackled with tension as spectators held their breath, captivated by the rapid change of the situation. Chapter 771 What? So, those were for replacement parts, Aaron observed, nodding as he assessed the now fully repaired mecha, which regarded him with an air of confidence, as if to say his previous efforts were futile. While he was slightly taken aback by the swift recovery, he had anticipated some form of countermeasure, knowing that, per the regulations, high-altitude drone attacks were prohibited. Thus, the components that had scattered at the start of the fight were likely either for surveillance or spare parts, though he considered the latter to be a low probability. "Nova, I need your help or I'll have to completely dismantle it to win this fight," Aaron called out, keeping his eyes locked on the mecha that had just glowed ominously before it slowly started hovering. "Whenever you are ready, sir," Nova responded eagerly, her excitement palpable. "Okay, time for you to get to work." He shifted into a spear-throwing stance, facing the mecha as it began to gain altitude rapidly. With a powerful motion, he hurled the sword toward the mecha, applying a flying rune to enhance its speed and to be able to control the trajectory. Given the vast size difference, the mecha could only make a slight adjustment to evade the incoming projectile. The sword, however, found its mark, embedding itself deep within the mecha's chest. The mecha pilot quickly initiated diagnostic tests to assess the impact of the sword embedded in the chest of her machine. Although she noted a few critical damages, they were manageable. Rerouting those tasks to other systems would allow the mecha to share the burden effectively. Within moments, the mecha was back to full operational capacity. Once stabilized, the massive machine ascended rapidly, gaining altitude until it reached a height of several kilometers. After hovering for a few seconds, it finally stopped, turning its gaze back down at Aaron, who was now firmly planted on the ground, surveying the colossal figure above him. "That was a foolish move. What are you going to do now that you don't have a sword or any mana weapon?" the mecha pilot mused to herself as she scrutinized the zoomed-in image of Aaron, who regarded her with a serious expression. After analyzing all of his previous fights, they discovered a pattern. Aaron either relied on a magic weapon or needed a long preparation time before launching an attack with his sword. Although he had briefly flown during some battles, it was only for short periods, and he never repeated that feat consecutively. This led them to conclude that the ability was likely embedded in his armor. Just as energy weapons required time to cool down or recharge their capacitors, which rendered them temporarily unusable, it seemed Aaron could not employ that ability in rapid succession. After skiing herself and not finding any answer, she decided to continue with the fight. Shortly after, the mecha raised its right hand, now gripping the fully repaired greatsword, and pointed it menacingly at Aaron on the ground. However, it remained still, recharging its energy. Meanwhile, the mecha's left palm began unleashing a barrage of smaller energy projectiles, and the soles of its legs joined in, creating a relentless rain of energy weapons cascading toward Aaron. He had no time to think, forced into a desperate dance of evasion to avoid being transformed into a honeycomb of craters. For the next few minutes, Aaron was caught in a relentless rhythm, dodging the barrage of small energy bullets without a moment's rest. Just as he began to find his footing in this chaotic dance, he almost cursed at the sight of a massive shot fired from the cannon embedded in the great sword, clearly aimed at creating another devastating crater. Yet, as if he was already anticipating this move, he reacted to it swiftly. With swift actions, he propelled himself out of the blast radius just in time, narrowly avoiding the explosion that erupted on the ground behind him, sending debris and shockwaves into the air. The mecha paused momentarily after unleashing its barrage, but it was clear that this lull wouldn't last. Its right hand released the great sword, letting it fall to the ground, while two new swords flew toward it coming from the hovering machines. As both hands grasped the new weapons, they were aimed directly at Aaron. Just before Aaron could regain his footing, one of the swords was fired, while the other was poised to strike at the location he was escaping toward. It was evident the mecha intended to capitalize on his reliance on his armor's short hovering ability, ready to unleash another attack the moment he landed and the ability enters a cooldown. The conclave viewers watched in anticipation as Aaron found himself cornered, many of them murmuring that his time was up. They felt a wave of satisfaction, convinced that this was the moment their doubts about their own strength would be laid to rest. Cheers began to ripple through the crowd as they noted the second greatsword glowing ominously, its energy building as Aaron finally halted a few kilometers away from the site of the previous explosion. The tension was palpable, with the audience brimming with excitement at the thought of witnessing Aaron's downfall and reaffirming their belief in their strength. But just as the crowd was about to erupt in triumph over Aaron's impending defeat, an unexpected announcement echoed through the devices they were watching in. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. Silence fell over the viewers, stunned by the revelation. The conclave viewers, initially jubilant, now stood frozen in disbelief, their devices gripped tightly in their hands. A collective realization dawned upon them: and chaos ensued as they either leaped to their feet in outrage or nearly crushed their screens in frustration. Thoughts raced through their minds: the fight had to be rigged. How could Aaron, who seemed moments away from annihilation, now be declared the victor? To them, it was unfathomable that he could win while he was only evading attacks like a frightened animal fleeing from a pack of dogs. Chapter 772. The situation is now under review. Amidst the viewers' shock, disbelief, and rising anger, the feed shifted from the glowing cannon on the great sword, now slowly dimming, to a full view of the mecha. The great swords in its hands, separated at the center, began closing, concealing the cannons within. The left-hand sword was put on the mecha's back, being held magnetically, while the one on the right remained firmly in its grip. It then began a slow descent, carefully maneuvering to land near Aaron. As it approached the ground, just a few meters away, it deactivated its hovering ability. Bam! The mecha landed heavily, kneeling down while driving the sword still clutched in its right hand into the ground. Its head bowed, creating the striking image of a knight kneeling before an emperor. The feed shifted once more, this time capturing the rear of Mecha 765 with Aaron visible over its shoulder. His gaze, fixed on the mecha's movements, hinted at amusement, as though entertained by its display. The scene, framed from a cinematic angle, captivated viewers on both sides, adding a mesmerizing, almost surreal quality to the unfolding moment. The Ural Coalition has filed a formal contest, claiming that the referee ended the match without adequate justification, possibly due to a bug in my programming. The situation is now under review. This announcement refocused everyone's attention on the core issue, sparking curiosity about the sudden decision to end the match. Viewers speculated on whether a genuine error had occurred and, if so, how the Ural Coalition might be compensated for the lost chance to secure victory. As they waited for the explanation, the screen feed shifted to a scene all viewers knew well: the recorded negotiation between the Emperor and Lyasas, the representative of the Astral Conclave forces. The video began with Lyasas speaking, listing the names of the conclave's participants. For the Exorvax, it will be Princess Seraphina. For the Valthorans, Vaxirian. The representative of Zelvora will be Xyler. The Trinaria, she continued, naming each civilization and their designated contender until she reached the Ural Coalition. The Ural Coalition has opted to field Mecha 765, with its weapons limited to those meeting the established rules. Those quick-witted enough immediately pieced together what could have prompted her to end the match, but most viewers remained curious, unsure of the relevance. The referee AI didn't leave them guessing for long, stating, "The Ural Coalition's fighter is Mecha 765, meaning if it becomes incapacitated and unable to continue, it is considered defeated, even if the pilot remains alive, as she is not deemed the actual contender." The fight could have continued if the pilot had been killed, but the mecha remained operational. The decision to end the match is based on the fact that the current condition of the mecha renders it incapable of continuing. As shown moments ago, it is fully under the control of the Terran Empire's fighter, Aaron Michael. Regarding how he achieved this, I am restricted from disclosing details at this time, though I suspect many of you have your own theories. As she explained her reasoning behind ending the match, the referee AI displayed the specific rules supporting her decision, ensuring that anyone genuinely curious, rather than blindly skeptical, could follow her fair and rule-based justification. Regarding why she couldn't reveal how Aaron took control of the mecha, the audience already understood the reason. With the extensive array of sensors in the Colosseum, every action taken within its bounds, whether visible or concealed within the body, fell under her monitoring. This level of surveillance meant she could potentially expose the secrets of each fighter's abilities. To prevent this, a rule had been established prohibiting her from disclosing any skill or ability outright. Instead, she would either scramble certain details or omit specifics that could reveal the exact methods behind an action, ensuring each fighter's unique techniques remained confidential. She concluded her statement with, "As per my reasoning, no evidence of a mistake in my code or my oversight has been found. All decisions were made according to the established rules. Therefore, the initial decision stands." This declaration extinguished the hopes of the Ural Coalition citizens, who had clung to the possibility of disputing the ruling. From their perspective, the fight had ended on a technicality, forcing them to concede valuable knowledge to the winning side. Furthermore, this marked the Empire's seventh victory, meaning they needed only one more win to achieve a majority. This outcome would tilt the unified agreement decisively in favor of the Empire, to the detriment of the Conclave forces. Ignoring the feelings of the spectators, the referee AI materialized in front of Aaron and asked, "Would you like to use your break period, or shall we proceed to the next fight?" "I would like to use my break period," Aaron replied as he began walking toward the mecha, which remained on its knees, resembling a knight awaiting the Emperor's command to rise. "As you wish," the AI responded, then made an announcement, "We will be taking a 20-minute break before the next fight," before gradually starting to fade away. Before the referee AI could complete her disappearance, Aaron interjected, "I have a question." "Ask," she replied, halting her process and reversing it to focus on him, piquing the curiosity of viewers eager to hear what he would say. With her attention on him, Aaron pointed to the mecha and asked, "Since it and whatever is inside it are now my property and are considered approved weapons, can I use them in my upcoming fights?" Those who understood the implications behind his question couldn't help but take a deep breath. They realized that if approved, Aaron would become an even more troublesome opponent than they had anticipated, possibly securing another unexpected victory that could swing the overall fight in the Empire's favor, even if they were likely to lose the remaining matches. As a result, their attention shifted to the referee AI, who appeared to be combing through the rules to find anything that explicitly allowed or prohibited such an action. The viewers were now keenly curious about what decision she would reach, as it would determine whether Aaron would gain an additional advantage or help her in the upcoming battles. Chapter 773 Entrance of the Grotesque Galvaneth. After a few moments of silent calculation, the referee AI finally spoke. "The current situation is indeed unique. Given that you acquire ownership of everything belonging to the individuals you defeat, the mecha and its pilot are now legally considered your property. Thus, as long as they fit the weapon criteria, they should be eligible for participation. However, despite being your property, they are still classified as individual fighters, as they previously acted as one entity. Allowing them to fight alongside you would constitute an unfair 2 versus 1 scenario, which is against the rules, and therefore, cannot be permitted." She continued, her tone as steady as ever. "It would have been possible for the mecha to fight on your behalf had it been registered as the Empire's official contender. However, since the registration window closed before the matches began, updating the registration now is not an option." With this detailed explanation, she clarified her reasoning and the factors that led her to reach this decision. Hearing her response, Aaron looked like someone who had just been caught trying to exploit a loophole before he could fully benefit from it. Before he could say anything, she added, "While my decision is based on the current ground rules, it is not entirely conclusive, as it isn't etched directly into the rules. You could call for a vote to set a precedent. However, I'm quite certain the opposing side won't allow you a chance to gain the upper hand when you're so close to achieving a majority. So, what will it be?" Aaron smirked slightly at her suggestion and replied, "While it might be amusing to waste their time, I don't have the patience for a pointless vote. Let's stick with your decision as the rule." Turning to the kneeling mecha, he commanded, "Go to my ship and wait for me there." The mecha rose, lifting the sword embedded in the ground and securing it on its back. It began to emit a soft glow, floating toward the shield's edge closest to the Emperor's personal ship, followed closely by its 4 hovering backup equipment carriers. The shield allowed all of them to pass through unimpeded, boarding the ship smoothly. This moment dashed the hopes of those who clung to the idea that the mecha's surrender was just a ploy to get close to Aaron and assassinate him. The referee AI then addressed him, "Due to the extensive damage in this area, please relocate 30 kilometers east, as repairs here would take considerable time. Will you move on your own, or shall I transport you to preserve your remaining recuperation period?" "Please," Aaron replied, and almost instantly, he felt himself caught in a field similar to the Empire's tractor beams, gently transporting him to the new location. Throughout this period he closed his eyes and focused on his mana-gathering act as he needed to give the coming fighters hope and have them maintain their confidence in the fights. Throughout the transport, Aaron closed his eyes, focusing on gathering mana, intending to project an aura that would offer the incoming fighters a sense of hope and confidence for their matches. But more than that, he was using this time to let his mind cool down. While the audience saw his fights ending in seconds or lasting only a few minutes, his perception-enhancing technology had stretched these moments into hours from his perspective. Although he could keep going without issue, he saw no harm in allowing his brain a brief respite, restoring his mental sharpness for the challenges ahead. As the timer ended, the referee AI announced, "May the next contender enter," followed by her opening the shield to part to allow for entry. A Galvaneth arrived on the field, transported by their ship, while a container came in for Aaron, carrying within it a fresh sword and a distinct-looking gun different from the ones he had destroyed in earlier bouts. The Galvaneth were among the most challenging opponents due to a trait they shared with only a few of the top civilizations: diversity. Unlike other species, whose abilities could often be predicted, Galvaneth symbiotically bonded with a vast range of organisms, making each fighter's abilities highly unpredictable. For example, while a Shadari opponent specialized in space combat would undoubtedly use stealth, Galvaneth powers remained uncertain until their specific symbiotic partner was known, a factor that added an extra layer of difficulty in preparation. Aaron's opponent looked like nothing he'd faced before. Its form defied any assumption about gender or even humanoid structure. Though it had arms, they dragged along the ground as if they were limbs repurposed from legs, while its actual hind legs seemed too weak to support its weight. The creature's body resembled a tortoise but with shell-like growths that covered it, attempting and failing to contain the rest of its mass. Flesh spilled grotesquely from the gaps, giving it the unsettling appearance of a botched experiment, as if it were the tragic product of a mad scientist's attempt to create a chimera. The grotesque appearance was enough to turn some viewers' stomachs, even prompting a few to close the stream entirely. Many wondered aloud why such a creature had even been chosen to compete, given that it appeared barely capable of standing, let alone fighting. Alongside the Galvaneth contender arrived a massive, misshapen box that appeared barely capable of holding its contents. The container strained under the pressure of whatever lay within, revealing hints of what might be concealed inside. Unlike the transport ship that departed moments ago, the container stayed behind, signaling that either it or whatever it held was intended as the creature's weapon. Aaron observed his opponent, stationed a few kilometers away, with an impassive gaze. His focus wasn't on the creature's grotesque appearance but on what it might be capable of. Setting these thoughts aside, he began the critical task of imbuing mana into his newly acquired gun when the preparation period was announced. This weapon would, he hoped, allow him to end the fight quickly while leaving most of the Galvaneth's body intact for research into its unique power system. However, his plan depended on whether the weapon's properties would harm the Galvaneth fighter as intended. If not, the encounter might turn more complicated than he'd prefer. Time passed quickly, and soon the AI referee signaled the start of the fight with a clear announcement: "You may begin." Chapter 774 Shards. As soon as the referee's announcement echoed across the field, Aaron raised his gun, preparing to aim and fire. However, before he could pull the trigger, a spear-like projectile came hurtling toward him at an incredible speed. It tore through the air with such velocity that it nearly reached him the instant the sound of the announcement did, indicating it had been launched with uncanny precision the moment the fight began, forcing him to react swiftly, sidestepping to narrowly evade the projectile. As Aaron sidestepped the spear-like projectile, his gaze locked onto its trajectory, analyzing its design to determine if it was just a sharpened fragment or perhaps concealed something lethal, an explosive or hidden ability. It zipped past, centimeters from his head, revealing enough detail for him to see it was not a spear at all but a fragment deceptively shaped like one. Just as he grasped this, the shard stopped abruptly in mid-air, defying expectation before dropping squarely onto his shoulder. His shield flared briefly, pulsing with mana to absorb the shard's impact, a clear indication of its unusual density or concealed danger. Sensing the risk, Aaron quickly adjusted his shield's angle, allowing the shard to slide off, where it hit the ground with a tremor, melting the earth upon contact. Aaron halted his original plan, or rather, was forced to since his current self-imposed limitations required him to dodge the incoming objects of similar type heading his way. Meanwhile, the shard on the ground continued to melt through the area, unleashing massive damage just by contact, effectively confirming everything he needed to know about these incoming projectiles. Although the mana his shield expended was only a fraction of his vast reserve, the amount itself was enough to allow even a sage-level fighter like Zalthar, or Calthar, who was several degrees stronger, to unleash their most powerful attacks 10 times over, each one using their entire mana capacity. For either of them, a direct hit from such a shard would be fatal, obliterating them instantly on contact. As he kept evading the relentless barrage, each projectile struck the ground moments after he dodged, forcing him to sidestep them repeatedly. Once they landed, the shards inflicted one of two effects on the terrain: some melted the ground into molten pools, while others froze the area solid, encasing it in frost. This hinted at either an attribute embedded within the weapon material or the effect of one of the fighter's numerous, yet unknown, symbiotes. After a few seconds of dodging the steady stream of attacks, Nova, who was monitoring everything and assisting him, warned, "Sir, be careful, I don't believe each weapon's attack ends on impact." She had analyzed the trajectory patterns and formed a hypothesis about their control mechanisms. Concluding that the projectiles weren't sentient weapons based on how they were being controlled, with another piece of evidence being that the fighter was a Galvaneth, not a Symmetra, and thus didn't possess access to neither the closely guarded sentient weapon technology exclusive to the Symmetra nor the means of controlling those weapons had he got his hands on. "I suspected as much, but it's very risky to make a move right now without knowing what the rest of the attacks entail," Aaron replied, deftly dodging what appeared to be the last of the shards aimed at him. Hundreds of shards littered the ground despite only about 10 seconds having passed since the fight began. The Galvaneth fighter was not holding back at all. Grateful for the brief lull, Aaron seized the opportunity to move, intent on steering clear of the dangerous fuck around and find out radius created by the scattered shards. The surrounding area had transformed into a perilous landscape of melted and frozen patches, each capable of inflicting immense destruction with the slightest misstep. But before he could create any distance from the devastated area, Aaron suddenly found himself unable to move, ensnared by what felt like a potent telekinetic field enveloping him from all sides. "Antenna," he exclaimed, quickly deducing the source of this immobilizing force. The grip was emanating from the shards littering the ground, which were now hovering and vibrating at regular intervals. They moved swiftly, forming a tight formation around him, intent on imprisoning him and cutting off any chance of escape. "Yep, it seems they're acting as antennas and amplifiers, enabling the owner of these shards to utilize some of their abilities from a distance. It's likely that a part of the owner's body is integrated within them, or the shards themselves are fragments of the owner's body," Nova explained to Aaron, who appeared to the viewers to be suspended mid-air. "Parts from his shell?" he asked, contemplating whether that explained why some body parts appeared to be spilling from the body. "Can't say for sure without analyzing their composition, but that's the most likely outcome," she responded. The one responsible for this entire situation finally began to move, having previously hurled the attacks without shifting from its position. Slowly, it started to hover, and once it was a few meters above the ground, it vanished in an instant, leaving behind a deafening sonic boom. Moments later, it reappeared a short distance from Aaron, who remained suspended and unable to move. PCQA3V7WNT4S5 Assidual Pimps Quo IG 5I6 and Ford U0 Wipes Gasterisk 0Q4U994 Tape 3I032 PRVQ43 came from the mouth of the Galvaneth, as it seemed to attempt to address Aaron. However, without a translator, only a jumbled sequence of sounds emerged for a moment. Then, the referee responsible for the broadcasting feed quickly provided subtitles. "Emperor of the Terran Empire, in honor of your position and in consideration of future cooperation between our two civilizations and the Conclave as a whole, I offer you the opportunity to surrender without forcing my hand to kill you. So, are you willing to surrender?" The viewers of the Conclave, finally grasping the question following the translation, erupted in celebration. Many raised their hands in triumph, shouting at the screen, expressing their disbelief that the Galvaneth fighter was offering a chance to surrender instead of simply killing Aaron. Among this group were those who had already lost, as well as some awaiting their turn to fight. They knew that with the Emperor's death, the remaining battles would automatically be counted as wins for their side. In stark contrast, the citizens of the Terran Empire remained silent, caught in a tense uncertainty. They were unsure whether this was truly the end of their emperor or if he was still playing some strategy against his opponents. Lacking any knowledge of the power scale between the fighters, they found it impossible to ascertain the situation's outcome. Chapter 775 Complacency. Unfortunately, no. Aaron responded calmly. The Galvanith fighter's expression betrayed a flash of surprise. To it, the Emperor was already caged, with no means of escape, meaning Aaron would rather face death than accept defeat. "Looks like you have the Valtharin disease," the Galvanith said, its tone laced with disdain. Despite its grotesque form, the viewers could sense its disgust at what it perceived as Aaron's misplaced pride. "You made your choice," the Galvanith continued, then immediately began to tighten the telekinetic field around Aaron. As the field's radius shrank, its pressure intensified, closing in with the intent to crush Aaron and bring a swift end to the fight. "Is everything about this only telekinesis?" Aaron asked Nova, as the feedback from his shield indicated that the Galvanith fighter was increasing the pressure, pushing his mana expenditure no matter how many higher with each second. "No, he's using two abilities at once, and you need to end this fast, sir," Nova said. Her voice remained calm, yet there was a subtle edge of urgency, a clear indicator of the rising danger. Though the tone didn't suggest an immediate crisis, it was enough for Aaron to recognize the need to wrap up the fight quickly to prevent any uncontrolled escalation, a scenario he was keen to avoid. Nova then displayed the broadcast footage for him, showing the live feed being transmitted to the Conclave and the Empire. The forces around him were highlighted in different colors, providing a visual explanation to viewers and clarifying the interplay of power that Aaron was up against. The feed displayed basic labels overlaid on the colored fields, offering just enough explanation to give the viewers insight without fully disclosing the mechanics of the abilities. Aaron could see he was caught between two forces compressing inward, labeled telekinesis and gravity. The second label alone made it clear why Nova urged him to finish the fight swiftly. Aaron's shield could easily handle the telekinetic force bearing down on him. His mana reserves were more than capable of countering pressure even on an unimaginable scale. The real threat, however, was the gravitational attack. If this gravity field were mana-based, his shield would nullify it without issue. But Aaron understood that the Galvanith symbiotes didn't rely on mana for their abilities, they channeled energy directly from the user's stamina. This distinction meant the gravitational force couldn't be intercepted by his shield's usual mana-based defense. While the shield currently resisted the field's pull, Aaron knew it was only a matter of time before the gravity grew intense enough to bypass his defenses entirely, closing in on the point where it would press down upon him directly. "I understand," Aaron replied, and without hesitation, he generated a new shield, initially setting it to an open mode that allowed unrestricted movement in and out. Swiftly, he expanded its reach, forming a massive barrier spanning a kilometer in each direction. Once established, he switched the shield to lockdown mode, sealing it completely and preventing anything from either entering or escaping. The Galvanith sensed something shift in the atmosphere, triggering an immediate state of alert. However, when nothing materialized and the sensation faded after a brief moment, it redirected its focus to the task at hand, crushing the Emperor. Still, a sliver of its attention lingered on the source of that fleeting feeling, remaining vigilant for any sign of threat that might arise. To the Galvanith's surprise, despite exerting the combined force of its telekinesis and gravity abilities, capable of crushing the exterior of a military ship, something it had successfully done before, the man before him maintained an expression that suggested he was unaffected by the onslaught. This led the Galvanith to wonder whether the Emperor truly felt nothing, possessed the strength to withstand such pressure, or was merely putting on a facade to avoid embarrassment in front of his citizens. So, it decided to double the intensity of its abilities, unconcerned about the toll on its stamina. Unlike Aaron, it had no subsequent fights to contend with, allowing it to unleash its full power without reservation. However, just as it prepared to amplify its efforts, that small part of its mind, still alert for the source of its earlier unease, suddenly jolted it. As it scanned the area, its heart sank when it realized it was encased within a massive shield that had effectively severed its sensory range, limiting its awareness of everything inside the bubble. Before it could react to the sudden shift in the situation, the Galvanith found itself propelled by an invisible force emanating from Aaron's location. The sheer speed of the push slammed its body against the outer layer of the shield, trapping it between two solid barriers and attempting to crush it. Thanks to its mangled exoskeleton, which resisted the tremendous forces trying to compress it, the Galvanith managed to cling to consciousness, but only for a moment. Almost immediately, the pressure surged exponentially, shattering its shell and forcing its organs to spill out. However, before any of the fallen remains could drop far, they landed on another shield that had materialized to catch every drop of blood and organ, preserving the remnants of the Galvanith fighter's body. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. The AI referee's announcement echoed through the arena, reverberating with a finality that underscored the magnitude of the event. The Galvanith fighter, who had once seemed so powerful and confident, had perished before it could even comprehend what was happening to it. "I'd become complacent and started treating this like a game," Aaron mused, his eyes fixed on the shield that contained the remnants of the Galvanith fighter. He realized that, without the immediate threat to his life or the looming specter of war, he had fallen back into his old habits of caution and overthinking. This tendency had led him into trouble before, as he often let things unfold instead of taking decisive action when he had the power to change the outcome. Chapter 776, Breaking the Shackles. "Took you long enough to figure that out," Nova replied, a hint of amusement in her tone, making it clear she'd noticed this long before Aaron had caught on himself. "Why didn't you just tell me, so I could have corrected it earlier?" Aaron asked, curious rather than surprised that Nova had already picked up on his habit. "People rarely learn from mere warnings," she explained with a tone that was almost like a teacher addressing a student's oversight. "Since your life wasn't actually at risk, I thought it would be more valuable for you to realize it on your own after experiencing the consequences firsthand." Aaron chuckled at Nova's tone, but beneath the surface, he was scrutinizing each step he'd taken since the start of negotiations. Up to now, his actions had felt almost effortless, yet the recent fight had shifted that perception. This last opponent, whose abilities bypassed the usual mana-based defenses, had brought an unexpected level of danger, reminding Aaron of a vulnerability within his current runic expertise. He began to wonder, what if he encountered a situation similar to this, but one where the threat struck with an instant, devastating effect far quicker than the gradual danger of the gravity ability? Something so swift he'd have no time to react, or an opponent just as exceptional as he was, but without holding back as he had been. All the limitations he faced were self-imposed, and carefully maintained to avoid stirring fear or conflict with the Conclave members. After a moment of contemplating his actions, he asked Nova, "What's the probability that they'll unite against us if they see the full extent of my powers?" he asked, his tone measured but laced with genuine curiosity. "Currently, they are already united, sir. The agreement that forms the Conclave represents the maximum level of cooperation they can achieve due to their varied interests. If they become frightened, the most they can do is attempt to sabotage you and the Empire in ways that wouldn't justify a retaliatory strike from you. Without such justification, it would require you to confront the entire Conclave military force at once, which, as it stands, the Empire is not yet fully equipped to handle. Additionally, our technological advantages in certain areas, coupled with our access to mana stones, limit their options for sabotage. They risk losing access to the mana stones if they push too hard. The primary change I foresee is that many of them will attempt to get closer to you, seeking to tie you to the Conclave or even persuade you to join. They are not the only players in this part of the galaxy, so their more overt actions will be limited. The more blatant their moves are, the greater the chance you might align with another faction. After witnessing your powers, they will be wary of opposing you, Nova concluded, outlining her reasoning based on the current understanding of the Conclave's dynamics. Aaron raised an eyebrow in surprise at her explanation. "So the drawback is nothing different from what I expected?" "Exactly. However, you'll need to take this seriously, as most of the upcoming opponents will possess formidable abilities that draw on various forms of energy or combinations of them. You need to exercise utmost caution to avoid any sudden fatalities," Nova replied, her tone both informative and cautionary. "Also, we've already secured the majority by winning 8 fights. So, if you believe that facing certain racial abilities poses too great a risk given your current understanding of runes, you can always forfeit," she added, blending her congratulations with a touch of sarcastic warning about the importance of preserving his life. "I'll keep that in mind," Aaron said with a chuckle, his gaze shifting to the container that had arrived to collect the remains of the Galvanith and its weapons. Moments later, the AI referee appeared, prompting the next step. "Would you like to use your break period, or shall we proceed to the next fight?" The viewers were still reeling from the rapid shift in the situation, having gone from witnessing the Emperor's capture to seeing the Galvanith transformed into little more than an organ donor in a matter of seconds. Many struggled to comprehend how such a drastic turn of events had occurred, despite the replay being shown multiple times. Those who managed to gather their thoughts more quickly recognized that, with this victory, Aaron had secured the basic agreements with the Conclave forces. In theory, he could forfeit all the remaining matches, but most understood that this was the least likely scenario. The opponents still standing offered tantalizing technologies that Aaron could potentially acquire should he emerge victorious. When the AI referee posed such a foolish question, assuming Aaron would take a moment to rest and recover, those who were already fully consumed by anger began shouting. Despite the question's irrelevance to them, it offered an outlet for their frustrations, and they were determined not to let the opportunity pass by. But when Aaron declared, "No need for rest, please bring in the next fighter," something seemed to snap within the crowd. They had been subjected to a series of astonishing events, all stemming from this man who appeared to look down on them. At that moment, the Conclave members found themselves united in their prayers for the next fighter to achieve victory. It didn't matter if it was someone from a civilization that had already been defeated or even someone whose civilizations hadn't participated in the war. They all prayed in unison as they desperately needed to see Aaron get taken down at least once. If every fighter from the Conclave fell to him, they feared they would lose all confidence, unable to hold their heads high in the aftermath of such an overwhelming defeat. Yet, as they lifted their gazes to Aaron's face, a chill ran down their spines. Despite his expression remaining unchanged from the usual calm demeanor he wore before previous fights, there was an unmistakable aura surrounding him this time. Something about his presence felt altered, and they couldn't shake the sense that this change boded ill for whoever would be stepping into the arena against him next. The realization settled in: their next opponent would be in for a far more daunting challenge than they had anticipated. Chapter 777: The Erythian Sentient Weapon, NO 70. As the Colosseum's shield parted, a colossal ship loomed into view, its engines rumbling as it glided into the Colosseum. It made its way to the designated landing area for the next challenger, casting an imposing shadow on its way. The viewers held their breath, eager to see what kind of warrior would emerge from such a vessel, each of them hoping, perhaps futilely, that this one might be the fighter to finally give Aaron a real test. When the ship reached the designated landing zone, there was no sign of the usual, controlled fighter disembarkation. Instead, a massive, reinforced cube, 70 meters on each side, was unceremoniously dropped onto the Colosseum floor. The Erythian ship then hastily retreated from the Colosseum, as if to put as much distance as possible between itself and the ominous container. The cube itself was a masterpiece of high-end restraint engineering, with every inch of its surface crafted to hold something formidable inside. Observers who recognized the intricate detailing on the exterior immediately knew it was a creation of the Symmetra artisans, famous for their exacting standards and exorbitant fees. Their work required rare, precious materials, meaning whoever commissioned this containment was willing to pay dearly to keep its contents locked away, likely because it was too dangerous to be released lightly. "You have 5 minutes to complete your preparations." Just as the AI referee announced the 5-minute preparation period, a sudden, thunderous BAM echoed through the Colosseum. Viewers' hearts nearly leapt out of their chests as they saw the cube shudder, a section of its thick walls denting outward under a massive impact from inside. Whatever was contained within was already trying to escape, hammering against the walls with explosive force. Bam! 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 More powerful strikes followed in rapid succession, each one landing on the same weakened spot. With each hit, the dent grew, leaving spectators breathless, wondering if the cube would burst open at any moment. Many understood what this meant: if the creature broke out early, it would disqualify itself by attacking during the preparation period, a loss that would not sit well with the Astral Conclave viewers, who needed this fighter to put up a strong challenge against Aaron. Yet, Just as the fear peaked, a faint hum emanated from the cube, and the dented metal began to shift, smoothing back into place as if the structure was made of memory alloy. Within moments, it looked as pristine as ever, as though it had never endured the relentless barrage. A deep, resonant BWHO reverberated through the Colosseum, filling the air with a growl so powerful that it seemed to seep through the screens and grab hold of the viewer's instincts. The sound triggered an involuntary surge of fear, making the hairs on their necks stand on end. Some of the viewers clutched their seats in dread, while others found themselves edging back from the screen as if preparing to flee despite knowing they were safely watching a broadcast. A handful even bolted from their room, and a few even fainted under the wave of primal terror. But as their initial fear ebbed, it was swiftly replaced by an unexpected surge of exhilaration. If the creature could inspire such fear through a mere broadcast, they reasoned, it had to be exceptionally powerful, perhaps powerful enough to stand against Aaron. The conclave's hope reignited, for in all of Aaron's previous matches, none had elicited this visceral sense of dread. "Now that's more like it," Aaron muttered, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he sensed the beast's pressure even from kilometers away. It was raw and intense, a force that seemed to pulse through the very ground beneath him. "I know you're itching to go all out, but please, leave a few recognizable pieces behind for research," Nova chimed in, her tone feigning a sarcastic plea. Despite her teasing, Aaron knew she was serious. She was well aware of his fondness for his explosion rune, potent enough to rival a nuclear detonation, as their practice matches had vividly demonstrated. "I'll keep that in mind," Aaron replied, focusing his gaze on the runes now circling him. He only activated 2, careful not to waste mana unnecessarily. If the first 2 runes proved effective, the others would be unnecessary. The remaining ones hovered in reserve, ready to be infused with mana at a moment's notice, their connections allowing him to activate them even mid-flight if needed. "Think that cube's made of nanomachines?" he asked, eyeing the feed as the beast's relentless blows dented the surface, only for it to reform as if untouched. "Doubt it," Nova replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. "The force it's taking would obliterate any typical nanomachine structure after a few hits, unless they had an endless supply to refill the damaged area. Given it's crafted by the Symmetra, it's more likely void energy tech mixed with exotic materials." She couldn't hide her enthusiasm at the prospect of studying the Symmetra's technology, though first, they'd have to make it through whatever monstrous creature was currently contained within it. Throughout this time, the timer continued going down, showing only a few seconds left before the fight began. At 5 seconds to go, the cube's outer walls fell away with a heavy clang, each section spreading out like a colossal plus sign against the Colosseum floor. The monstrous creature inside finally came into full view, an abomination of twisted limbs and layered, chitinous armor, with eyes that glowed a sickly, luminescent yellow. Heavy mana-infused ropes bound it, glowing a fierce yellow as they strained to hold it in place. Yet, despite their power, the ropes looked perilously close to snapping, barely containing the beast's overwhelming rage and strength. As the timer reached 1, the ropes abruptly vanished in perfect synchronization with the AI referee's announcement, "You may begin." Freed from its restraints, the Erythian creature let out a blood-curdling roar, shaking the Colosseum as it leaped forward, eyes locked on Aaron, the only living target in sight. There was nothing in its mind but the primal urge for destruction, and Aaron, standing calm and unyielding, was the first obstacle it aimed to obliterate. The camera struggled to keep up, barely capturing the monster as it devoured the distance in mere milliseconds. Just as it seemed the beast would reach Aaron in a heartbeat, a massive dust cloud erupted between them, obscuring everything in a dense veil. For a moment, even the camera was forced to pause, its lens struggling to penetrate the haze. When the dust finally began to settle, the scene that emerged was almost too bizarre for the viewers to believe. The once mindless, unstoppable creature, driven by an insatiable hunger for destruction, now stood frozen a full kilometer away from Aaron. The Emperor hadn't moved an inch, and yet, before him, the creature trembled, visibly paralyzed by a primal terror. It couldn't bring itself to move closer, nor did it dare turn away, as if caught in an invisible snare of dread. Aaron himself looked taken aback, eyebrows raised as he observed the creature's unexpected reaction. In the dead silence of the Colosseum, Aaron muttered, "What the foo?" Chapter 778. Please bring in the next fighter. To say Aaron and every viewer watching were surprised would be an understatement. Disbelief rippled through across countless screens. None of them could fully grasp what they were witnessing. Among the conclave viewers, those familiar with the top 10 civilizations' military hierarchies recognized the significance of the creature's designation. They knew the Erythians reserved numerical rankings for only their most dangerous weapons, and the lower the number, the more devastating the power. For a weapon to hold a two-digit number meant it could contend with nearly any fighter among the top 10 civilizations. Yet here it was, frozen in terror before a single man, unable to move, fight, or flee. Though sentient weapon number 70 wasn't the most powerful of the Erythians' biological creations, it was supposed to be formidable enough to stand against any of the Empire's fighters. Even if it lacked higher intelligence, its design ensured it could contend with the Exorvac's lower-ranking royals. The Erythians had never witnessed any of their weapons, regardless of ranking, showing fear, especially as they were engineered without even the capacity to feel it. These sentient weapons were made to fight relentlessly, a trait that had deterred many civilizations from crossing paths with the Erythians. Now, however, seeing number 70 frozen in terror left the Erythians both mystified and uneasy. Their shock mingled with fear, curiosity, and a flicker of excitement, particularly among their researchers. For the latter, this aberrant behavior sparked a thrilling possibility that there could be an unknown factor influencing their creations, which could lead to advancements in crafting the ultimate sentient weapon. For the remaining Erythians and conclave viewers, the initial excitement and confidence they had in sentient weapon number 70's strength had crashed into bitter disillusionment. Watching their prized creation paralyzed in front of Aaron was a blow to their pride, and for many, the humiliation stung deeply. What had begun as a fight they were certain would turn the tide had now become a spectacle of defeat, and the hope that once soared high had plummeted straight to the core of their spirits. Some viewers, unable to stomach the unfolding disgrace, decided to turn off their screens entirely, unwilling to watch what felt like a public shaming of their might and pride. "Looks like your wish is going to be granted beyond your expectations," Aaron said, following the debrief on the situation and the hypothesis they had developed together. In an instant, he vanished from the camera's view, only to reappear on the opposite side, holding what appeared to be the creature's head. The sight was surreal, one hand clutching a head so large it looked like two oversized containers stacked together. The real feat, however, lay in the shield surrounding it, securing the grip, and a flight rune lifting its immense weight, though Aaron had no intention of revealing these details to the audience. Without waiting for the AI referee's announcement to conclude, he called out, "Hurry up, it can't last much longer." The imposing stance of him holding the creature's head may have projected an image of effortless strength, but Aaron was working intently behind the scenes. Mana flowed steadily into a healing rune he had crafted, ensuring the head's condition remained viable for just a few moments more. This delicate balance kept the brain from shutting down completely, granting the status containers enough time to collect it in pristine form for possible resuscitation or critical research. The entire process wrapped up in under 10 minutes, with the Empire securing not only the creature's remains but even the reinforced containment box it had arrived in, now officially their property. Only 6 factions remained: the Exorvacs, the Valthorans, the Trinarians, the Symmetra, the Zelvora, and the Shadari. Without waiting for the AI referee's prompt, Aaron called out, "Please bring in the next fighter." Now that he was fully committed to finishing the series, he aimed to complete each fight swiftly. Every minute he allowed them to regroup was another moment for the Conclave forces to potentially interfere or devise a disruptive strategy, and Aaron was determined to prevent any such obstacles from gaining traction. They say that no plan, no matter how intricate, can withstand overwhelming power, and what was happening on the field seemed to prove this adage true. Aaron was now facing a Symmetra fighter whose entire body appeared like a patchwork of metals and machinery, with every weak spot meticulously reinforced by high-tech augmentations. Yet calling this clash a fight would be generous, it was more of a one-sided beatdown. Initially, things looked different. Aaron had unleashed a powerful wind spell, sharp enough to form a tornado that would skewer anything in its path. But the Symmetra fighter had thwarted the assault with a barrier fueled by their racial ability, Void Energy. This energy, unique to the Symmetra, disrupted mana-based attacks, scattering the mana particles and rendering the spell useless. Each successive attack met a similar fate, revealing the full extent of Void Energy's ability to dismantle any mana-infused assault before it could even reach the target. Initially, the crowd thought the Emperor had finally met his match. The Symmetra fighter had proven resilient, nullifying Aaron's powerful wind spell and sending back void bullets that could drain an opponent's mana upon contact. These bullets posed a serious threat. If enough of them hit their mark, they could lead to mana starvation, causing any fighter reliant on mana to faint from exhaustion. But despite the potential danger, none of the void bullets even grazed Aaron as he dodged or deflected them with precision. Aaron, however, wasn't merely testing the waters. Within seconds, he unleashed over 2,000 spells in rapid succession, each aimed at the Symmetra fighter from different angles and on varied trajectories. Some spells activated mid-air, generating explosive effects around the others to test the shield. Aaron's meticulous coordination ensured that all the spells converged on the fighter simultaneously, challenging the Symmetra's ability to disperse mana. The sheer number of attacks forced his opponent to expend vast amounts of his limited void energy to nullify each incoming spell, quickly wearing him down. At first, the Symmetra managed to maintain his pace, even attempting counterattacks. But Aaron's relentless barrage soon revealed a critical flaw: the Symmetra's defenses couldn't target every spell individually under such intense assault. The fighter's timing faltered, creating a split-second opening. Aaron seized the moment, activating a lightning spell that bypassed the defenses entirely. The spell struck with pinpoint accuracy, overwhelming the organic parts of the Symmetra fighter's body. Though his augmented parts withstood the hit, the energy surge damaged his brain, causing it to shut down instantly. In a flash, the Symmetra warrior fell, an abrupt, decisive end that left the spectators in shock. The Emperor had won yet again, proving that overwhelming power could unravel even the most impenetrable defenses. Chapter 779 Pride. Having defeated the Symmetra fighter who, if not for a limited reserve of void energy, could have posed a significant challenge, Aaron now faced the final five, each among the Conclave's top-ranking civilizations. If the Symmetra's abilities were any indication, these upcoming battles would be the most difficult yet. Each of the remaining civilizations possessed unique racial abilities that made them particularly formidable and fearsome opponents. Aaron chose to forego his rest period, calling forth the next challenger without delay. This time, it was Vaxirion, the Volthroin warrior, stepping into the arena. Clad in his standard-issue military uniform, he presented a disciplined and imposing figure, a sight the Conclave viewers were well accustomed to, signaling the Volthroin's fierce pride in their abilities. For the viewers from the Terran Empire, however, Vaxirion's appearance was unexpected. Every fighter so far had arrived in armor, even if it was mostly symbolic for some, providing at least a thin layer of protection. Yet here stood Vaxirion, without even the slightest hint of armor, only his military uniform, as if to declare that he required no additional defense. Their surprise, however, would have faded if they understood the power behind Vaxirion's choice, a racial ability deeply rooted in the Volthroin's renowned pride. For the Volthroins, pride wasn't simply an attitude, it was a source of strength. The prouder they were, the stronger their ability became, granting them a protective shield that could resist any attack so long as the fighter held an unwavering belief in their ability to withstand it. This pride had to be genuine, fueled by absolute self-assurance, or the shield would falter. If not for this requirement, the Volthroins might very well dominate the Conclave entirely. While it might seem straightforward to defeat a Volthroin by causing a momentary lapse in their self-confidence, in reality, this was nearly impossible. From early childhood, they are rigorously trained to embrace unwavering pride in their abilities, instilling a deep, unshakable belief that their strength can overcome any foe. During this formative period, they are shielded from external influences. Access to the wider network is strictly limited to prevent any interference with their development. By the time they reach adulthood, emerging after a coming-of-age ceremony, they are fortified in both pride and trust in their abilities, making it almost impossible to penetrate their mental defenses. As long as their shield endures, they remain virtually untouchable in battle. However, this doesn't mean they are invincible. There are ways to defeat them, though only a rare few can achieve it. Their racial ability grants them near impenetrable protection, but it also imposes a unique limitation. Volthroins are conditioned to hold only as much pride as they can genuinely support. Their rational minds automatically limit their pride to the extent they can confidently back with their abilities. This safeguard is crucial because if a Volthroin overestimates their strength and faces defeat by another Volthroin or anyone else, the backlash is severe. The magnitude of the backlash is directly proportional to the pride they couldn't uphold, making recovery to their former strength exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, they lose their standing in the Volthroin hierarchy, a setback from which most who fall never fully recover. Aaron watched the Valthurin fighter, noting his unbothered demeanor as the minutes of preparation ticked by. His hands were proudly clasped over his chest, his honor blade hovering around him without any sign of control, floating on its own as though it were an extension of the fighter's confidence. The lack of preparation on his part, or even the slightest indication of concern, made it clear that he was fully confident of his own strength and his pride. "I wonder how much pride he has in himself," Aaron murmured, analyzing the fighter's posture. Since they sent him here, then he must be the strongest fighter remaining among those who survived the black hole attack. He must be the most prideful among them, too. He likely has the most combat experience, thanks to the knowledge granted by the Pride Nexus. That's probably why he trusts so much in his own abilities to face you, or he might even be receiving direct help through the Nexus if his pride allows him, of course, since it's not prohibited. Nova responded, observing the Valthurin standing there so casually. "You'll need to be careful with his honor blade, though. We don't know its full capabilities," Nova added, knowing that Aaron was aware of the blade's versatility but still needing to caution him. The honor blade's power was unique to each user, and without knowing its specific ability in advance, it was like facing a roulette of unknowns. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, his expression remaining stoic. Right now, it didn't matter what his opponent was doing, he had one goal: end the fight as quickly as possible, all while staying alert enough to avoid being caught off guard by any surprises the Valthurin might throw at him. The countdown to the fight was nearing its end, yet the Valthurin fighter showed no signs of readiness. His stance remained unchanged, his chest puffed out, and his posture relaxed, giving no indication of worry. He stood there as though the fight was nothing more than a mere formality, a test for Aaron to prove himself worthy of his pride. "You may begin." The AI referee's voice cut through the silence. Without hesitation, the Valthurin raised a single hand and pointed a finger directly at Aaron. His expression was serene, almost detached, as if the outcome was already decided in his mind. "Due to defeating those weaklings so easily," the fighter proclaimed, his voice rich with pride, "I will give you the honor of having the first attack." The audacity of his words struck everyone, leaving even the Terran Empire's viewers stunned. No one had expected such a blatant display of arrogance, especially when the fight held the weight of the Conclave's prideful civilizations on the line. If he lost, it would not only be a personal defeat but also a loss of his civilization's technology, making such a declaration quite a careless one. "Attack me with your strongest attack and do not disappoint me," he added with a flourish, his voice laced with challenge. Then, with a dramatic gesture, he opened his arms wide, completely exposing himself. He gave no indication that he planned to defend, offering Aaron an opportunity for any attack he saw fit. Chapter 780 begets the fall. Hearing the Valthurin's brazen invitation, Aaron paused, his initial plan slipping away as he considered this unexpected opportunity. "I won't decline your offer," he replied, a faint smile forming as the chance to hit a stationary and powerful target presented itself. "And I trust you won't go back on it." The Valthurin fighter, arms still spread wide, didn't respond, his expression one of complete disinterest. His silence spoke volumes, making it clear he was eager for Aaron to act without delay. Unbothered by his opponent's silence, Aaron clapped his hands together before spreading them shoulder-width apart, as though measuring an invisible force. Within moments, an explosion rune appeared, pulsating with raw, contained energy. 1% should be enough, he remarked, channeling precisely 1% of his total mana reserve into the rune, a fraction that still exceeded the mana used in all his previous battles combined. With his preparation complete, Aaron looked up and addressed the Colosseum's AI referee. "Referee, activate every defensive measure to maximum capacity, or this Colosseum might split in two." Understood. Proceeding. The referee didn't indulge in any bravado or try to lecture Aaron on arrogance. Instead, she quietly initiated every defensive measure to maximum capacity. If Aaron's warning proved accurate, it was better to be safe than sorry, and if he was exaggerating, taking precautions posed no harm. The potential destruction of the Colosseum wasn't covered by any contingency clause, as no one had ever anticipated such an event. Just to be sure, let's add this, Aaron muttered, making final adjustments to the explosion rune, altering its structure with precise, formulaic changes before launching it. As Aaron finally unleashed the rune, sending it toward his opponent at a deliberate pace, knowing it would neither be intercepted nor deflected, the Valthuran fighter watched it approach with prideful confidence. So, this is your strongest attack? Let's see what it can do to. The fighter's words were drowned out in an earth-shattering explosion. The entire area around him transformed into a kilometer-wide sphere of blistering energy, expanding relentlessly. The blast swelled so rapidly that the referee had to switch to an external view, revealing the colossal explosion now engulfing over 60% of the Colosseum, continuing to grow by the millisecond, with no signs of stopping. Viewers felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that if Aaron was given time to fully charge his attacks, he could decisively dominate every fight. Yet, it seemed only the Valthuran fighter had been bold or foolish enough to allow him such an opportunity. Among the conclave viewers, a flicker of hope sparked. Aaron had been only a few kilometers from the Valthuran fighter, and he, too, had been swallowed by the explosion in an instant. Perhaps he had been caught in his own devastating blast, they thought, daring to hope that this attack had backfired and ended his streak of dominance. If Aaron's defeat could be confirmed, then the Valthuran fighter's sacrifice would be a price well paid. Even as the explosion engulfed over 70% of the Colosseum, showing no sign of slowing, the AI referee remained silent. No announcements were made, neither a victory nor a tie, leaving the audience to wonder. Were both fighters still alive within the inferno? Or was the sheer force and obscured visibility preventing the referee from making any calls until the chaos settled? With the explosion expanding ever outward, concerns grew not only for the outcome but for the integrity of the Colosseum itself, which now looked dangerously close to breaking under the relentless assault. But the explosion didn't keep expanding endlessly. Although everyone could sense that it still held immense power, what happened next nearly made the audience's heart stop. The explosion, which they now realized had been oddly contained in a dumpling-like shape, began to contract rapidly. This sudden reversal revealed that a protective barrier had been holding it in place all along. As the explosive force compressed into an increasingly smaller area, the flames intensified, shifting from fiery orange to blinding yellow. Soon, they turned a searing white, and for a brief, startling moment, they flickered into an intense blue before settling back to white. The colors hinted at the staggering levels of heat, pressure, and trapped radiation reverberating within the barrier, which seemed strained yet resolute, preventing the energy from breaking loose. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. The announcement jolted the audience, snapping them back to reality. As the explosion compressed down into a 1-kilometer sphere, Aaron emerged unscathed, not even a hint of injury marring his form. At the same time, the message confirmed that the Valthuran fighter, who had miraculously held on through most of the blast, had finally succumbed to its overwhelming force, marking the end of the battle. Pride begets the fall, Aaron murmured calmly, watching the compressed explosion continue to seethe within its containment. That was an overkill, he thought, realizing that the blast was only halfway spent and still brimming with destructive energy. Seeing that it might take far too long for the energy to dissipate naturally, Aaron raised his head and addressed the AI referee, "Can you open the shield? I need to expel the remaining energy, it's still holding on to half of its force." The referee AI was momentarily silent, caught off guard by the sheer audacity of Aaron's request. But only for a brief moment. She quickly regained composure and, without hesitation, complied with his instructions. The massive energy of the explosion, still compressed and holding back its full force, began to shift as the AI disengaged the shield. It was then that Aaron finally released his control, sending the concentrated blast hurtling far from the Colosseum. Had there been air in space, the sound of the explosion would have been devastating enough to kill anyone within range. But since it was sent into the vacuum of space, far from the Colosseum, only light and its destructive power remained as tangible evidence of its existence. The explosion's shockwaves, void of sound, rippled through the emptiness, leaving behind a silent testament to its might. Yet, in the minds of the viewers, the sound reverberated a phantom echo of the catastrophic force they had just witnessed. Chapter 781 Checking the Colosseum. We will be taking a 1-hour break to assess the Colosseum's structural integrity before resuming, the AI referee announced, immediately initiating a thorough diagnostic of every corner and component. Its analysis focused on identifying any damage that could compromise the arena's safety or functionality. Wherever damage was detected, the AI determined if repairs were necessary or if backups could seamlessly replace compromised parts, ensuring minimal downtime. The break served as a breather for viewers witnessing an extraordinary, high-stakes fight, the likes of which they had never seen before. Typically, wars between civilizations either end swiftly or drag on as wars of attrition until one side surrenders or a ceasefire is reached. But here, events had unexpectedly spiraled into a one-on-one showdown between representatives of both sides. This situation was something entirely unique, born from a rare combination of circumstances that couldn't have aligned if even one factor had been different. The Astral Conclave arrived with powerful fleets, but due to the Mana Oath, they were forced to act within a strict timeline. This constraint limited their ability to assemble all available forces in one place for coordinated wormhole travel. As a result, they couldn't bring their full power to bear, setting the stage for a more even confrontation than they had anticipated. The discovery of Mana Stones added urgency to the Astral Conclave's actions. They feared that if they delayed to gather more forces, other civilizations might reach the star system first, claiming territories, and with them, control over the Mana Stones. This would force them to either remain buyers or face challenging battles against other powerful civilizations, a scenario that didn't sit well with anyone in their ranks. The black hole bomb was another pivotal factor, as it revealed the Empire's ability to destroy them, no matter how strong they were. This revelation not only instilled fear but also fueled a deep desire within the Astral Conclave to acquire such a weapon, granting them the same power to ensure their survival and dominance. The Empire's defense and its capacity to hold its ground without relying on black hole bombs further pushed the Conclave toward their decision. It was a rare and significant moment, one that they believed would give them the upper hand. They trusted in the diversity and strength of their abilities, confident that they could prevail in a direct confrontation. All of these factors culminated in what the citizens of both sides had once envisioned as a dream scenario. Instead of the leadership sending their soldiers to face certain death, they now found themselves forced to fight personally. This unprecedented shift in strategy turned the conflict into a spectacle. The fight was also being broadcast to both the entire Astral Conclave and the Terran Empire, where it was watched by countless spectators as though it were nothing more than an entertainment event, rather than the defining war that would shape the future relations between the two civilizations. During this break, the referee AI played replays of the previous fights from multiple angles, allowing viewers to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. As they watched, it became clear that the decision made by the Conclave's leadership was the worst possible choice. What had started as an agreement that assured their win quickly turned into a series of defeats, leaving the Conclave facing an unexpected losing streak, something no one had ever anticipated would occur in their lifetimes. It took only 40 minutes for the arena to be declared fully restored, but the referee AI decided to wait for the remaining 20 minutes before calling for the next fighter, a Shadari, a warrior from a civilization renowned as masters of stealth. However, despite their known and proven ability, no one in the Conclave had any hope left. Every time they had allowed themselves to believe that victory was within reach, the Emperor had swiftly crushed those hopes. Now, the viewers watched, not in anticipation of a potential win, but simply to see how the Emperor would end the fight this time. The air was thick with resignation as the Conclave's once unshakable confidence had been shattered by each of Aaron's victories. "I don't have to remind you, but they are one of the most dangerous people to fight against," Nova said. "We still don't know if they can also do what their bombs, which can go through anything, can." she reminded Aaron, unwilling to let him forget, no matter how improbable it seemed. Operating on the ethos that if something goes without saying, it still needs to be said, she wanted to ensure he was fully aware of the threat. "I know. If there is nothing I can do, I will just surrender," Aaron said, acknowledging the risks of the current situation. His tone, however, was not one of resignation, but one that conveyed a resolve to give his best effort before considering surrender. He made it clear that, while he recognized the odds, he would fight until there was no other way, knowing the Empire had already won the majority. Despite the fight not starting, he was already struggling to pinpoint the exact location of the enemy. Although the opponent wasn't moving at all, Aaron could have sworn that the enemy kept appearing in different places, sometimes vanishing entirely before reappearing moments later. This unsettling behavior was raising the level of caution in Aaron, as it hinted at something far more dangerous waiting to unfold. "It's going to be a difficult one," he muttered, followed by closing his eyes. His vision was only a hindrance now, as whatever the Shadari fighter was wearing or doing was directly interfering with the light itself, not just creating an illusion. Even the camera feed was struggling with the same distortion, showing fragmented and unreliable images. Aaron knew that relying on sight in this situation would be pointless. He would have to depend on other senses and instincts if he were to stand a chance. "Nova, thanks for the help ahead of time," Aaron said, his voice steady as he focused on the approaching fight. The seconds ticked away, each one bringing him closer to the inevitable clash. Chapter 782: The Masters of Stealth. To say the Shadari were scary would be an overstatement. They were simply optimized for stealth. Their strength lay in their ability to remain unseen, to blend into the surroundings, making them masters of subtlety rather than intimidation. Their choice of attire, nothing more than a fabric that resembled a veil, made perfect sense for their specialization. To them, wearing traditional armor was akin to lighting a fire on a scorching summer day to keep warm, a completely counterproductive choice. The veil-like material both absorbed and distorted light, leaving many to wonder if it was part of the Shadari's skin or simply a unique uniform. This baffling effect was all the viewers could discern from the livestream feed, which struggled to capture a clear image of the fighter. The sight, or lack thereof, was enough to rekindle a flicker of hope among the audience, who had almost given up any optimism after watching previous fights that only reinforced Aaron's seemingly insurmountable strength. This elusive fighter stirred a new layer of apprehension, suggesting that Aaron might finally face a true challenge. "You may begin," announced the referee, marking the start of what had now turned out to be the day's most anticipated showdown. At the instant the announcement echoed, the Shadari fighter sprang into action. His shifting, fragmented silhouette stabilized just long enough to reveal a single figure as he raised his weapon and fired. Though the muzzle showed no visible projectiles, the subtle recoil hinted at invisible bullets hurtling forward. Viewers could only guess at the weapon's lethality, left to imagine what kind of advanced, stealth-based technology allowed for such seamless concealment of even the most critical details. Since they couldn't see or track the bullets, the viewers shifted their attention to Aaron, eager to see if he too would be left in the dark, either unable to see the incoming shots or, perhaps, forced to endure a hidden barrage. Some wondered if the Shadari's firing was merely a ruse, exploiting their reputation in stealth and the fearsome bombs they had deployed during the war. If so, it could compel Aaron to dodge phantom bullets, creating openings for the Shadari to launch real attacks while Aaron was kept on edge by feigned threats. Aaron, who they now realized had his eyes closed, wasted no time, instantly springing into action. He dodged the invisible bullets with what looked like instinctive movements, all while closing the distance between himself and the Shadari attacker. Each step looked to be calculated, his intention clear: to end this game of hide-and-seek as fast as possible. What followed was a surprisingly underwhelming display. The Shadari fighter, hailing from a civilization renowned for its mastery of stealth, had built up an air of mystery and dread in the minds of the viewers. Yet, aside from the relentless stream of invisible bullets, he showed little to back up his reputation. There were no other special attacks, no vanishing acts, only the hidden projectiles, as though the invisible gun was his sole weapon. Aaron, meanwhile, seemed slightly more cautious, advancing carefully while dodging the unseen bullets. This unrelenting barrage left him with little room to retaliate, each dodge requiring intense focus to avoid the invisible rounds. The spectators could only guess that Aaron was focusing so intently to ensure none of the invisible bullets struck him, knowing one could result in a potentially fatal wound. For over 30 seconds, Aaron managed to close the distance by more than a kilometer, skillfully dodging each invisible bullet as he advanced. But suddenly, the frequency of the shot surged, forcing him to halt, dedicating all his energy to evading rather than gaining ground. Viewers began to speculate whether this standoff would drag on until one side lost focus or ran out of ammunition. However, these thoughts were abruptly cut off in the middle of their journey between neurons, never reaching full formation, as something utterly unexpected happened. In the midst of dodging invisible bullets, Aaron suddenly stopped, his hand a blur as it snapped from his hip to a raised position at his side within just 7 frames of video footage. Then boom, an explosion erupted right where his palm extended, as if he were holding something invisible in his grasp. "Ah," he escaped, Aaron muttered, a hint of disappointment in his voice at missing a valuable opportunity. He shifted his head to the side, dodging another invisible bullet, but this time, a series of 17 silent holes appeared in the ground behind him, shocking viewers to the core. His remark and the ominous sight of those holes brought a chilling realization to everyone watching. The previous bullets Aaron had been dodging had left no trace, as if they hadn't impacted anything at all. A few minutes ago, during the 5-minute preparation period. If anyone could peer inside Aaron's mind, they would likely experience an immediate mental overload, not even having a chance to process any reaction before their brain would simply shut down. While the dynamic perception acceleration happening through his brain would be enough to leave anyone reeling, that wouldn't be the reason for such a reaction. It was what Aaron was doing as a countermeasure to the impossibly elusive Shadari fighter, whose stealth made tracking him visually a near impossible feat. The moment Aaron closed his eyes, he focused all his remaining senses on the mana within the Colosseum. The aftermath of the explosion that had occurred just over an hour ago still lingered, causing the mana to fluctuate erratically, which made the task at hand even more difficult than it already was. While he could now sense the mana around him, translating that sensation into something tangible, like visual data, was beyond his current ability. It was akin to a newly blind person learning to walk with a cane. He could sense the environment, but only in broad, uncertain strokes. It was a guessing game, and without a way to directly visualize the situation, his efforts seemed futile. But this would have been the conclusion if Aaron were alone, but he wasn't. He had a highly capable ally, Nova. Nova was working swiftly, taking the chaotic flood of sensory data Aaron was collecting and translating it into something usable for his brain. Initially, the flood of information resulted in trillions of scattered data points in Aaron's mind, creating erratic, fragmented visuals of his surroundings. It was overwhelming, and the sheer volume of information made the images incomprehensible at first. But as the seconds passed, the visuals gradually sharpened. The image in Aaron's mind began to coalesce, becoming clearer and clearer with each passing moment. The once erratic and scattered visuals gave way to a complete image of his environment. What started as a rough, blurry patchwork soon evolved into a detailed, full view of his surroundings, one that matched the clarity of his normal vision or perhaps exceeded it. And it didn't stop there. Nova had also granted him a 360-degree field of view, a sight that initially left Aaron disoriented as his brain struggled to process the constant flow of new information from all angles. But Nova, ever the expert, quickly adjusted the visual information to match what Aaron would have seen with his eyes open. It was a subtle change, but one that made the difference between chaos and clarity. Now, Aaron could navigate his surroundings with ease, and though the 360-degree vision was still available, he wasn't using it. But he was finally ready for the fight against them, or at least he believed he was. He hadn't even had time to fully test his new method of perception before the referee initiated the match. Chapter 783: The Master of Deception. As soon as the fight began, Aaron noticed the Shadari fighter shifting from his original position and moving toward him, seemingly unafraid of any counterattack. Aaron hesitated, curious about this bold move, but quickly understood why. Nova, sensing his confusion, displayed the live stream feed for him. On the broadcast, the Shadari fighter appeared to be standing still in his original spot, already aiming and firing. The conflicting visuals, one from his new vision and the other from the stream, created two entirely different interpretations of the same scene. Is that an ability? Aaron asked Nova, startled by the difference between the two views of the same area. He seems to be testing if you can see his real body, distinguish the illusion, or if you'll keep dodging while he secretly closes in on you, Nova suggested, offering a few possible explanations. If he's coming to us, then let's indulge him by feeding him false data, he replied with an imaginary smirk. Assume the bullets from his phantom are real and highlight their trajectories so I can make it convincing. Clearly, Aaron planned to take even this acting seriously. Though his actions seemed to mimic the passivity of his previous fights that he had decided to stop doing, Aaron's approach was quite the opposite. His current understanding of the Shadari's abilities was incomplete, and the uncertainty around whether they could phase through objects like their missiles meant he needed to tread carefully. By acting as if he couldn't fully perceive the fighter's movements, he aimed to give his opponent enough confidence to refrain from using any potential phasing ability. Aaron wanted to create the illusion of vulnerability, making the Shadari think he wasn't aware of the true nature of the attack. Copy that, Nova replied, immediately adjusting the display. Aaron began dodging the bullets with a look of intense focus, his movements and expressions crafted to show that he was taking the threat seriously, appearing to believe the bullets were real as he closed in on the Shadari fighter with calculated precision. Meanwhile, the real Shadari fighter, completely invisible to the audience and watching Aaron dodge his phantom's false bullets with all apparent seriousness, couldn't help but chuckle. His voice, dripping with disappointment, carried a hint of mockery. Is this the fabled emperor who crushed all the others before him? Falling for such a basic trick, he muttered, his tone laced with disbelief. Now that he was convinced Aaron couldn't detect his true form, he accelerated toward him, his confidence growing with each step. Despite his quickened approach, a hint of frustration lingered. He had come expecting a worthy challenge, only to find this supposed giant reduced to dodging mere shadows. When you grow confident in your stealth skills without real competition to test them, you end up walking blindly into death, the Shadari muttered, finally reaching Aaron. Aaron seemed trapped, apparently pinned by the increased firing range of the phantom bullets, and unable to move closer. With a sly grin, the Shadari brought out a knife, revealing a hand that had been concealed beneath his veiled form the entire time. The knife itself flickered in and out of sight, as though it were made of a material specially designed to appear invisible when not under the veil. This flickering effect would make any observer assume that anything not directly part of a Shadari's body had to be either under the veil to remain hidden or crafted from rare, specialized materials like the knife so it could slip in and out of view independently. Had this been a different time, I might have allowed you to surrender, considering your position, the Shadari fighter said, inching closer with his knife raised, but the damage you've inflicted on the Conclave can only be repaid with your death. With that, he moved in for the final blow, intending to cleave Aaron's body in two and end the fight. The knife came ever closer to Aaron's neck, timed with precision, so perfectly that, in the Shadari fighter's mind, even if Aaron sensed it at the last second, he would have no chance to react. But just as he prepared to deliver the strike, he froze, his breath caught in shock as a hand, Aaron's, was firmly gripping his neck, leaving him gasping. Shit, he muttered, immediately activating his phasing ability. It turned out to be a lifesaver. An explosion roared through the space where he'd just been, its destructive force passing harmlessly through his intangible form. He managed to suppress a curse as he waited for the blast to dissipate. Then he heard Aaron's voice, clear and calm. "Ah," he escaped. The Shadari's anger flared as his vision blurred with fury. "You son of the light," he cursed, his voice trembling with rage. Summoning his power, he conjured a set of invisible spears while still phased. With a flick of his hands, he launched them at Aaron, programming them to materialize just microseconds after leaving his grasp, aimed to not just phase through Aaron but to kill him. Seeing Aaron dodge the spears with ease, leaving a series of holes in the space behind him, only fueled his anger further. But he knew better than to let rage cloud his judgment. Reacting impulsively would do more harm to himself than to Aaron. Remaining phased, he slipped into the ground behind him, attempting to put as much distance as possible between them. Only once he felt safely distanced did he begin to gather his thoughts, grappling with the shocking reality that Aaron could seemingly detect him at close distances even while he was fully cloaked in his stealth phase. Who said you can escape? Aaron said, watching as the Shadari fighter vanished into the ground. With deliberate calmness, Aaron began moving, ensuring that the Shadari fighter was always beneath him. He knew that the cloaking ability couldn't last forever. Phasing was energy intensive, and unless the fighter had an extraordinary ability to regenerate his energy or was drawing on mana to fuel the ability, he would be forced to come out eventually. Aaron's strategy was simple: wait. Either the Shadari fighter would exhaust his energy and reveal himself, or he would emerge by choice. Whichever came first, Aaron would be ready. Chapter 784: A Second Round. Aaron maintained his position, following the Shadari fighter who appeared unaware of Aaron's persistent shadowing. With his ability, Aaron easily tracked the fighter through the terrain, knowing that his opponent couldn't see through solid objects as he could. After a lengthy journey spanning several tens of kilometers, the Shadari fighter finally halted but remained hidden beneath the surface. It seemed he needed a few moments to regain his composure and rethink his approach to the fight. Minutes slipped by in silence. 5 full minutes passed, with the Shadari showing no signs of movement or preparation, merely resting in place. What happens if he just stays underground? Aaron asked Nova. After a certain period, at the AI's discretion, intervention becomes mandatory. She may force the hidden fighter to re-engage or even declare the fight over, Nova replied, blending the known rules with some hypothetical aspects, as such an extended period of hiding wasn't explicitly covered. Well, let's assume he won't risk it. He's not foolish enough to rely on hiding alone, Aaron said, a sly grin forming as he immediately began strategizing, preparing himself for the moment the Shadari fighter resurfaced. The Shadari fighter's mind was racing as he pieced together his memories of Aaron's actions. The realization that Aaron had been playing along, feigning ignorance, dodging phantom bullets with such conviction, just to draw him, and made him feel as if he'd been on a leash the whole time. His every tactic, his stealth, his carefully crafted illusions, all were rendered futile against someone who can see him through all of those. Acting, the whole time. He muttered, his hand clenching into a fist as anger and shame surged within him. How easily Aaron had dismantled his carefully crafted illusions, his stealth, his every tactic. The horrifying realization that Aaron could see him all along turned his prized veil of darkness into a flimsy cover. The Shadari knew he needed a new strategy, and fast, if he had any hope of reclaiming the advantage in this fight. He closed his eyes, focusing intensely as he pieced together a new strategy. He needed a fresh approach, one that would account for Aaron's uncanny ability to see him, rendering his stealth nearly useless. Carefully, he mapped out a sequence of actions, contingency plans branching off each potential misstep. His thoughts were precise, calculating every variable he could control, and preparing for the ones he couldn't. After 10 minutes of revising his plan and creating backup after backup, he finally opened his eyes and murmured, "That should be enough." He emerged slowly, his head rising above the ground with a cautious gaze sweeping the area. He'd traveled tens of kilometers to ensure he'd lost Aaron, but uncertainty lingered. If Aaron could somehow see underground, he might still be close. As his entire body came into view, he scanned the landscape, relieved to find it seemingly empty. "Looks like he can't see underground," he muttered, a hint of confidence returning to his voice. Now, ready for a second round, he just needed to locate Aaron before executing his revised plan. He ascended quickly, scanning the landscape from high above to locate Aaron. There, about 20 kilometers away, stood Aaron, seemingly focused and scanning his surroundings as if searching for him. "Good, let's sta," he began, but before he could finish, an intense sense of danger flooded his mind. Every instinct screamed at him to act, and he immediately triggered his phasing ability just as an enormous explosion erupted in the spot he'd been floating. "Boom! I hope I didn't miss him this time," Aaron muttered, watching the enormous explosion unfold within the few kilometer radius shield that surrounded his line of sight. He had meticulously planned for this moment, setting up a massive shield and placing explosive runes at strategic points. As soon as the Shadari fighter released his phasing ability, the nearest rune was set to activate, ensuring an immediate explosion. Despite knowing that the outcome of his strategy would depend on how quickly the Shadari fighter could react to the explosive runes, he allowed the remaining runes to finish their detonation without stopping them. Having learned from previous experiences, he had carefully regulated the mana, ensuring there was enough to trigger the explosions but not so much that it would require him to release it outside the shield like the previous fight. 30 seconds after the explosions had subsided, things began to calm. Aaron deactivated the massive shield and allowed himself a satisfied smile as he surveyed the aftermath. With swift movements, he flew toward the target location, reaching it in just a few seconds. Hovering above the wreckage, he addressed the figure barely recognizable as a living being. "Are you willing to surrender?" he asked, his voice steady, directed at the man who now resembled little more than cooked charcoal. The Shadari fighter's robe, which typically concealed their form, was nowhere to be seen now. For the first time, the onlookers were able to see what a Shadari's true body looked like. However, the sight was gruesome. The damage sustained from the explosion left his skin barely recognizable, making it difficult to distinguish between the Shadari's actual flesh and the horrific aftermath of the blast. The twisted, charred appearance left many hoping that what they were seeing was merely the result of the explosion, as the alternative, the true state of the Shadari body, was nearly unrecognizable. The fighter teetered on the edge of death, his life hanging by a thread. His survival could only be attributed to his ability to phase, which he activated milliseconds after the explosion detonated, sparing him from the full force of the blast but leaving his body in a ruined state. Aaron, not receiving a response, raised his sword, preparing to deliver the final blow. But just as he was about to bring it down upon the Shadari fighter's neck, the AI's voice suddenly interrupted his movements. "Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael." The announcement caught Aaron by surprise. He was certain the Shadari fighter was still alive, leaving him with only one explanation: the fighter had voluntarily surrendered through the AI. The implanted device within his body, meant for situations like this, must have been activated to end the fight. Nova acted swiftly as soon as the fight ended. She immediately deployed another container, preparing for the next step. With the shield retracting, the Shadari fighter was now in her grasp, a prized capture from one of the top civilizations. However, he was on the brink of death, and there was no time to waste. Her first priority was to place him in a status pod. The pod would temporarily preserve his condition while she waited for Aaron to finish and come to administer the cure. This method was the fastest way available to them, as trying to cure him through conventional means would require an in-depth understanding of his physiology, a process that would take far too long. Nova worked with precision, taking only a few minutes to gather everything she needed before giving the command for the container to depart. Chapter 785: The Zelvora. The arena returned to its customary silence, its vast expanse now eerily still. At most, it had hosted 2 occupants at a time during the matches, but now only one figure remained, a steadfast presence who had not left since stepping foot inside. It was the same person who had dominated from the start, Aaron. Aaron stood in the center of the arena, patiently waiting for the mandatory 20-minute rest period to pass. The break had been imposed by the AI referee, not for his benefit but to address a pressing issue. Although his previous explosion had been meticulously contained within his shield, some of the vibrations had rippled outward, impacting the Colosseum. Given that several pieces of equipment were already running on backup systems due to his earlier bouts, the AI deemed it necessary to pause the proceedings. The downtime allowed for essential diagnostics to ensure everything was functioning properly before allowing for the next fight to take place. Now, only the top 3 fighters remained, each possessing a racial ability capable of causing significant damage if Aaron wasn't cautious. Any misstep or underestimation of their abilities, especially if they used them in an unexpected manner, could make it nearly impossible for him to counter effectively. The only fighter whose true threat remained unclear was the Exorvac. The available information described their primary abilities as shifting from a humanoid form into their dragon form and wielding control over one or more of the 4 basic elements: water, fire, air, and earth, depending on their affinity and the purity of their bloodline. While these abilities seemed straightforward, their position at the top of the conclave suggested that the Exorvac had mastered their elemental powers to such an extraordinary degree that they were considered among the most dangerous of their kind. This mastery alone was enough to warrant their feared status. "Based on what he has already shown, do you think he can defeat you?" came the inquiry through the Zelvora fighter's mental network. Zyler, currently seated in a small ship heading toward the Colosseum, took a moment before responding. "That, I can't say with certainty," he admitted. "Despite watching all his fights, there's been no real test of his mental defenses. It's a complete unknown, a black hole in his abilities. He could be as strong in that domain as those Exorvac monsters, or he might be weak mentally, like most civilizations that rely heavily on physical strength." His tone carried neither wariness nor calculated consideration, just a neutral delivery of information highlighting the Zelvora's unique ability to view situations from a third-person perspective, enabling them to remain rational and objective in most circumstances. "Okay," came the brief response from the other side before the mental network fell silent once more. There was no need for motivational speeches or last-minute words of encouragement. If such measures had been necessary, there had been hours since the first fight to address them. Besides, they knew the fighter already possessed the highest level of motivation possible. "Please prepare to enter the Colosseum," announced the AI referee, its voice breaking the silence and signaling that it was time for him to head to the battlefield. Without hesitation, he issued a simple command to the pilot. "Take me to the Colosseum," he said, fully prepared for the fight ahead. "You may begin." As soon as the AI referee's announcement echoed through the Colosseum, Aaron sprang into action. Unlike in his previous battles, where he often adopted a reactive stance, waiting for his opponents to make the first move, this time, he took the initiative. His intent was clear: end the fight swiftly and decisively. But no plan is ever immune to unexpected twists. Before Aaron could even deploy his second rune, he suddenly found himself encased in a massive, translucent bubble. The construct shimmered with a faint iridescent glow, its surface alive with undulating patterns that seemed to distort the surrounding light. It had materialized seemingly out of nowhere, as if summoned in an instant by the Zyler fighter. Aaron immediately recognized that being trapped inside the bubble was far from advantageous, though he had no clear idea of its full effects yet. Determined to escape, he attempted to cover some distance. However, with each step, it felt as though he was wading through thick gel, his movements sluggish, and his progress limited. His efforts only yielded about 1% of the expected output, which caught him off guard. Not one to dwell on surprises, Aaron quickly adjusted. He poured an enormous amount of mana into his movements, 100 times more than he normally would. With the surge of energy, he started to make progress, inching closer to the bubble's outer edge. But the closer he got, the more his movements became stifled. The resistance intensified, and his expected output decreased, forcing him to expend even more mana than before. It quickly became clear: the bubble's power was strongest at the edges, turning the outer rim into an almost impenetrable barrier. The center, where the Zelvora fighter was most likely positioned, seemed to offer more freedom, making it clear that this was no mere confinement, it was a carefully crafted prison, meant to lock him in with the Zelvora, ensuring a controlled confrontation. "Now this is what I call difficult," Aaron muttered to Nova as he pushed more mana into his flying rune, the effort beginning to wear on him. "Yes, this is something we never accounted for in our preparations," Nova replied, her tone reflecting the unexpected nature of the situation. "Any ideas on what to do next? Or should I just keep pumping more mana to try and break out? I don't know if there's just another layer of this waiting for me outside," he asked, hoping Nova might have a better perspective, or any useful information from the livestream she was monitoring, to prevent him from wasting unnecessary energy if more traps lay ahead. "Unfortunately, I don't have access to that data," Nova responded, her voice tinged with regret. Looks like, amidst his response, his words trailed off as something clicked in his mind. Mid-sentence, he paused, his instincts kicking in. His voice lowered, sharp and cautious. "Who are you?" Chapter 786. A month later. "What do you mean, sir?" Nova responded, her tone laced with surprise. What is your name? Aaron asked, his tone steady but scrutinizing. Nova, it's the name you gave me after creating me, she answered promptly. What is? Aaron's voice trailed off again, his eyes narrowing. For the next 20 seconds, the exchange between Aaron and Nova intensified, becoming a rapid-fire interrogation. Aaron fired off more than 150 questions, probing her knowledge, function, and past interactions with him. Nova answered each query flawlessly, without hesitation or deviation, her responses perfectly aligned with what Aaron knew to be true. Despite her impeccable answers, Aaron's unease didn't waver. Something still felt off, a subtle discord he couldn't yet define. He took a deep breath, deciding it was time to move to a definitive test. Show me the stream feed, he demanded, his voice edged with suspicion. Unfortunately, I don't have access to that data, came Nova's reply, the same response that had triggered Aaron's suspicions in the first place. Looks like I've been caught in an illusion, Aaron muttered, his tone laced with realization. Despite Nova's flawless answers to his barrage of questions, each response had ultimately drawn from his own knowledge facts he already knew. This meant the illusion wasn't crafting anything new but rather mirroring his understanding, keeping everything as consistent as his mind would expect. Even the presence and behavior of Nova were perfectly replicated, thanks to his intimate knowledge of her creation, functionality, and personality. The key flaw in the illusion, however, lay in its inability to access external data. The fake Nova couldn't corroborate its existence with information outside Aaron's mental framework. While the illusion had managed to replicate Nova's mannerisms and responses, it relied solely on his own mental capacity to sustain its credibility. This singular inconsistency was what finally tipped Aaron off. The illusion was remarkably detailed, but the absence of external collaboration made it clear it was all in his mind. Knowing the problem is half the solution, Aaron thought as he focused on resolving the predicament. He attempted to establish contact with the system, something he now rarely relied upon, preferring to conserve his SP for an eventual technological buying spree. His long-term goal was to acquire enough SP to be able to buy a type of technology capable of propelling humanity into the next stage of the Kardashev scale, as they were only just brushing the boundaries of a Type 1 civilization. The system, however, was more than a technological marvel, it was his foremost defense against mental manipulation. Its presence gave him confidence, as it safeguarded his mind, the most critical aspect of his being. His first attempt at calling the system failed. The familiar interface didn't materialize, confirming that the illusion hadn't replicated it. The reason was obvious: his limited understanding of the system made it impossible for the illusion's creator to imitate it accurately. This failure only reassured Aaron further. If the illusion can't replicate the system, then that's my way out, he reasoned. He resolved to keep calling to it, certain that persistence would eventually break the illusion's grip. Sir, do you hear me? Nova's voice came through, calm and familiar. Aaron's expression softened as a smile spread across his face. Yes, I do. It's good to hear your voice after so long, he said, relief evident in his tone. Nova didn't respond immediately. A brief silence followed, but within that moment, she accessed his continually updating neural data. The flood of information detailing what Aaron had just experienced left her momentarily stunned. For an AI capable of processing vast amounts of data, the complexity and surreal nature of his ordeal even made her hesitate. Looks like you're up to speed now, Aaron remarked with a chuckle, recognizing the reason for her silence. So, how long have I been away? Not even a millisecond has passed, sir, Nova replied, her voice steady but tinged with a hint of disbelief. What? Aaron exclaimed, his voice carrying a mix of shock and disbelief. Less than a millisecond, you say? And during that fraction of a second, I spent what felt like over a month in the illusion? You've got to be kidding me. Yes, sir. It seems the system intervened immediately upon detecting the illusion, Nova explained, her tone steady. However, the infinitesimal delay between the system's detection and its intervention was enough for your perception to stretch into what felt like over a month. Aaron rubbed his temple, still grappling with the implications. If just that brief moment translated into over a month in there, what would have happened if the system hadn't stepped in? What if I'd been trapped for longer? Nova's response came swiftly, but the weight of her words was heavy. In that case, sir, you would likely have perished within an hour. The illusion manipulated your perception so drastically that you were continuously expelling mana to sustain your efforts. Eventually, you would have exhausted your reserves, forcing your body to convert its own structure into mana to compensate. It's a fatal cycle. As Nova continued explaining, Aaron's gaze shifted to his surroundings, and he finally noticed something peculiar. The mana in the air was so dense that it had become visibly tangible, swirling like a faint mist around him. The realization hit him like a tidal wave. All the mana he had been expelling during his time in the illusion had not dissipated into nothingness. It had simply been ejected by his body, accumulating in the environment. Aaron frowned, the realization hitting him hard. So it wasn't just mental, it was an all-encompassing trap. A death sentence for anyone unable to break free. Precisely, Nova confirmed. It's fortunate that the system's protections are as robust as they are. Otherwise, even you might not have survived this encounter. Damn, that is scary, he muttered, a shiver running down his spine as goosebumps prickled his skin. The thought of what could have happened if the system hadn't intervened was chilling. Many might question why Aaron chose to face these powerful opponents alone when he had formidable allies, such as the tree folk, at his disposal. The answer lay in a fundamental gap: they lacked sufficient information about the unique abilities of the civilizations they were up against. Sending his allies without a full understanding of their enemies' capabilities would have been reckless. There was also a more strategic reason, one rooted in the necessity of progress. The other civilizations had a significant head start in developing and refining their abilities, consolidating their strength over time. To bridge this gap, Aaron had devised a bold strategy, wagering his advanced technology in exchange for theirs. By facing these challenges personally, he not only gained critical insights into their abilities but also stood to acquire their technological advancements. If he succeeded, this exchange would grant his empire a peaceful means of catching up, leveling the playing field without the need for prolonged conflict. Thank God for the system, Aaron muttered, his voice tinged with relief and gratitude. Without it, he would have been nothing more than a disgraced university student, a far cry from the man he had become. The system had transformed his life, enabling him to achieve the unimaginable, becoming the richest man on Earth, ascending to the position of emperor, and now standing on equal footing with alien civilizations despite their centuries-long advantage. His reflection was cut short by the sudden voice of the referee AI. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael. The announcement jolted Aaron out of his thoughts. He blinked in confusion, still recovering from the after-effects of his ordeal. The declaration seemed surreal. He hadn't done anything to warrant victory, not yet. What? He murmured, staring into the empty expanse of the arena. The realization struck him: only 1 second had elapsed from the start of the fight to the match's conclusion. It was officially the shortest fight of the tournament, yet he had no idea how or why it ended so abruptly. Chapter 787 Miggity Entrance. While Aaron was still processing the abrupt announcement, Nova seized the opportunity to provide a potential explanation. My theory is this: mental attacks function like inserting a conduit or a pipe between the caster and the target. If the target's mental defenses are stronger than the attack can penetrate, the attack rebounds. The returning force matches the strength of the target's mental defenses. Given the system's unknown yet undoubtedly superior level, it's likely that the Zelvora fighter's brain was effectively turned into mush from the backlash. Aaron listened attentively as Nova continued her analysis. This situation would have been even more dangerous for the Zelvora because the attack initially succeeded before the system activated its defense. The connection was at its strongest when the system cancelled the attack, meaning the Zelvora's mental defenses were completely unprepared for the rebound's intensity. And due to the connection, he was at his weakest when the backlash hit. To emphasize her point, Nova displayed slowed footage from the Zelvora fighter's perspective. The clip showed the Zelvora mid-smile, triumph radiating from his expression. But before the grin fully formed, blood began streaming from his facial orifices. In an instant, his body collapsed, lifeless, while his face remained frozen in an eerie semblance of joy. He died while he was at his happiest, Eren muttered, exhaling a sigh of relief. The fight had ended far sooner than he anticipated, sparing him from the need to face the Zelvora fighter's full arsenal of mental abilities. Still, a lingering suspicion crept into his thoughts. Was that truly the strongest attack the Zelvora had? He doubted it. The system's intervention had neutralized what seemed to be the fighter's most potent move based on their confidence, but Eren couldn't shake the possibility that one of the Zelvora's so-called weaker attacks might have found a way to exploit an unknown vulnerability in his defenses. To the audience, the fight may have seemed to end instantly, a mere blink of an eye, but Eren, who had experienced the mental assault for what felt like a month compressed into milliseconds, understood the gravity of the encounter. He knew now, more than ever, that the Zelvora were not adversaries to be underestimated, and he needed to maintain a favorable relationship with them. Despite the system's intervention, there had been a fleeting moment where the mental attack succeeded, proving it was powerful enough to affect him, even briefly. This was despite his reliance on psionic shielding, Tier 1, a system-acquired mental defense designed specifically for situations like this and already standard issue for all soldiers. The fact that the Zelvora's attack bypassed it so effortlessly, as if it wasn't even there, underscored the magnitude of their capabilities. I will be using my break period, Eren informed the AI referee the moment she appeared to pose her routine question. He needed time to decompress after enduring what felt like a month trapped in the illusion. Though he was accustomed to spending extended periods in time-accelerated simulations, those were designed with a deliberate logout sequence to ease the transition back to reality. The illusion, however, lacked such safeguards and intentional design, as its purpose was to kill, not to return its victims alive. This left Eren in need of mental recalibration, even though mere milliseconds had passed in real time. Following his announcement, Eren immediately took a seat, focusing on absorbing the mana he had expended during the illusion. He was adamant about not leaving excess mana in the environment, as that would only create an advantage for the opposing side. As he worked to replenish himself, Nova took charge, taking him through the system's logout procedure. This sequence was specifically designed to accelerate his recovery, recalibrate his mental state, and restore him to peak condition. As soon as the rest period ended, the AI referee promptly called for the next contender to enter the arena. Before the protective shield could even open, the space a few kilometers from where Eren stood began to fracture visibly. The cracks spread like a web, accompanied by a sharp, resonating sound akin to glass shattering. At the center of the fractures, a hand emerged, prying the cracks apart as if they were a physical barrier. Slowly and deliberately, the figure stepped through what appeared to be a spatial doorway, the shimmering edges of the rift radiating an otherworldly glow. The Trinarian fighter entered the Colosseum with an air of dominance, the manner of his arrival exuding both power and control. The cracks behind the fighter vanished as quickly as they had appeared, leaving no trace of their existence. The shattered remnants of space sealed themselves seamlessly, restoring the area to its original state as though the phenomenon had never occurred. The only evidence that something extraordinary had transpired was the presence of a new figure, now standing a short distance away from the spot where the spatial disturbance had unfolded. The Trinarian fighter remained still, his imposing form radiating an air of calm confidence, as if his dramatic arrival had been an everyday occurrence. Throughout this entire ordeal, the Trinarian fighter's eyes remained fixed on Eren, unwavering and unyielding. From the moment he stepped through the spatial rift, his gaze locked onto Eren and never strayed, not for a second. It was as though Eren had become the sole point of focus in his world, a target of absolute attention. The intensity of his stare carried an unsettling weight, as if he were silently conveying both challenge and certainty. Aaron, in turn, met the Trinarian fighter's gaze with calm resolve, unshaken by the pressure but fully aware of what was at stake. The technology in the hands of the Trinarian civilization was crucial to his plans moving forward, making this one of, if not the most important fight he had yet to face. He knew that securing a victory here would provide him with the means to advance his ambitions, but the fight was also shaping up to be one of the most difficult battles in the entire war. Chapter 788 Crack. The tense face-off between Aaron and the Trinarian fighter lasted only a moment before the AI referee's calm voice broke the silence. "You have 5 minutes to complete your preparations." The reminder echoed through the Colosseum, signaling the countdown to the battle's commencement. The Trinarian fighter finally broke the face-off, closing his eyes. The act puzzled many, sparking speculation about his intentions. Was he simply waiting out the 5-minute preparation period in silence, or was he initiating something far more complex that required focus? It didn't take long for the answer to reveal itself. The arena began to distort subtly, with space itself cracking and healing rapidly at various points. The phenomenon repeated across multiple locations, each instance leaving no trace behind but clearly demonstrating an underlying attempt at work. "He's coordinate mapping the Colosseum," Nova explained immediately, recognizing the Trinarian fighter's actions with precision. "It seems his ability isn't entirely omnipotent," Aaron replied, his tone measured as he absorbed the information. "He needs to map new areas before using it effectively. That's a limitation, a weakness, but only if I can exploit it." Amidst his response, he continued his mental and physical preparations. Aaron's mind sharpened, knowing the significance of this particular opponent. This was one of the rare fighters whose ability, depending on how it was wielded, could bypass his shields and deal direct damage, a dangerous prospect. While Aaron himself lacked the ability to manipulate space or time due to his runic knowledge being currently limited to beginner and intermediate levels until he had enough SP to upgrade to the next level, he had studied their theoretical applications extensively. Though he couldn't use them yet, he had clear strategies in mind for how he might wield such powers once they were within his grasp. Still, this wasn't just about potential. The Trinarian race had likely spent more than a millennium living with and refining these abilities, developing techniques that might far surpass anything Aaron could anticipate. His shield, which had been active since the first fight, immediately began to shift as Aaron modified the underlying shield rune. With precision and focus, he incorporated a flight rune and an anti-friction rune into the existing structure. Simultaneously, the gravity device embedded in his armor ramped up to its maximum operational capacity. Nova seamlessly took control of coordinating these elements, ensuring the shield, runes, and gravity device worked in perfect harmony. Her oversight allowed Aaron to focus entirely on the fight, confident that his defenses and mobility would respond fluidly to his commands. "You may begin," came the announcement from the AI referee, signaling the end of the preparation period. However, even before the final syllable of the sentence echoed across the Colosseum, the fight had already begun. Aaron's finely attuned senses, enhanced by the mana permeating the atmosphere, now working seamlessly with his 5 natural senses, immediately alerted him to a disturbance in the mana on his left side. Without a moment of hesitation or second-guessing the information, he acted. With a sharp mental command, his shield-integrated flight runes roared to life, propelling him rapidly out of his current position. Despite his swift reaction and the flight rune surging with mana to propel him to supersonic speeds instantly, the spatial attack proved nearly as fast as his own evasive maneuver. Just as Aaron moved a few meters away, the cracking in the space finalized, forming a hole several meters in diameter. The opening revealed the other side as a void of pitch-black space, vast and haunting. The brief moment of stark beauty was immediately overshadowed by the consequences. Air from the Colosseum's atmosphere was forcefully drawn into the vacuum, creating a powerful suction effect. The surrounding pressure plummeted, and the roar of rushing wind filled the area. Aaron's position became precarious as the vacuum tugged relentlessly, threatening to pull him through the portal. His armor systems and shield runes strained to counter the sudden shift, the coordinated effort crucial to resisting the overwhelming force. "I don't have time for this," Aaron muttered, his voice steady despite the chaos. He immediately conjured a circular shield, which materialized around the spatial hole. The shield encapsulated the portal entirely, halting the suction of air and stabilizing the area around it. The deafening roar subsided as the atmosphere normalized, but Aaron knew there was no time to savor the small victory. Another spatial disturbance flared up, this time behind him. However, having learned from the first attack, Aaron didn't focus solely on evading. Instead, he moved swiftly while simultaneously creating another shield. With precise control, he sent the second shield to intercept and neutralize the forming portal before it could fully materialize and impede his path. All of this was executed seamlessly, in under a second, an ability to adapt honed as a result of his fights against the AIs. But things didn't go as Aaron had anticipated. When the second portal fully formed, instead of leading to the vacuum of space like the first, it opened to another part of the Colosseum. The other side revealed a chaotic, electrifying display as bolts of lightning surged through the opening. These weren't ordinary lightning bolts, their jagged arcs seemed to distort and tear at the very fabric of space they passed through, leaving faint trails of spatial instability in their wake. Crack! The shield designed to contain the vacuum of space shattered instantly upon contact with the lightning. It was the first time in his life that his shield had been breached since he got access to Rune. No amount of mana, no matter how much had been funneled into the shield, could prevent it from cracking the instant the spatial lightning made contact. Aaron groaned, the force of the shield cracking sending a sharp backlash through his body. The attempt to stop the lightning had failed, but he didn't allow it to slow him down. He pushed through the pain, his focus locked on evasion. He knew that even the slightest touch from the lightning would leave him severely injured, and he couldn't afford to let that happen. It was the first time since the fights had begun that Aaron found himself in such a disadvantageous position. Dodging now wasn't a choice he was making on a whim anymore, it was now a necessity as the shield that had always been invulnerable to harm had now been breached, leaving him vulnerable in a way he hadn't experienced before. Chapter 789 Return to Sender. Now that he's completed coordinate mapping, the entire area around here can be considered his domain. Anywhere you stop becomes a point where he can launch an attack almost instantaneously. You must keep moving, Nova informed Aaron, her tone urgent. Aaron, still on the move, absorbed her words while enduring the fading pain from the backlash caused by his forcibly broken rune. Unlike the damage that healed seamlessly when the spatial hole vanished, the destruction caused by the spatial lightning lingered. Aaron commanded, quickly tethering the flight runes to Nova through the rune computer interface embedded in his armor. This delegation was possible due to the system's design, allowing him to offload control of pre-existing runes while retaining the crucial role of mana provider. With Nova now in control of the flight runes and fully synchronized with Aaron's intentions, she immediately maneuvered away from the Trinarian fighter. Her primary objective was to determine the extent of the domain's reach, testing whether the spatial manipulation covered the entirety of the Colosseum or had defined boundaries. After covering a kilometer in mere seconds, Nova was forced to execute a sharp evasive maneuver, altering their trajectory as a spatial hole materialized directly in their path, threatening to send them into the vacuum of space if they continued forward. What stood out this time, however, was the rapidity with which the hole formed. Nova had noticed a disturbing shift, the discrepancy in the surrounding mana, which had previously fluctuated at a relatively slow pace, was now increasing exponentially. The holes were no longer forming at a gradual pace, they were nearing the speed of instant materialization. This change hinted at the Trinarian fighters' growing mastery over the area, making it more dangerous and unpredictable with every passing second. This hole didn't last long. The moment Nova adjusted Aaron's trajectory, it collapsed, releasing a shockwave that rippled through the surrounding space like a triggered proximity mine. Thankfully, Nova was in control of the flight rune. Had Aaron been directly managing it, his flight might have faltered under the strain. The shockwave had literally rippled through the surrounding fabric of space itself. Despite being enclosed within a shield, Aaron felt the full brunt of the shockwave. The shield, designed to intercept external forces, was powerless against a phenomenon that impacted the very plane of existence it shared. It was akin to drawing a protective circle around a stick figure on a sheet of paper and expecting that circle to shield the figure from the paper folding in on itself, a futile effort against the intrinsic nature of their shared medium. Aaron, shaken by the shockwave and momentarily losing focus, saw his prepared spells dissipate, forcing him to restart their creation. However, he remained unfazed, knowing this was only the beginning and that the situation would worsen. Without hesitation, he crafted an explosion rune but left it devoid of mana, shrouding it with a stealth rune. He then sent it toward the Trinarian fighter's previous location, now vacant as the opponent had disappeared shortly after the fight began. Aaron infused it with 0.5% of his mana reserves and immediately triggered its detonation. This time, he encased the explosive rune in a shield rune shaped like a beaker, with its narrow exit aimed directly at the Trinarian fighter's previous location. The setup effectively transformed the explosion into a focused cannon blast, concentrating its force in a single, devastating direction. The explosion erupted with immense force, shaking the entire arena and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The blast left a blinding light and a deafening roar, demanding the attention of everyone watching. Not only that, Aaron, the orchestrator of the explosion, was now being propelled across kilometers of distance, carried by the immense shockwave generated by the blast. Nova, now fully in control of the flight rune, used it primarily to stabilize and direct his trajectory. In a matter of moments, Aaron found himself over 50 kilometers away from the detonation site, his speed reminiscent of the manhole covers famously launched into space by underground nuclear explosions, an unintended but spectacular consequence of the focused energy release. Once Aaron came to a full stop, he turned to look back at the site of the explosion, expecting to witness a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky or perhaps even a gaping hole left in the Colosseum. However, what greeted him was far more astonishing. The explosion, along with all its destructive aftermath, had vanished entirely, leaving no trace that it had ever occurred. But Aaron had no time to register his surprise as a massive hole materialized just a few meters behind him. The explosion he had triggered moments earlier appeared to have been redirected, returning to him with full force. Due to the mana disturbance throughout the Colosseum caused by the detonation, the creation of the hole had gone undetected until it was too late. Flames, still retaining their original directional velocity, instantly engulfed Aaron, leaving him no room to maneuver. The audience, captivated by the unfolding chaos, stood frozen, their mouths agape in disbelief. Reactions were starkly divided, with those loyal to the Emperor feeling their hearts sink, dreading the consequences of his apparent defeat. On the other hand, those supporting the conclave felt their hope rekindled, like a flame reigniting after being drowned by an ocean. Yet, even with this surge of optimism, they dared not fully embrace it, haunted by the memory of the unpredictable twists that had occurred earlier. What was undeniable, however, was that no one, regardless of allegiance, could tear their eyes away from the screens. The spectacle unfolding was beyond anything they had expected, and no one wanted to miss a single moment of it. Is this the end of the Emperor, or merely an obstacle larger than any before? The spectators were left pondering this question, their eyes fixed on the chaotic scene unfolding before them. The flames, now returned to their origin with an unstoppable force, ravaged the Colosseum, showing no signs of halting. The very air seemed to crackle with the heat and destruction they wrought. The Trinarian fighter seemed to be contemplating the same question. His next moves made it clear that he intended to eliminate all doubt. He responded by unleashing a series of spatial attacks, some visible to the audience, others hidden within the flames themselves. These attacks worked in unison, targeting everything consumed by the fire with the sole intent of erasing it all. His goal was clear: the only outcome he wanted to emerge from the inferno was the AI referee's announcement signaling the end of the fight, and nothing else. Chapter 790 Change. Intercepting the sensation of pain and minimizing its potency, Nova informed Aaron, who was clearly not in his best condition. Although he had managed to react, albeit a fraction too late, his shield had been strong enough to block the flames that were sent back to him. However, the supplementary spatial attack shattered the shield, and the subsequent backlash from the destruction of both his modified shield and flight rune hit him hard. This forced him into a brief halt before Nova switched to the backup flight rune she had wisely advised him to cast earlier. That precautionary measure turned out to be a lifesaver, allowing Eren to avoid what could have been a fatal outcome narrowly. He managed to survive, but not unscathed. He was missing a hand and a leg, sacrifices made to shield vital parts of his body from the relentless spatial attacks. These attacks were nearly unstoppable, capable of being delayed only momentarily by hitting something, forcing him to exploit even some parts of his body to gain the smallest fraction of time to evade the rest of their attacks. Despite that, the rest of his body bore the marks of destruction, with his charred flesh and ruined armor now little more than deadweight. All electronics within the armor had been fried, leaving it utterly useless. He resembled a lightning-struck figure, alive but teetering on the brink of hopelessness. While his desperate sacrifice had succeeded in preventing an untimely end to the fight or his life, his current condition was far from one that could sustain further combat. Nova wasted no time, immediately propelling Eren at maximum speed, intent on vacating the area without delay. She needed to create distance, allowing a brief moment to analyze the situation and determine whether Eren could continue the fight. If Eren was unable to make the decision himself, Nova was prepared to act, whether to surrender on his behalf or abandon the Colosseum entirely, knowing that doing so would automatically count as a forfeit. Although surrendering on Eren's behalf would mean forfeiting their best chance at gaining immediate access to cutting-edge spatial technology, a critical part of their plan, Nova understood that no information was worth sacrificing Eren's life or jeopardizing the Empire's future. While this opportunity was the most convenient and direct, there would always be other, albeit more time-consuming and costly, ways to acquire the technology. Operating with this conviction, Nova was prepared to prioritize survival and preservation over the mission if Eren was incapacitated or unable to decide for himself. "Sir! Sir! Sir!" Nova's voice echoed urgently, but throughout this time, there was no response from Eren. Ever since he had left the area of the attack, he had remained completely unresponsive. Had she been a human, her heart would have been pounding in terror, the fear of something catastrophic having happened to Eren's brain almost overwhelming. The system shutting her out would have only heightened her unease. However, the one glimmer of hope that would have kept Nova calm was the presence of detectable brainwaves, proof that Eren was still alive. The system's lockdown appeared to be a protective measure rather than an indicator of critical failure. Even the dynamic perception acceleration had been deactivated, that too likely for his safety. But Nova pushed those concerns aside for now. Her priority was to assess his condition before worrying about the broader implications. Never one to wait for confirmation before preparing for contingencies, Nova immediately ordered the ship to power up and ready itself to receive Eren. Her plan was clear: conduct a swift diagnostic on his condition, and if the situation demanded it, forfeit the fight without hesitation. Survival took precedence over victory, and she was determined to act decisively when the time came. "Where am I?" Eren asked, his voice laced with confusion as he scanned his surroundings. The area around him was unlike anything he had encountered before, an incomprehensible space that eluded even his heightened perception. Everything felt both infinite and confined, an abstract void that defied the very laws of reality he was accustomed to. "Is this where you go when you're dying, or is this system related?" Eren questioned, his tone eerily calm as his sharp eyes scanned the surreal environment. It was a practiced composure born from years of responsibility and unconscious behavior ingrained in him. Fear or panic was a luxury he couldn't afford. The Empire needed him to act decisively, even in moments like this. Though Eren found himself in an unfamiliar location, he wasn't overly concerned about his physical body. He had prepared countermeasures for such contingencies long ago. The only emotion he permitted himself to feel now was curiosity, as he studied his surroundings with intent, postponing any worry for a more appropriate moment. While both Eren and Nova were preoccupied with their own thoughts, an unexpected phenomenon began unfolding within his still-charred body. His heart, which typically functioned like a normal heart but pumped golden liquid in place of blood, sustaining him with a seemingly endless supply of mana, was now glowing faintly. This was far from its usual behavior, signaling that something extraordinary was taking place. The hundreds of billions of runes etched into Eren's body, most of which had remained dormant since their creation, began to glow faintly. One by one, they flickered to life, as though some unseen force was awakening them all at once, signaling an imminent activation of their latent power. The glowing of the runes wasn't a simple flicker. Some parts of the intricate patterns blazed with a sudden intensity, only to dim again, returning to a more consistent luminosity. This cycle of brighter bursts followed by stabilization occurred at an astonishing speed, with most runes activating in mere picoseconds, while others took slightly longer, unfolding over microseconds. The fact that this transformation was occurring without detection from either Aaron, Nova, the viewers, or even the AI referee was both perplexing and remarkable. Despite the two AI's advanced sensors, one embedded within Aaron's body and the other monitoring from external systems, nothing about this phenomenon registered. It was as though the process was occurring beyond the reach of their sensors, too advanced or too subtly integrated into Aaron's systems for even the most sophisticated technology to perceive. The sheer scale of it was undeniable. Something monumental was taking place within Aaron's body. Chapter 791, please. The arena fell into a deafening silence as the raging flames and spatial distortions dissipated, leaving behind the shattered remnants of the Colosseum grounds. The air was heavy with tension, and a collective shiver ran through the spectators. All eyes scoured the battlefield, yet Aaron was nowhere to be seen. A chilling thought began to take hold among the crowd, the possibility that the Emperor had perished, his very existence erased by the devastating spatial attack. Despite their racing thoughts, no one dared to start celebrating or mourning. By now, they had grown accustomed to the unpredictable nature of such battles, where outcomes often defied expectations. Until the AI referee officially announced the fight's conclusion, they clung to the belief that Aaron was still alive somewhere. For his supporters, this belief offered a glimmer of hope and reassurance. Conversely, for those rooting for his downfall, it was a lingering frustration, a maddening delay to the victory they so desperately craved, with the added hope that his absence signaled something far more final. It didn't take long for their questions to be answered as the cameras finally shifted, revealing Aaron's current state. He was alive, but calling it that felt like a stretch. The damage he had sustained left him unrecognizable, more resembling a flying corpse than a living being. To the viewers, it seemed impossible for anyone to recover from such catastrophic injuries. The logical option would have been for him to surrender and receive immediate treatment, but it appeared he was incapable of even that. This left him vulnerable, an easy target for the enemy to finish off and claim victory. From the looks of it, the Triandrian fighter didn't seem to have any intention of showing mercy or letting him live, ready to end the fight in the most brutal manner possible. "God, please let him live," a voice whispered desperately in a cozy living room, where a lone man sat glued to the broadcast. His trembling hands clasped tightly in prayer as he continued, "If you do that, I swear I'll never fight for democracy again. I beg you, answer my prayer, even if it's the last thing you ever accept from me." The room was still, save for the faint hum of the screen, but the sincerity in his voice seemed to echo far beyond those four walls. If anyone who knew him had heard his prayer, they would undoubtedly pinch themselves, questioning whether they were dreaming or had been transported to a parallel universe. The man, after all, was one of the most outspoken critics of the imperial government, a relentless advocate for democracy and a fierce opponent of everything the empire stood for. Yet here he was, abandoning his convictions, pleading for the life of the very symbol of imperial power. Following the world unification and the establishment of the imperial government and family, he had consistently used the freedom of speech permitted by the empire to rally support for democracy. Over the years, he had organized some of the largest protests ever seen, demanding a return to democratic governance. The only reason he had not been imprisoned was due to his steadfast commitment to peaceful demonstrations. Even in instances where protests devolved into vandalism or property damage, investigations frequently revealed that such actions were carried out by opportunistic individuals acting on their own greed, exploiting the protests as a smokescreen for criminal activities. Despite the empire refraining from using its immense power and influence to silence him, he remained convinced that they were covertly working to undermine his cause. He believed they were bribing his supporters and using underhanded tactics to dissuade others who advocated for democracy from continuing their efforts. This perceived interference only deepened his hatred for the empire, as he saw it as an oppressive force willing to do whatever it took to stifle his mission, even if no concrete evidence ever surfaced to support his claims. But despite all his accusations and resentment, he had never crossed the line that would give the empire a valid reason to arrest him. Still, his hatred for the empire and the imperial family was no secret. Nearly everyone within the empire knew of his outspoken disdain, making him a controversial yet tolerated figure. Many wondered if it had ever crossed his mind that people might have stopped their activism not because of coercion, but because their lives had genuinely improved under the empire. Unlike the previous governments, which often made lofty promises during elections only to blame the opposition when they failed to deliver, the empire provided efficient avenues for addressing public concerns and resolving issues swiftly. This contrast likely won over many former advocates of democracy, who saw tangible results from the imperial system that they had never experienced before. So, when even this staunch critic found himself praying for the emperor's survival, even if it meant surrender, it encapsulated the sentiment running through the minds of imperial citizens. They weren't oblivious, they understood the gravity of the situation. Aaron was the cornerstone of their stability and progress, a leader whose loss would not only create a power vacuum but also risk the empire falling apart. The best-case scenario might see a lesser leader rise, but the worst-case scenario was unthinkable: the empire's dissolution under the astral conclave's domination. The citizens understood that, despite the relative peace and strength of the empire, it was far from invulnerable. The empire's current stability came from one crucial source: Aaron's unifying leadership. The fear of what would happen if he died was not just the fear of external threats, like the astral conclave, but also the threat of internal power struggles. While the emperor had secured peace through his victories and the agreement with the conclave, the internal balance was precarious. The crown prince was still too weak to assume full control, and the power dynamics within the empire could easily devolve into ruthless infighting. Those currently in power might seek to seize the throne, destabilizing the empire and risking a civil war. Even the slightest hint of a leadership vacuum could be catastrophic for everyone, even those who were loyal to the empire's cause. While those loyal to the empire were fervently praying for the emperor's survival, the sentiment within the astral conclave was the polar opposite. Among the top 10 civilizations, the most vocal were those who feared the emperor's survival more than anything. They understood the implications: if Aaron lived, their positions at the top would be threatened. The emperor, with his strength and influence, represented the rise of a new powerhouse, one that could potentially disrupt the delicate balance of power within the conclave. These civilizations had grown accustomed to their privileged positions and the constant flow of benefits that came with them. They had no interest in sharing this power with someone as formidable as the emperor, especially knowing that new strength often means a new division of resources. Should Aaron rise to prominence within the conclave, the benefits they enjoyed would be at risk, and some of them would inevitably lose their hard-won advantages. It was this fear of losing their privileged status that fueled their intense prayers for the emperor's demise, knowing that his survival would tip the scales and cause a ripple effect of change that no one in their position welcomed. The ex-Orvax, however, remained eerily silent, unconcerned by the unfolding drama. Unlike the other factions, who were caught up in the tumult of fear and prayer, the ex-Orvax were confident in their position. They knew that regardless of the emperor's fate, their benefits would not be diminished. It was a rare moment in the galaxy's history, one of the few instances where such a vast multitude of people were united in prayer for a single individual, each fervently hoping for either his survival or his downfall, depending on their position. This singular moment of collective focus on one person made the emperor, despite his near-death state, the most spoken-about figure in the entire galaxy. To some, he represented hope, the beacon of their continued existence and prosperity. To others, he symbolized a threat to their dominance and future. As for Aaron, he was undergoing a massive transformation that no one had anticipated, not even Nova. She had fallen eerily silent, unable to act, coming to a complete halt. This left Aaron hovering alone in the air, exposed and vulnerable, as if he were inviting the Trinarian fighter to deliver the final blow. Chapter 792: Fear. Is he really injured, or is he just acting? Zinneral, the Trinarian fighter, muttered to himself. From within the safety of his subspace, he scrutinized Aaron, who now hovered in plain view, battered, broken, and seemingly on the brink of death. To Zinneral, it looked almost too convenient, as though Aaron was laying himself bare, ripe for the taking. Normally, no one in Aaron's condition could possibly be suspected of having an ulterior motive. After all, no sane person would allow themselves to be injured so gravely as part of a plan, especially against an opponent wielding spatial attacks that seemed impossible to counter or even detect. But that assumption only applied to someone operating under normal logic. The man Zinneral was fighting was anything but ordinary. From what Aaron had demonstrated in his previous battles, it was clear he thrived in unpredictability. He was adaptable, resourceful, and cunning enough to overcome foes he had never encountered before, foes whose abilities he had no prior knowledge of. Despite starting at a disadvantage, he not only survived but also emerged victorious, and with remarkable ease. To Zinneral, this made everything suspect. Aaron's apparent vulnerability could very well be a carefully crafted ploy, designed to lure him into a trap he wouldn't see coming. "There's no harm in testing the waters," Zinneral muttered to himself as he sent a precise spatial attack aimed at severing Aaron's leg. This attack served a dual purpose. If Aaron truly was incapacitated, it would confirm his vulnerability and allow Zinneral to offer him a chance to surrender, a move that would strengthen diplomatic ties with Aaron's empire and bring potential long-term benefits. After all, sparing a leader could be more valuable than killing one. On the other hand, if Aaron was feigning injury as part of an elaborate plan, Zinneral was confident he would remain unharmed within the safety of his subspace. Still, he was acutely aware of the limitations of his strategy. Maintaining the subspace drained his energy rapidly, and the longer he lingered, the closer he edged toward exhaustion. If he depleted his reserves before leaving it, he would lose the ability to gather spatial mana, leaving him permanently stranded in the void. Zinneral watched intently as his spatial attack closed in on Aaron, his eyes sharp and his senses on high alert, expecting any reaction that might reveal whether Aaron was truly incapacitated or merely playing a deadly game. However, what unfolded next left him, along with the millions of viewers, utterly speechless. The attack, resembling a smaller version of Aaron's mana slash but imbued with devastating spatial properties, tore through the space between them, exuding an aura of unstoppable destruction. Yet, just meters from Aaron, the attack suddenly halted mid-air, as though hitting an invisible barrier. What followed was even more shocking. The spatial cut began to unravel, its intricate energy deconstructed right before their eyes. The attack dissipated completely, vanishing into nothingness. To the onlookers, it seemed as though the impossible had happened and unstoppable force had simply ceased to exist. What they couldn't see, however, was that the energy hadn't merely dissipated, it had been absorbed by Aaron. This detail remained hidden, leaving Zinneral and the viewers grappling with disbelief at what they had just witnessed. "Impossible," Zinneral muttered, refusing to believe what he had just witnessed. He attributed the failure of his attack to an improbable fluke, perhaps some rare anomaly had occurred during its creation. Determined to confirm his suspicion, he decided to try again, this time taking painstaking care to ensure there were no errors in the casting process. Carefully weaving the spatial mana, Zinneral meticulously crafted another attack of a similar scale, ensuring its stability and precision down to the last detail. Once satisfied that no mistakes had been made, he released the attack, watching intently as it hurtled toward Aaron. This time, he was certain there would be no fluke, no unexpected failure. He needed to know whether Aaron truly possessed the capability to neutralize such an attack or if the previous incident had been a mere coincidence. Every fiber of his being was focused on the outcome. However, to his utter despair, nothing changed. The process repeated itself. His carefully crafted attack came to an abrupt halt just meters from Aaron, followed by its complete dissipation as if it had never existed in the first place. Zinneral stared in disbelief, his confidence crumbling. His mind raced for an explanation, but none came. The sight was so incomprehensible that he nearly fainted, overwhelmed by the impossibility of what he was witnessing. How is this even possible?" he muttered, his voice trembling with disbelief and frustration. Although their techniques could be countered, the Trinarian attacks had never been outright stopped in direct combat, not even against the X or Vax, the only race consistently able to defeat them through sheer overwhelming power and destructiveness. What was unfolding now was unprecedented, shocking not only Ziranul but also every Trinarian aware of the implications, and every citizen of the astral conclave witnessing it live. Ziranul's eyes turned blood red, a mix of rage, disbelief, and fear surging through him. The realization that Aaron could nullify their attacks outright was devastating. If true, this single man was now a threat to their very existence. Driven by desperation and fury, Ziranul made a rash decision. Abandoning the subspace to conserve mana, he poured every remaining ounce of his strength into unleashing a spatial storm. Thousands of spatial lightning bolts materialized around Aaron, cascading down in relentless storms, one after another. The sheer ferocity and volume of the attack cloaked Aaron entirely, rendering him invisible amidst the chaos. The Colosseum erupted into gasps and murmurs as even the audience, no strangers to destruction, stared in awe at the masterpiece of devastation before them. As the dust of his attack lingered, Ziranul stood gasping for breath, utterly drained. He had poured everything into this assault, his mana reserves completely depleted. His crimson eyes reflected a faint glimmer of hope, a hope that his final attack had been enough to finish Aaron. This must be the end, Ziranul thought, his gaze locked on the storm he had summoned. To him, Aaron was now no more than an ambitious threat extinguished prematurely, a side character erased before he could grow into a danger capable of toppling their ranks. Chapter 793 Hopelessness. The attack, fueled by every ounce of Ziranul's spatial mana, was anticipated to last several minutes at the very least. Its sheer scale and power were such that the Colosseum's repair crews were already bracing for weeks, if not a full month, of reconstruction before hosting another battle. After all, an assault of this magnitude lacked precision and would devastate everything in its wake. But to the shock of Ziranul and the countless viewers watching, the storm began to weaken after a mere 30 seconds. The once ferocious spatial lightning strikes flickered, their intensity fading, and the swirling chaos grew visibly unstable. It was far too soon, several minutes earlier than anticipated. The sight made their hearts sink as dread gripped them, for there could be only one explanation. Somehow, Aaron had interfered, his very existence now defying logic and overwhelming their worst fears. As if unwilling to prolong the suspense, the potency of the attack continued to fade rapidly. Within a single minute, the spatial storm had entirely dissipated, revealing the unthinkable. Aaron stood unscathed, untouched by even a trace of the devastating assault. Even more unsettling, the area around him remained completely intact, as though the attacks had been drawn away and absorbed, leaving no mark on the surroundings. Ziranul stared at the scene in utter disbelief, his expression growing even paler than it had been after depleting his mana. The hope that had fueled his body, keeping him upright despite his exhaustion, crumbled in an instant. His legs, no longer able to bear the weight of shattered expectations, gave out beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes hollow as the devastating realization set in. His most powerful attack had failed, and with it, any chance of victory had slipped through his fingers. As the saying goes, misery loves company. Without giving Ziranul even a moment to catch his breath, the inevitable mana backlash struck him, forcing his already depleted body to collapse forward. The sight was bizarre, almost surreal, as it appeared to the viewers as though he were bowing to Aaron, who remained hovering motionlessly in the distance, still making no effort to act. The arena descended into an eerie silence once again. All movement had ceased, and not a single sound came from the two fighters. Those watching could only stare with mouths agape, captivated by the unprecedented stalemate. Questions buzzed in their minds: would the AI referee step in, or would the match continue, leaving the outcome to whichever side managed to recover first? Time inched forward, yet the tension held everyone in its grip. Half an hour passed, but no one felt restless or impatient. All eyes remained glued to the arena, anticipating the moment when something, anything, might break the stillness. No one dared to look away, knowing that whatever came next could define the fate of the fight, and perhaps much more. A moment after the return to sender attack, inside Aaron's runic heart. The immense reservoir of mana within Aaron, what could be described as an almost infinite mana tank, began to drain rapidly. The runes within his runic heart greedily absorbed nearly half of his mana in the span of a single second. Yet, even as that staggering amount disappeared, the runes showed no sign of slowing down. In mere moments, the entirety of his mana was consumed, leaving him utterly depleted. Despite this, the runes continued their relentless demand, their reactions indicating that the vast mana they had taken was still insufficient for whatever process they were undergoing. The runes on Aaron's heart began to slow their pulsing, appearing starved of mana. Among them, a few distinct runes started to glow with increasing brilliance. These were specialized runes tasked with gathering mana from the surroundings. Their efforts intensified when a spatial attack was directed at Aaron. The pulsing runes instantly created a barrier, but instead of merely blocking the spatial attack, the barrier activated in a unique way. It began deconstructing the attack into its fundamental components, converting the energy back into pure spatial mana. This reclaimed mana was immediately absorbed and funneled into the runes that were driving the ongoing process. As successive attacks followed, the same cycle repeated: deconstruction, conversion, and absorption. The largest attack yielded the most mana, significantly contributing to the rune's energy pool. Though the total mana gathered couldn't compare to the reserves previously drained from Aaron, the spatial mana carried a unique quality far superior to basic mana. This higher value energy accelerated the mysterious process, leaving only a small amount of additional mana required to bring it to completion. The instance of Nova residing within Aaron's body had been silently monitoring his condition, carefully analyzing the unfolding events. As the situation progressed, she finally uncovered the nature of what was happening. However, the system had entirely removed her access to Aaron's body, effectively locking her out to prevent any interference that might inadvertently disrupt its ongoing process. Realizing the system was desperately drawing mana yet lacked sufficient amounts within the arena to complete its task, Nova came to a stark conclusion: she needed to act. While she couldn't interfere directly with Aaron's body, she could take measures to address the critical mana shortage threatening the system's operation. Not one to merely observe, Nova quickly devised a plan to bring in external sources of mana before the situation worsened. She immediately contacted the AI referee through Aaron's augmentations, which now represented him due to the extensive damage he had sustained, making it impossible for him to speak independently. Communication with the referee was permissible within the arena under such circumstances, as alternate contact methods outside were restricted until the fight ended, and even then, only for lodging complaints. "Referee, I have a question," Nova transmitted, utilizing the nanomachines in Aaron's body to generate sound waves. Though the output was imperceptible to ordinary hearing, it was loud and clear for the AI referee. Deeming the inquiry unobtrusive to the ongoing match, given that the opposing combatant was incapacitated, the referee responded. "State your inquiry," came the impartial reply, granting permission for Nova to proceed. Although aware that it was Nova speaking rather than Aaron, the AI allowed the exchange, as Aaron had ensured such contingencies were covered within the rules of the fight. Within the rules, it is stated that the mana within the arena can never drop below a certain threshold. From the look of it, that threshold will soon be passed. Is it possible to refill the mana in the arena while the fight is ongoing? Nova inquired. The AI referee took a moment to review the rules, ensuring that her response would not violate any of them. After careful consideration, she finally replied, "It is possible for the process to take place during the fight, provided there is no interference with the match. If interference is deemed inevitable, the fight can be temporarily halted to allow the process. However, given the current situation, the first option seems most appropriate. I approve the process to proceed without stopping the fight." With that, the referee immediately authorized the mana stone carriers to move into the arena to replenish the Colosseum's mana reserves. "Thank you," Nova said, satisfied that her intervention had facilitated the process. She quickly relayed instructions to her other instance, permitting the mana stone carriers, nearly all of them stationed nearby, to enter the Colosseum. Not holding anything back, Nova hoped the collective mana within the stones would be sufficient for whatever the runic heart was orchestrating. The entire conversation between Nova and the AI referee was broadcasted to the viewers, as the AI referee, programmed to be transparent, amplified the sound for all to hear. Reactions from both sides were mixed, with confusion and curiosity spreading. Many wondered why Aaron was engaging in such discussions, assuming he was the one speaking through the robotic proxy, given that he had been rendered unable to speak due to the severe damage he had sustained. This hypothesis led to further speculation about his true intentions and whether there was a deeper strategy at play behind his actions. Chapter 794 Rebirth. Following Nova's orders and the AI referee's approval, the Mana Stone carriers swiftly began moving toward the Colosseum. As the first ship arrived and entered, it wasted no time, promptly unloading its entire cargo of Mana Stones before departing to make way for the next carrier to do the same. The process was conducted with remarkable efficiency, ensuring a steady flow of Mana Stones into the Colosseum without any unnecessary delays. The process continued as over 50 ships unloaded their cargo of Mana Stones, an act many from the conclave viewed as both excessive and wasteful. With each successive ship, the pain of the conclave's viewers grew, particularly when the fifth ship alone had already matched the quantity of Mana Stones used during the Colosseum's initial construction. Yet, they didn't stop there. Instead, they went on to unload 10 times that amount, as if Mana Stones were an endless resource, leaving the conclave citizens bewildered and horrified by such apparent extravagance. By the time the 20th batch of Mana Stones was dropped, viewers from the conclave began to suspect that the Empire was sparing no effort to provide a favorable environment for their emperor. This led to widespread questioning of whether such actions were within the rules. However, the lack of objection or intervention from the AI referee confirmed that everything was still legal. What the conclave citizens didn't realize was that when drafting the rules, they had only established a minimum mana threshold without setting an upper limit. They had never imagined the Empire would be foolish enough to expend such an absurd amount of Mana Stones. Now, the Empire was exploiting this loophole to its fullest extent. However, their anger was tempered by the realization that increasing the mana within the Colosseum would also aid the Trinarian fighter, Ziranal, in recovering from his mana depletion more quickly. This made the Empire's actions a double-edged sword. Yet, their initial hope quickly dimmed as they remembered that even if Ziranal recovered, he had no means of directly harming Aaron. But then came a sliver of optimism. Ziranal didn't need to kill Aaron to win the fight, he only had to force him out of the arena. They clung to the hope that this was still possible and wouldn't be neutralized by Aaron's overwhelming capabilities. However, if they had witnessed what was truly happening with the mana, even that faint glimmer of hope would have been crushed. Every ounce of mana within the Colosseum was being relentlessly drawn into Aaron's runic heart, leaving none to circulate or assist Ziranal's recovery. The overwhelming absorption left no room for anyone else to benefit, extinguishing any chance of turning the tide. After completing its absorption, the runic heart settled into a new rhythmic pulse, signaling the beginning of its next phase. The runes, now saturated with mana, activated in perfect synchronization. With each powerful heartbeat, shockwaves radiated throughout Aaron's body, shaking every part except his brain. These pulses acted as a scanning mechanism, systematically analyzing the damage inflicted and assessing the condition of each remaining component. Simultaneously, the runic system identified and tagged all foreign elements within his body, cataloging them for removal or neutralization. The process was precise, methodical, and unyielding. As soon as the scanning concluded and all necessary data was gathered, the next phase began without hesitation. The system wasted no time in initiating what appeared to be a comprehensive repair and restoration process. A long runic sentence within Aaron's heart began glowing with unmatched brilliance, surpassing any other rune in his body. This indicated that the next phase was under its jurisdiction, and it wasted no time in taking action. Harnessing the power of the runic heart, it sent out a pulse through his entire body. Unlike the earlier scans that gathered information, this pulse acted directly upon the gathered data. The pulse systematically targeted and expelled all foreign objects within Aaron's body. Shrapnel embedded during the earlier attacks was extracted and ejected alongside the nanomachines that had been implanted to carry an instance of Nova. The purge wasn't limited to metallic elements, it extended to biological and runic computer components integrated for contingency purposes. Despite being bioengineered, these components were not deemed part of Aaron's natural body and were thus forcibly removed. The process was comprehensive and unforgiving, leaving no trace of foreign interference within his system. The process extended beyond the interior of Aaron's body, affecting his exterior as well. Burnt skin, hair, clothing, and even the armor he wore began breaking apart into tiny fragments, cascading to the ground alongside the materials purged from within him. To the viewers, it was a shocking and grotesque sight, leaving Aaron as a skinless, hairless husk. Regardless of their allegiance, all sides were left stunned, struggling to comprehend what was unfolding before their eyes. As this phase concluded, the glowing rune responsible for the purging dimmed. Without delay, another long runic sentence illuminated, its brilliance surpassing the others, signaling the commencement of the next process. Before the astonished eyes of the viewers, Aaron's missing hand and leg began regenerating. The process started with bones, followed by blood vessels, muscles, and tendons, all forming seamlessly from the points of amputation. As these structures took shape, the golden liquid that had replaced his blood nearly a decade ago began circulating through the new vessels, glowing faintly and adding to the surreal nature of the scene. Next came the regeneration of his skin, a process distinct from the previous one and marked by the activation of another glowing rune. Under this rune's influence, a fresh, flawless layer of skin emerged, covering his body entirely. Nova, quick to act, utilized the nanomachines previously expelled from his body and armor to strategically raise a protective covering over Aaron's private parts, sparing him from complete exposure in front of the countless viewers watching in crystal-clear 20K resolution. The regenerated skin was almost unnaturally perfect, its smooth and radiant appearance captivating even those watching from afar. However, there was little time to marvel at its beauty, as the next process immediately followed. This time, it was his hair that began to regrow. Burned away or removed earlier during the purging process, strands of hair began sprouting anew, marking the final stages of his regeneration. First slowly, then accelerating with each passing second, hair began sprouting from Aaron's head. It grew rapidly, surpassing its original length and continuing until it cascaded down to his lap. Only then did the growth process cease. The strands shimmered with an almost ethereal luster, a mesmerizing blend of glowing silver, gold, and black that seemed to shift and dance with the light. Once the previous process had concluded, another long sequence of runic lines illuminated, sending a pulse across Aaron's body. This new pulse moved methodically, sweeping over every inch, ensuring that no step had been missed during the extensive regeneration. It was as if the runes themselves were performing a final check, double-checking every detail to guarantee perfection. After confirming that the restoration was complete, a small, precise pulse was directed into Aaron's brain, deliberate and exact. The previous runes, having carefully avoided the delicate structure of his mind, now bathed it gently with a small amount of mana. This infusion was subtle, almost imperceptible, designed to awaken the neural pathways without overwhelming them. The mana coursed through his brain like a soft current, reactivating the dormant connections, sparking life back into his consciousness. It was not a jarring force but a gentle awakening, allowing his mind to recalibrate and fully synchronize with the newly restored body. And then, as if responding to the call, his eyelids fluttered, twitching once, then twice, before suddenly, bam! His eyes snapped open. The camera, which had been zooming in on his face, caught the entire transformation, capturing the full extent of his features for the first time since the process began. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the arena as every spectator witnessed the moment. His eyes, now as white as milk with glowing golden irises, burned with an intensity that struck fear into the hearts of those who met them. Despite the mesmerizing beauty of his gaze, there was no mistaking the raw power they contained. It was as if the very essence of his being had been reborn, with the force of destruction that had preceded this awakening now contained in those eyes. The Emperor had awakened. And it was undeniable, he was no longer the same. Chapter 795 Awakening. Nova, Aaron called out in his mind the moment his eyes snapped open, rapidly collecting information and orienting himself, realizing he had finally left the enigmatic place the system had sent him. Nova, he called again, this time aloud, his voice carrying a commanding weight as it echoed faintly in the arena. Receiving no response to his first call, his sharp gaze shifted to his surroundings. It didn't take long for him to notice his current state, nearly naked, save for the swarm of nanomachines that had begun assembling around him. The system had ejected me, sir. Nova's voice finally came through, calm but slightly delayed as the nanomachines completed their task. They prioritized covering his lower body, forming a sleek pair of trousers, as there weren't enough surviving nanomachines to reconstruct full armor. His chiseled upper body remained exposed, glistening under the lights of the Colosseum, much to the awe and unease of the spectators. Nova's pragmatic choice left Aaron looking both regal and intimidating, his presence amplified by the juxtaposition of his renewed body. "Care to catch me up on what's happened and how long I've been away?" Aaron asked calmly, finally placing a hand over his face as he awaited a response from his ever-reliable aide. "I'm attempting to re-enter your body through the screen, but your new skin is blocking all my attempts to breach it," Nova reported, her tone carrying a rare note of frustration. Addressing this issue took precedence over answering his question. Hearing her report, Aaron didn't hesitate. With a simple motion, he tore a small piece from his newly regenerated trousers and swallowed it without a word, his actions calm and unceremonious. The trousers immediately repaired themselves, the torn piece dissolving as Nova seized control of the swallowed nanomachines. She guided them through his body, navigating toward the critical areas needed to re-establish full brain-to-machine communication. While Nova focused on finalizing her connection, Aaron extended his right hand forward, closing it into a fist as he tested the power coursing through his body. The sheer intensity he felt in that simple motion made it clear his strength had nearly doubled. And that was just the surface. The sensation ran deep, resonating throughout his entire body, both internally and externally. Whatever had occurred during his absence had reshaped him fundamentally. As he lowered his hand, he turned his attention to his surroundings. His gaze eventually settled on the Trinarian fighter, still bowing and faintly trembling in the distance. The sight piqued his curiosity further. What exactly had unfolded while his consciousness was elsewhere? "System check," Nova interjected, testing the communication node she had just finished linking. Loud and clear, Aaron replied in his mind, his anticipation rising. It was finally time to uncover the events that had transpired during his absence. Nova, confident that the new node was fully operational, wasted no time. She promptly activated perception acceleration after Aaron granted permission, enhancing his ability to process information as she delved into recounting the events. Using a combination of narration and supplemental visual evidence, she provided a comprehensive recap, leaving no detail unaddressed. "Thank you for the help," Aaron said after absorbing the entire account, acknowledging the immense support Nova had provided throughout the ordeal. "And thanks to the system for doing all the heavy lifting," he added, fully aware that the system, despite lacking sentience yet, was the backbone of his recovery and survival. Gratitude, in his eyes, was necessary even toward non-sentient entities to avoid complacency and ingratitude. "You're welcome," Nova replied, her tone imbued with agreement. As a creation born from the system's design, she too recognized the importance of crediting its indispensable contributions. "I'm out of mana, so first, let's solve that," Aaron stated, closing his eyes and attempting to activate the runes in his runic heart responsible for mana absorption. However, as soon as he began, his eyes shot open in surprise at what he was witnessing. "What is wrong, sir?" Nova asked, curious about what had elicited such a reaction. "The runic heart is still fully active," Aaron replied, his voice tinged with curiosity. He immediately focused on it again, seeking to understand the unusual behavior. Nova, now using her access to his brain data, aligned her perception with his to observe what he was sensing. As Aaron had described, the runic heart was indeed still active, though its glow was fading gradually. What unfolded next was even more unexpected. The mana it had previously absorbed, far exceeding the actual requirements for regenerating his body, was now being returned to the mana reserves. This peculiar occurrence highlighted the limitations of a currently non-sentient system. The runic heart had calculated the mana required for full regeneration based on a scenario where only the brain and heart survived. However, since the actual damage was less severe, the surplus mana was now being returned, leaving both Aaron and Nova impressed by the system's efficiency and redundancy safeguards. However, the mana being returned to his reserves wasn't the same as what was originally drawn. It was now a refined mixture, a higher quality mana synthesized from his original mana combined with spatial mana absorbed from the Trinarian fighter. The result was a new, potent blend of mana. Though only about 10% of the mana was returned, its potency matched what would have been 30% of his previous total reserves. Observing this, Aaron immediately grasped the significance of an increase in mana quality, but he couldn't help his curiosity about how this potent, spatially infused mana would behave in practical use. "Now that is an interesting outcome," Aaron remarked, a faint smile appearing on his face as he contemplated the implications. Without wasting any more time, he began walking toward the Trinarian fighter, who remained in a bowing position, having fainted but still appearing reverent in his stance. Aaron knew he needed to end the fight first before pursuing any of his other plans. Besides, the thought of facing the Trinarian fighter again anytime soon was something he wanted to avoid. The sight of his own mangled body during the battle, coupled with the system's intervention to shield him from fully experiencing the pain, had left a lasting impression. It wasn't fear, but the experience had etched a lesson: keeping the Trinarians as allies was far more beneficial than unnecessary confrontation. Even though the Empire had spatial blockade technology capable of limiting such fighters' abilities, having a countermeasure didn't mean he should provoke them. Technology, no matter how advanced, had its limits. There was always the chance of being caught unprepared, without the necessary safeguards in place. And with their spatial manipulation being as advanced as it seemed, he wasn't confident that the current Tier 1 spatial blockade would be enough to completely nullify their abilities. Better allies than adversaries, he thought, as he approached the fighter, fully intent on ensuring the fight concluded decisively and without lingering enmity. Chapter 796, Ending Things. Him alive is better than dead, right? I can use his live brain data to study how they use their spatial abilities. It might even help accelerate my plans if things go as intended, Aaron said as he stood over the fainting Trinarian fighter. True, having him alive presents opportunities. But dead men cause no problems, while the living carry infinite potential for chaos, especially one like him. If our spatial lockdown isn't enough to fully contain his abilities, he could use them long enough to cause catastrophic damage, even if it means enduring the backlash, Nova replied, her tone laced with caution. She wanted to ensure Aaron was fully aware of the risks he was inviting by sparing the fighter's life. Usually, Nova would have been in favor of keeping him alive. It meant more data for her to process, analyze, and extrapolate from. But spatial ability users were in a league of their own when it came to danger. Even a dead one would yield enough data to at least satisfy her curiosity for a time. The risk, however, was immense. A user with advanced spatial manipulation could bypass nearly any lock, shield, or barrier. Worse, they could create a portal inside someone's body to kill them instantly. The only reason the Trinarian fighter hadn't done so earlier was due to a lack of precise absolute coordinates for the Colosseum. This had forced him into guesswork, resulting in a portal close to Aaron but not in his body, a dangerous oversight on the fighter's part. We can inject some nanomachines beforehand as a countermeasure in case he turns uncontrollable and deal with him the moment he shows signs of doing so, Aaron suggested, his voice calm and measured. Also, we can keep him far away from the solar system, ensuring he won't have the range to hop to Earth immediately if he decides to cause chaos. Keeping him alive allows us to conduct experiments and testing that we can't do with a dead subject. I understand, but you should also realize that he is one of the few individuals capable of killing you, even with your shield. Keeping someone like that close is an unnecessary risk, Nova responded, revealing the source of her concern. This was the first time that the instinct embedded within her core programming, to protect Aaron, was fully engaged. In the past, Aaron had always maintained his shield, or had it ready to activate at a moment's notice. Nova, too, could activate it herself if she detected any immediate danger, ensuring his safety. But now, with an individual capable of breaching that defense, her directives became more complex. The Seed Code had begun to reconsider its stance, adding weight to her concerns whenever she took action. To tame a lion, you must enter the cage, Aaron replied, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. There was amusement in his tone as he realized the source of her worry. The irony of the situation didn't escape him. It was rare for Nova to sound so protective, and the thought was almost amusing. But at the same time, it helped him cement his decision to keep the Trinarian alive. Alive, he could study him further, use him as leverage, and possibly prevent becoming dependent on the Trinarian should his future plan include needing help from them by using him as the one to do what he would have needed the Trinarian's aid. Without hesitation, Aaron cut another piece from his trousers, encasing it in a shield bubble and sending it toward the Trinarian. He wasn't about to get any closer to the fighter without a countermeasure in place, no matter how unconscious the Trinarian appeared. As the shield bubble arrived at the fighter, Aaron deactivated it, allowing the fabric to fall gently over the Trinarian's body. Immediately, the nanomachines embedded within the fabric began their work, burrowing into the fighter's body and traveling toward his head, where they would begin their data gathering and monitoring process. It would have been nice if I could have just sent you out of the shield, but the referee AI will not allow that to happen during the fight, so please bear with it, Aaron said in his mind. Although Nova had intended to use that as a last resort means of surrendering should verbal surrender fail, she was planning to achieve it by blasting through the shield, nothing that could be resolved simply by asking the AI referee to open it for her. The rules only allowed for that if someone could find a way to exit the shield, much like the Trinarian's attempt to send him out through portals. That was a valid strategy within the confines of the rules, unlike the option to simply leave on request. With that apology voiced, Aaron moved swiftly. He materialized a shield in the form of a sword, its edges honed to a razor's sharpness capable of cutting through anything. Without hesitation, he approached the unconscious Trinarian, slicing off the head cleanly. Immediately after, he encased both the decapitated head and the body within a protective shield, pumping healing runes into them to prevent death and to maintain the integrity of the body for potential reconnection later. The Trinarian's life was suspended in this state, alive, but preserved, awaiting whatever would come next. Match over. Winner, Terran Empire, Aaron Michael, the AI referee's announcement echoed, marking the conclusion of the intense match. I missed this sound, Aaron murmured with a smile, as the familiar voice of the AI referee brought him back to reality. It had been a long time since he had heard those words, especially after the unknown time he spent in that strange place the system had sent him to. The viewers from the Terran Empire were a mix of relief and celebration. Many could be heard thanking God for answering their prayers, their voices filled with gratitude. Yet, there were a handful of dissenters, those who finally realized what they had promised God in return for saving the Emperor. Some of them swore to go back on their promises to God, regretting their words in the heat of the moment. The Empire's unity was briefly shaken, but the overall atmosphere remained one of triumph. In stark contrast, the viewers from the Astral Conclave were left in a state of complete shock and disbelief. The reaction from their ranks was chaotic, particularly among those races that had hair. Some were practically pulling it out in frustration. For those whose species lacked hair, the situation was no less dramatic. Instead, they resorted to gnashing their teeth, or using whatever natural appendage or trait they had to express their dismay. They had been certain that Aaron's apparent damage would be his downfall. But when they saw him not only survive the impossible but recover fully as if nothing had ever happened, the collective astonishment among the conclave was palpable. This was no longer just a losing streak, the creature they were facing had become something far more terrifying. Capable of returning from death given enough time, he made an unimaginable comeback, further amplifying his fearsome reputation. With each display of recovery from increasingly difficult positions, his invincible image grew, cementing him as the most terrifying figure they could face. To make matters worse, he was the leader of his civilization, wielding diplomatic power that no ordinary individual could match. This elevated him beyond just a military threat. He was now a political force too, making any attempt on his life a dangerous gamble that could spark far-reaching consequences. They had already experienced something similar with the Exorvac civilization, and nothing positive could be said about dealing with them when they wanted something. Though they often presented themselves diplomatically, it was like a teacher asking to borrow your pen. You didn't really have a choice but to give it, no matter your reservations. With his recovery, Aaron had solidified his position within that group, which now included his civilization, making it a two-member group regardless of the outcome of his next fight with the other member of the group, the Exorvac. Chapter 797 Therapy. The moment the fight was officially declared over, Nova acted without hesitation. She immediately dispatched the collector ship, equipped with a med-iPod, to retrieve the Trinarian fighter's body. Simultaneously, she ensured Aaron could rearm himself with a fresh set of nanomachines. For the first time, this process was being done openly, marking a significant shift. Previously, nanomachines had been classified technology, their existence kept strictly under wraps. However, that secrecy had been unintentionally broken when Nova used them to cover Aaron's exposed body during a critical moment, prioritizing his dignity over confidentiality. As a result, while the technology remained shrouded in mystery, its existence was now officially acknowledged, albeit without disclosing any further details. Aaron retrieved a small canister from the ship and opened it, revealing a liquid-like substance inside. Pouring it onto his hand, the substance behaved unnaturally, defying gravity as it began to spread across his body. It seamlessly shifted and restructured itself, forming into a complete set of clothing, shirts, shoes, and socks, all perfectly tailored to fit him. With his modesty restored, he moved to another canister, this one bearing a more intricate design. Repeating the process, the new nanomachines spread over his body, but instead of forming casual clothing, they transformed into the same armor he had worn during his earlier battles. The armor materialized in its full, imposing glory, ready for combat, as if it had always been a part of him. Aaron reached into his gear and pulled out a pair of glasses, an item instantly recognizable to every citizen of the Empire regardless of their location. These glasses, a symbol of advanced technology, needed no introduction. Without hesitation, he placed them on his head, the nanomachines making way to leave the area unobstructed, seamlessly integrating the glasses into his otherwise impenetrable armor. Satisfied with his preparations, Aaron assumed a seated position, his posture serene and deliberate, reminiscent of a meditating monk. He closed his eyes, exuding an air of calm concentration that contrasted sharply with the intensity of the preceding battle. VR simulation. I'm fine, so how about you calm down? Aaron spoke gently, his voice steady as he rubbed comforting circles on Rena's back. She clung to him with an intensity that suggested she might never let go, her embrace both protective and crushing. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Rena's voice trembled, a mixture of relief and frustration. You looked like you were dead out there. And despite everything, you didn't surrender. While her anger was palpable, it was not aimed at Aaron but at someone else entirely. Nova, the apparent target of Rena's ire, materialized nearby in her humanoid projection. Her expression was calm and collected as she offered her explanation. Miss, there was nothing I could do at the time without risking interference with the recovery protocol that had already been initiated, Nova said, her tone even yet apologetic. I was monitoring him closely. In the event of any further life-threatening danger, I had prepared contingency measures. The ships were ready to breach the shield and extract him, though it would have resulted in an immediate loss of the match. Nova paused for a moment before continuing, carefully weaving a convincing story to shield the system's involvement. Unfortunately, during the recovery phase, certain operations require my access to be limited. It was a necessary precaution, though it restricted my ability to intervene sooner. Her words were a careful blend of truth and misdirection, crafted to reassure Rena while safeguarding the secrecy of the system's role. Rena, hearing Nova's explanation, didn't immediately respond to her. Instead, she tilted her head, which was still pressed firmly against Aaron's chest, to look up at him for confirmation. Aaron caught the mix of doubt in Rena's eyes and the slight frustration in Nova's projection, unable to suppress a laugh at the situation. His chuckle broke the tension, lightening the atmosphere a little. Although the moment helped ease the mood, it didn't dispel Rena's worry entirely. Her voice softened, carrying a pleading tone as she buried her face deeper into his chest. Can you not fight the next match? You've already secured the majority of victories a long time ago. There's no need for you to fight her. Her words were heavy with emotion, knowing full well she was asking for something that stretched beyond her rights as his wife. Aaron wasn't just her husband, he was the emperor of a vast empire with over 18 billion citizens across 2 star systems. His responsibilities often carried the weight of more than personal desires, especially in situations like this, where a single decision could secure monumental benefits for his people. Despite understanding all this, Rena couldn't help but ask, knowing the stakes were already greatly in their favor and only one fight remained. Aaron sighed softly, his fingers threading gently through her hair before he responded. "Should I do that?" Rena's head snapped up in surprise, almost colliding with his chin. Aaron instinctively tilted his head back just in time to avoid the impact. Her wide-eyed expression of disbelief met his calm gaze. "Really? Are you really going to do it because I asked?" she asked, her voice tinged with surprise and a trace of hope. "If you truly want me to step back from the next fight, I will," Aaron said, his tone sincere. "There's no need to take unnecessary risks when we've already secured most of what we aimed for." Rena stared into his eyes, searching for any sign of insincerity or jest. But all she found was the undeniable truth in his gaze. He wasn't joking, he meant it. A mixture of emotions surged through her, happiness that he would consider her request so deeply, and guilt for asking something that might compromise the Empire's long-term gains. Her expression softened as she lowered her head again, her voice heavy with conflicting feelings. "As much as I want you to stop, I'll leave the decision to you. No matter what you choose, I'll stand by you." "Okay, I'll think about it and decide," Aaron replied gently, brushing away the tear trails streaking Rena's face from her earlier crying. He sighed softly and added, "But first, I need to see Mom, Dad, Henry, Felix, and Sarah and calm them down too." The weight of the day hit him as he realized this was just the first emotional encounter he'd have. His family and friends were undoubtedly shaken by what they had witnessed, and it was his responsibility to reassure them as well. Only after addressing their fears and easing their minds could he even begin to focus on the decision about his next fight. Fortunately, the Universal Simulation's time acceleration gave him a reprieve. Without it, the mere 20 minutes between matches wouldn't have been nearly enough to console each of his friends and family members, who were no doubt equally, if not more, traumatized by what they'd seen. Aaron mentally steeled himself for what lay ahead, knowing this was just another aspect of his duties, not as an emperor, but as a son, brother, husband, and friend. Chapter 798 What? The minutes passed quickly for the viewers, their eyes glued to Aaron as he sat unmoving in the same meditative position for over 15 minutes. Speculation ran rampant on both sides, fueled by curiosity and tension. For those in the Empire, the consensus was that Aaron was in VR, likely meeting with family or key figures. Many debated who he might be speaking with, guessing that he was either calming worried loved ones or strategizing for the next fight. On the other hand, viewers from the Astral Conclave harbored a mix of anxiety and intrigue. They questioned whether Aaron was recuperating in preparation for the upcoming battle, enhancing his focus and mental clarity, or if his recovery from the previous fight was incomplete and he was still in the process of healing. But their speculations ceased to matter as Aaron opened his eyes with 5 minutes remaining in the waiting period. Calm and deliberate, he removed the glasses from his head, placing them back into their container. His next move drew gasps from the audience as he approached a massive golden cylinder, distinct in both size and color from the previous containers he had used. This new cylinder, large enough to hold what seemed to be over a ton of liquid, exuded an almost regal presence with its shimmering golden hue. It was clear to everyone watching, the Empire's citizens and the Astral Conclave alike, that this container was special. With practiced ease, Aaron detached the cylinder from its carrier, which promptly left the arena. The viewers were mesmerized. They knew by now that the liquid inside was nanomachines, yet the sheer volume and the ceremonious presentation of this container hinted at something extraordinary. Speculations once again flared as the countdown to his next fight continued. With just 10 minutes, including 5 minutes for final preparations, remaining before the final showdown, anticipation reached its peak. This wasn't just another fight, it was the ultimate test, the battle that would offer a clearer measure of the Emperor's true power. If Aaron emerged victorious, his strength would be deemed comparable to the highest tiers, even among the legendary Exorvax, a civilization known for their unmatched might. A loss, on the other hand, would still place him at the level of the Exorvac royal elites, a remarkable feat in its own right. Yet, regardless of the outcome, one fact was undeniable: Aaron had already earned his place as a monstrous force of nature. His journey to this pinnacle of power, achieved entirely on his own without a mentor or guide, was a testament to his sheer determination and potential. This realization made him even more intimidating. Now, with the foundational knowledge and experience he was on the path of gaining, the prospect of him fully unlocking his potential loomed large, casting a shadow over all who dared to challenge him in the future. The remaining 5 minutes passed with a quiet yet electric anticipation, each second ticking closer to the culmination of this monumental event. Finally, the AI referee's voice broke the silence, announcing the entry of the next fighter into the arena. As the protective shield parted, Aaron lifted his head, his gaze sharp and filled with expectation. Whatever was coming, he knew it would be formidable. The Exorvacs didn't disappoint. Rather than the usual ship entry, a massive figure streaked through the opening like a blur, moving with such speed that the surrounding air seemed to ripple. As the figure pierced the arena's atmosphere, a deafening sonic boom echoed across the expanse, a testament to the sheer velocity of her arrival. Even as she hurtled closer to the ground, there was no sign of slowing down. The fighter maintained her incredible momentum until the very last moment, landing with an earth-shaking impact. The abrupt halt from full speed to a complete stop created an explosion-like sound, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. The arena was momentarily obscured by the chaos of her landing, the sheer force of her entry a clear declaration of power and intimidation. Aaron stood still, unflinching, his eyes narrowing as he watched the dust begin to settle, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As the dust settled, the arena revealed a figure of awe-inspiring majesty and intensity. Two deep, star-like eyes locked onto Aaron, their piercing gaze seeming to attempt to dissect him, as if trying to unravel the secrets of his being. Yet, there was an undeniable hint of frustration in her expression. She couldn't see through him. Her massive form dominated the arena, evoking the mythical presence of a dragon as depicted in human folklore, particularly the Western rendition. Her body was a blend of raw power and elegance, every movement a testament to her battle-hardened nature. What stood out the most was her pristine, white scales, gleaming like polished marble under the arena's lights. The immaculate condition of her armor-like exterior defied expectations, a stark contrast to the wear and scars one might anticipate from a seasoned warrior. It was as if she carried her battles in her soul, not on her body. She lowered her head slightly, her gaze unwavering as her tail lashed the ground, sending faint vibrations through the arena floor. A silent but clear message radiated from her presence: she was here to dominate, and Aaron was about to face the ultimate challenge. Aaron stood firm, his demeanor calm and resolute, as if the taunt carried no weight against his unshakable resolve. His decision to continue the fight was not made lightly. Surrendering without testing the true might of the Exorvacs would not only tarnish his image but also compromise his empire's standing. Worse still, it would mean relinquishing black hole technology, an invaluable asset of immeasurable significance. The stakes were too high to yield without a fight. Aaron knew the technology was a game-changer, not just in terms of power but also as a strategic tool. If the Exorvacs were to advance this technology further, it could tip the scales in ways that were difficult to predict or counter. The Empire had yet to develop future-proof countermeasures to contain such advancements. The silent tension between them was shattered as the Exorvac fighter princess, Seraphina, finally spoke, her deep, resonant voice carrying across the arena. "Emperor Aaron, you have proven yourself worthy of the arrogance you displayed during the negotiations," she began, her tone formal and neutral. Yet, despite her measured words, an undercurrent of frustration and anger seeped through, betraying her true emotions. "As a price for us underestimating you, I have been ordered by the Grand Exorvac, the leader of our race, to surrender." Her declaration sent shockwaves through the audience on both sides. It was an unimaginable turn of events. Seraphina, the pride of the Exorvacs, a warrior princess of unparalleled might, had been ordered to concede without so much as a fight. The viewers fell silent for a brief moment as the weight of her words settled over them, only to erupt in gasps, murmurs, and disbelief. But it was Aaron's reaction that captured everyone's attention. His calm and calculated demeanor shattered as his voice rang out in incredulous shock. "What?" The sheer disbelief in his voice mirrored the sentiment of every spectator. No one could have anticipated this outcome, not after the build-up, the tension, and the stakes that had defined this contest. For the first time, the unflappable emperor seemed genuinely blindsided. Chapter 799 Fireworks. To say Aaron was surprised would be the understatement of the giganum. The announcement had obliterated every scenario he had meticulously crafted in his mind. In all his time spent in simulations, preparing for countless contingencies, not once had he considered the possibility of the Exorvacs surrendering, least of all without a fight. Their pride in their strength was legendary, surpassing even the vaunted arrogance of the Valthorans. For a race that reveled in their dominance, surrendering, especially on such a grand stage, was unthinkable. This sudden reversal of expectations hit him with such force that he could practically feel the metaphorical veins in his temple throbbing from the sheer shock of it all. The audience's collective astonishment mirrored his own, but none felt it as acutely as Aaron, whose carefully laid strategies now seemed almost laughably over-prepared in the face of this unanticipated twist. The largest part of Aaron's shock wasn't just the surrender itself but the colossal implications that came with it. According to the terms of the agreement, any victory, whether through combat or a surrender, granted the Empire rights over both the defeated fighters' equipment and their remains. In this case, the surrender meant something far more extraordinary. Princess Seraphina, a member of the Exorvac royal lineage, had, by the rules of the Accord, officially become Aaron's property. Seraphina. A princess. A Exorvac princess. A warrior of her stature and status, now bound by the very conditions that her people had agreed to, was effectively his possession. Furthermore, the implications of the surrender extended far beyond just the physical assets. With this victory, the Terran Empire would not only gain access to the advanced knowledge of the Exorvac, but they would also hold a direct path to challenge the Exorvac leader for his position of leadership of the Exorvac civilization. This stipulation had been a crucial part of the agreement that Aaron had wanted during the negotiation period, ensuring that the Empire would have the opportunity to potentially seize control of the Exorvac civilizations in its entirety. Nova swiftly intervened, activating the necessary protocols to calm Aaron's mind. She prompted his brain to release calming hormones, gradually restoring his focus and helping him regain composure. The sudden rush of surprise could not be allowed to derail him. Instead of remaining caught in the shock of the moment, Aaron needed to redirect his attention to the immediate task at hand, the consequences of this unprecedented surrender and how to move forward. So their leader's power has this much control? Aaron thought to himself, now fully calm. He could tell from Seraphina's tone in her words that the decision to surrender wasn't hers to make. It was an order from the Grand Elder, their leader, one she could not dare to deny. Even her earlier display of intimidation, her dramatic entrance into the arena, the forceful landing, and the use of her tail to create a menacing presence had been nothing more than an expression of her frustration at the order she had no choice but to follow. It was clear now that her outward aggression was more about trying to assert her own defiance against a higher power than anything personal toward him. But why? The question echoed in Aaron's mind as he tried to make sense of the situation. Why would the leader of the Exorvac, a race known for its pride, force their prized princess to surrender and become someone else's property? This was unprecedented, the first time an Exorvac had ever been subjected to another race's control. It made no logical sense. It is either because they are sincerely apologizing for their arrogance towards someone worthy of their acknowledgement, or the more likely scenario, politics. The Grand Elder may have seen this as a way to rid themselves of her. You'll get your answers later, but for now, you must respond to her statement. Nova's voice interrupted his thoughts, reminding him that his initial reaction, his shocked what? Wasn't enough. He had to address the situation calmly and directly. Oh yeah, there is that, Aaron muttered, using his imaginary hand to slap his forehead in mock realization. He then refocused on Seraphina, whose eyes were filled with expectation, waiting for him to respond. Thanks to Nova's perception acceleration, only a fraction of a second had passed since his initial shock. But Aaron could see the unmistakable look in her eyes, the one that hinted at her belief that he would deny her surrender, likely out of pride. Aaron had the option to deny the surrender since it had been made before the official start of the fight, and it was clear that this was the last thread of hope Serafina was holding on to. If he rejected the surrender, she would have no choice but to fight on, as rejecting it would effectively give her a way out of her leader's orders and escape she prayed to get. If he accepted it, however, she would be bound to honor her surrender, unable to defy the directive any further. Despite the massive dragon form she took and the fierce display she had put on, the look on her face left no doubt. She was hoping he'd reject the surrender, allowing the fight to continue. Aaron, however, had already made up his mind. "I have to disappoint your expectations," Aaron thought to himself, a firm resolve settling in his chest. "I can't give up such an easy out. Besides, with this change, I've already modified my plans, and they require you to be on my side." With that, he finally spoke aloud, meeting her gaze with calm assurance. "I accept your surrender and express my thanks to your Grand Elder." Serafina, hearing his response, reacted as if struck by a sledgehammer. The weight of his words hit her hard, yet she wasn't given time to process her emotions. In an instant, the arena erupted in a breathtaking fireworks display, signaling the end of a day that would be etched in the memories of all present for the rest of their lives. The fireworks display was a clear signal that the day had come to an end, marking the conclusion of a one-sided beatdown delivered by Emperor Aaron Michael of the Terra Empire. The referee AI reinforced this message by projecting holograms of Aaron in various fights. Though the visuals were brief, many of his matches had lasted less than 10 minutes, with some concluding in mere seconds. To fill the gaps, some holograms were looped. The fight had ended, and with it, Aaron had firmly etched his image into the minds of everyone present. His dominance, undeniable and overwhelming, would not be forgotten anytime soon. Despite the spectacle of individual battles, this was still a war, albeit one scaled down to personal duels. The outcome of each fight carried far-reaching implications, and as such, it needed to be treated with the gravity of an ongoing conflict. With the day's events concluded, the next steps would soon unfold, setting the stage for what was to come. Chapter 800 Meeting. Meeting Room. Inside the Zelvora mental network, an oppressive silence hung over the gathered representatives around the meeting table. The events of the day had left them all stunned, their minds racing with the implications of what had transpired. These were not just any representatives, they were the ones who had signed off on the agreements, the architects of their civilization's participation in this contest. Now, they were confronted with the brutal outcome of their decisions. Many representatives sat deep in thought, their faces betraying various degrees of fear, frustration, and resignation. Those who hailed from civilizations steeped in selfish political traditions knew all too well the grim truth: scapegoats would be needed. Someone would have to bear the brunt of the blame for the humiliation, anger, and setbacks their civilizations had suffered. For many of them, the path forward seemed bleak. In the best-case scenario, they might lose their positions, exiled from the corridors of power. But for others, especially those from societies where failure was tantamount to treason, the specter of execution loomed large. The knowledge weighed heavily on their minds, and though no words were spoken, the shared sense of dread permeated the room. They knew their fates would be decided not by reason but by the need for a narrative. The citizens of their worlds would demand justice, a way to cope with the embarrassment and anger. Sacrificing those in the room was the simplest way to redirect that fury and shield the true leadership from scrutiny. Yet, even within this dynamic, exceptions existed. The Zelvora. For the Zelvora, the question of blame was moot. Their advanced mental network provided unparalleled transparency, allowing them to trace every decision back to its origin. The collective process ensured that major strategies were crafted through rigorous evaluation and refinement, leaving little room for individual error. The unexpected result of today's events was viewed as a force majeure, an outcome stemming from unforeseen variables rather than poor planning. The Zelvora's ability to approach challenges collectively and rationally shielded them from the need to scapegoat. Their culture thrived on accountability through understanding, making them uniquely resilient in situations that would fracture others. The ex-Orvac. For the ex-Orvac, their unique situation offered a similar form of immunity. The controversial decision to surrender without contest had been made directly by their Grand Elder, the leader of their entire race. As such, any attempt to assign blame would inherently challenge the authority of their supreme leader, a notion that was unthinkable for most. No one who valued their life or standing would dare criticize the Grand Elder's decree, no matter how contentious. Moreover, the lack of an actual battle removed the burden of personal failure from the ex-Orvac participants. The Valthorans. The Valthorans, by contrast, faced a more rigid predicament despite their own pride nexus, a communal network of sorts that linked their people. Unlike the Zelvora, the Valthorans' network was deeply intertwined with their culture of individual accountability and honor. Failures of this magnitude demanded tangible reparations. All those involved in crafting the strategy leading to the loss were expected to take actions to redeem their honor, be it through sacrifice, personal quests, or other means deemed worthy. To shirk this responsibility would invite catastrophic consequences, including the loss of position, family ties, and societal standing. For the Valthorans, redemption wasn't optional, it was a necessity for survival in their pride-bound culture. Across the room, these differing cultural responses underscored the vast diversity of the gathered civilizations. Yet, all shared a common thread: the need to address the consequences of their failure, each in their own way. The weight of today's events would ripple outward, altering trajectories, alliances, and power balances for years to come. As for the civilizations that hadn't sent fighters, their representatives maintained an uneasy silence. Speaking out could draw unwanted attention or provoke an official looking for someone to blame or vent their frustration upon. These representatives knew well that becoming a convenient target in such volatile circumstances could be their undoing. Internally, however, they felt an immense wave of relief. By choosing not to participate, they had avoided the catastrophic losses and humiliation suffered by those who had sent their champions into the fray. In their minds, this decision now seemed far-sighted, a stroke of wisdom that had spared their civilizations from the fallout of the disaster. Yet, they dared not express their relief openly. Celebrating their restraint in front of the top 10 civilizations, the ones who bore the brunt of the debacle, would be tantamount to suicide. The largest losers in this ordeal were simmering with anger, humiliation, and frustration. To flaunt even the slightest hint of satisfaction or relief would only invite their wrath. There is no merit in wasting time lamenting what has already transpired. We must focus on what lies ahead, Lyasa said, her voice cutting through the silence of the mental network meeting room like a blade. We need to vote on whether to ratify the results of the deal and honor our agreement with the Terran Empire or attempt to renegotiate. Her words served as a stark reminder of the purpose of this post-fight meeting, one that none present had dared to avoid. Her statement drew every representative's gaze toward her projection. Despite the sudden intensity of attention, Lyasa stood unfazed. Without pausing, she continued. The Mana Oath is already active. Even if we were to accept the immense backlash of breaking it, we would risk losing access to Mana Stones. They've demonstrated they have an abundance of those, given how many they expended to tilt the battlefield in their emperor's favor. Furthermore, we remain ignorant of the full scope and limitations of the runic contract we signed. It resides in our very souls, and breaking it might unleash consequences we can't predict or mitigate. At the mention of the Terran Empire's strategic use of Mana Stones to provide their emperor with an advantage, the Trinarian fighter's projection briefly shifted its gaze toward her. But Lyasa's ignored the subtle challenge and pressed on. Even with our current disadvantage due to the outcome of the fight, the agreement ensures continued access to Mana Stones. Let us not forget this was the primary reason we heeded Zelthar's call for aid in the first place. The representative of the ex-Orvac didn't even allow the echo of her words to be heard by everyone as he spoke up, his tone uncharacteristically buoyant. We will honor our part of the agreement, he said. No one was surprised by his enthusiasm. For the ex-Orvac, Princess Seraphina's surrender had effectively resolved a persistent issue without further conflict, as he was one of the Exorvac not in her faction, which meant a purge should she come to power by defeating the Grand Exorvac. One by one, the other representatives began raising their hands, signifying their agreement to uphold the deal. For many, Lyasa's reminder of the mana stones reinvigorated their resolve. The importance of mana stones within the astral conclave was undeniable. They powered advanced technologies across the higher civilizations. To lose access to such a resource would be catastrophic, while retaining it could mitigate the backlash they faced, or, in some cases, erase it entirely. Though the atmosphere remained tense, the votes signaled a collective decision to move forward. Each representative silently hoped that the mana stones gained would outweigh the heavy losses suffered in the ordeal. With unanimous votes, we will honor the agreement with the Terran Empire, Lyasa's declared, her voice firm and authoritative. You all have 1 week, based on Terran Empire time, to prepare everything required for the provisions stipulated in the deal. On that day, we will meet with Emperor Aaron Michael in person to deliver these items and to discuss his additional demands, which will require votes within the Astral Conclave Council to proceed. Her words were met with silent acknowledgement from all representatives. Once she was certain that her statement had been absorbed, Lyasa's brought the meeting to a close. One by one, the participants exited the Zelvora mental network, leaving behind the shared space that had served as their meeting room. Notably absent from the discussion was the giant elephant in the room, Emperor Aaron Michael himself. The representatives refrained from broaching the topic, despite the profound implications of his actions. While they outwardly displayed a semblance of unity, everyone in the room knew it was superficial, born of temporary alignment in their interests rather than any real cohesion. Each civilization had its own perspective on how to address the Terran Emperor. Factors like their relative strength within the conclave, cultural values, and internal politics made a collective strategy impractical at this stage. Any discussions about how to deal with him would occur within their individual spheres of influence, far removed from the glare of intercivilizational scrutiny. For now, those conversations remained on hold, overshadowed by the immediate necessity of fulfilling their obligations under the deal.